All right, everybody, we are back for another double feature film showcase, or whatever I'm calling it. I am joined once again this evening by Dr. Doug Bielmeier, teaching professor at Northeastern University. Doug is also a musician whose latest album, Music for Billionaires, is available everywhere and has been on this show many times. And I'm very happy to have him back for a pair of interesting sequels. Doug, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to talk about these films. I feel like there's going to be a lot of trash talk about special effects and maybe some things that are very 90s. But also, these are the films that I grew up with. So there's always a special place. And I always give them a little extra leeway because, these are the films that I definitely had an impact on me when I was growing up. So.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, these are the types of films that were running all the time on whatever particular
Yeah.
lower end movie channel. So
Yeah.
HBO would have the first one, and then
Right.
Cinemax or Showtime or the movie
Right.
channel, if people remember that, would have the secondary, the sequels to them.
Right.
And that's a bit of a lead into what we're talking about. We're doing two sequels to movies that are considered landmark films.
Yeah.
So we are going to do Robocop 2 and Predator 2. I can't remember the year for Robocop 2. Is it 90? When was Robocop 2?
It is 90, and then 93 is RoboCop 3. So 87, 90, and 93.
We're not going to be talking about RoboCop 3. I have no desire.
We don't do that here. We don't.
I have no need to acknowledge
Well,
that film exists.
If Peter Weller's not in it, so is it really a RoboCop movie? Is it really? I don't know.
No, it's
No.
not really a RoboCop film. No, we'll stick with 2 because 2 is a fun film. 3 is embarrassing.
Yeah.
So we're going to stay very far away from that. But yeah, RoboCop 2, a sequel just like Predator 2 to one of the landmark science fiction films. I mean,
Yeah.
there's almost universal agreement that RoboCop is one of the great science fiction films of its time and probably all time.
Yeah.
And in some ways, as just an opener to this, it's sort of astonishing to think that a sequel to this, because this is before we're in the forever sequel land like we are now.
Right.
So at this
It's like
point, you can see it's
reboot of
many.
the reboot of the new class. Like it's like X-Men New Class or something like that when they were like, in grade school or something. So sometimes it's a flashback of the original characters with new actors, or it's obnoxious.
Yeah, this is a point where sequels, they were going to get made if the movie was well known, but it wasn't quite as well. Actually, it's funny. I don't think when this movie, at least in my opinion, when this movie came on, the cynicism of sequelitis wasn't there
Right.
as much. However, this is a deeply cynical film. This is probably a
Yeah.
more cynical film when you actually see what it's talking about than
Yeah.
even the first one was. And the first one was no joy trip through happy corporate land or anything like that. So,
No.
yeah, this is but as a sequel, and a lot of people say, well, it's just the first film again. Sort of. But it's also expanding at times on the first film without necessarily always being really good at it.
Yeah.
Up to a certain point, anyway.
Which I always don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with a director making the same movie 4 times. Do you know what I mean? If each time they're building on it. I feel like the thing that came to my mind about this is the Mad Max series. And I know with the new movie coming out, you talked about it on one of your fives this week even. But yeah, the Mad Max like genre grouping of films, I feel like each film, there's a little something different. It's kind of the same story. I feel like it really is the same movie 4 times in a way, or 5 times now. But each time there's a bigger budget, there's a different focus, there's more violence, there's less violence, there's more character. So I don't have a problem with a movie that is a sequel that really just rehashes or does what the original does better. But I don't think that's the case in RoboCop 2. I think there are some things that happen in the first movie happen in the second movie, but I don't think it was, at least from my perspective, I don't think it was let's just do a better job, or let's do the stunts or the effects that we couldn't do in the first film.
No, I don't. There's a lot of mixed opinion. I think most people tend to look back on it fondly as a fun movie, but a lot
Sure.
of people will look at it as kind of a soulless film. And I don't
Yeah.
think I would agree with that. I
Yeah.
think it does. one of its inevitable problems is, again, you're coming after the first one. You're coming after
Right.
Robocop 1. You're
Right.
losing your composer, which is a huge part of the
Sure.
first film, is
Right.
Basil Puzzledorus? Am I
Yeah,
pronouncing that correctly?
yeah, Polydorus, I think. Yeah,
Polydorus.
Yeah.
I'm probably mispronouncing it.
Yeah.
But that's a huge part of it. So you don't have the same composer. So the soundscape is different. I don't look at it as negatively as some people do. I think it's a perfectly serviceable soundtrack. Is it as good as the first one? No. I mean, you have such a memorable established theme that's used so well.
and they reuse that gets recycled, and that gets reused in a way. But in the first film, the music is very, very much a big part of the film, and in the second one there is music. And this is coming from a musician. I can't remember anything notable that happened in the score in the second film. Where the first film, I could tell you about all my favorite like moments with the brass and all these kind of orchestration things. But in the second film, music was happening.
Yeah, I literally just watched it again yesterday, and I don't remember anything of it. As far as the music, I really don't. It's somewhere in there. There obviously is music, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was or how many of the themes from it.
Right.
So that's one big detriment to it. But honestly, outside of that, and of course, you don't have Verhoeven coming back. So Verhoeven is a very distinctive filmmaker. His movies have a very specific tone.
Yeah.
They have a very specific hammering on sex and violence that this movie does not. Although I was really happy that this movie does retain a lot of the violence in terms of how much gore and blood there is. So they retain that. A lot of movies, if it's not the same person, they cut that way back. They did not do that with this.
Well, but it is softer, and just like, which we won't talk about Robocop 3. Let's not spend any more time talking about it, but where they just kind of kept further moving away from the violence, because that affects the rating then, right? And then how large the audience can be. I don't think that was creative decisions to make it less violent. I think it was just this can appeal to a larger audience if we have a lower, PG-13 rating. This is back when people cared about ratings. Like, I feel like today, like, people are like, whatever. Like, you see like 7-year-old kids in an R-rated movie, and you're just like, isn't it a school night? Like, what are you guys doing in here? But back then it was like, you can't see this, or they're very strict.
R was a pretty hard R rating.
Yeah.
If you tried to get into a theater and it was an R, you probably couldn't do it unless you knew the person working at the theater. That's usually how it was for me anyway. But to jump around a little bit, this has one of my favorite children in any film. This kid that's in this movie is one of the highlights. I actually have isolated most of his swearing in my sound files that we will hear, because this kid, who's not acting anymore, acted for a while, got out of it, went behind the camera for whatever reason, but he's perfectly cast. He swears expertly. It doesn't seem like he's dubbed over. It seems like it's him, his audio, which is great. So I love that that's there.
I guess I just assumed he was actually 36 and had a wife and a kid. He just looked really young.
Benjamin Button disease, I guess. It's very possible. That's what they based the movie off of. This kid and his very reverse youth swearing. So the movie starts off, and we get a set of commercials and news breaks very reminiscent of the first film.
Right.
That both set up the Magnavolt commercial with John Glover, I believe the actor is. I know him from Gremlins 2. He's been in a million things. He was in Scrooge, all kinds of stuff, which feels like it's right out of the first movie. That's very, very thematically correct. Then we go into a news break, which both sets up more humor in the Amazon nuclear plant meltdown, but also then lays out basically where we are in terms of what this world is. So I'm going to go ahead and play this opening that explains what's going on and what the big crime thing is now that Clarence Boddicker is out of the picture. We have a new villain, which we'll get to in a second. Now, I think this opening is fantastic, because what it does is it uses the news break idea that was present in the first film, and it gives you a bunch of exposition points without it seeming artificial out of nowhere. This is exactly what a set of news items would look like, and you get everything. You have the idea of, the joke of the nuclear Amazon meltdown, so right away we get that kind of dark humor from the first movie. We have nuke as a national problem, or a citywide problem anyway.
Sure.
The gunning down by a fanatic of the Surgeon General, so the violence is there right away. We get Kane, who we're going to get to in a second, because Kane is his own thing. And then we have the OCP taking over the police, and now there's a strike. And the guy even says, I don't know why, but they want this strike, which is a big plot point as the movie goes
Right.
forward. So this is another one of these great openings
Yeah.
inside of about a 2-minute clip here or not even
Yeah.
that much, that lays out basically your whole framework of the movie within this idea of the news item. I think it's one of the better openings for any movie as far as utilizing a device we know and giving us all the beats that we're going to hit.
Yeah, and even having the same actors reprise the role as the newscasters, and then even the editorializing of the newscaster, where being like, oh well, the environmentalists, don't they always say it's a disaster or whatever? So like you can see there's even an erosion in this belief in sort of science. We often talk about like there's global warming and stuff today. It becomes this huge political thing if you bring it up. And it's interesting that even in this opening, it gives you a sense that there's debate about whether it's a bad thing that a nuclear explosion destroys the Amazon rainforest. Yeah.
Right, and then we get our intro to Kane, who is played by an actor named Tom Noonan. And the interesting part about Tom Noonan as an actor, he's a very distinctive actor. I've actually reviewed a couple movies he's in. He's famously in Manhunter, the first Hannibal Lecter film, or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah.
He plays Kane in this really interesting way because based on the news items, they're terrorists, they've bombed this thing, you see terrible acts, and yet he's sitting in what looks like a little hollowed out cave, and he's very calm, and he seems more like a laid back heroin Jesus or heroin Manson type, where he's like, well, the people just want to be happy, and I'm going to let them be happy. And the whole movie, he's played as almost sedated, very laid back, compared to Boddicker, who was a nutcase and was throwing people out the back of the car right from the beginning, the first time we see him, and flipping out. So I thought it was a smart decision not to try to recreate Boddicker, not just redo him again.
Absolutely.
And instead give us this really weird cult drug dealer guy.
Who was going to offer us a different perspective. I think in the first film, one of the things that's so great about it, and it carries over in the second film, is there's this sort of business as usual that we even if we're watching in 1990 or if we're watching in 2024, we're like, that's ridiculous. That is not okay that there's a nuclear power plant, just things that people are taking for granted. Like the fact that the police would go on strike, like this idea seems like this is not a normal, this is unsettling. And yet even, the people the interpreters of the news who are supposed to sort of kind of sugarcoat it for us are just sort of being like, oh yeah, this happens all the time. Like the important services for the public go on strike. They're owned by a corporation and the Amazon is now destroyed. Like, yeah, this is just like, it's a Tuesday. Like this is normal. And I think the thing that I was excited about is it would be great to have a cult-like villain who would actually make more sense to the audience than anyone else in the film, where he would say things like, I think people should be like free and should be free from violence and should be able to, what does he say? Everyone deserves peace.
Everybody wants paradise and they're going to get it, or they'll be able to have it now. Something like that is the exact phrasing.
Yeah.
But he uses the word paradise.
Yeah, because right now it feels like hell. like this is a hellscape. I mean, you have environmental disasters, you have violence, and now the beat cop isn't there to protect you. The police that are there to uphold the law. So I was excited about that because Boddicker was part of the problem, right? Boddicker was just an example of what was wrong with Detroit. He was one of the parts of the problem where this sets, this sets up this story's villain as maybe being someone who is a little bit more clear-headed or definitely would be charismatic to people who are kind of distraught by living in Detroit at that time.
Yeah, I think that, Boddicker was working for OCP. We find that out in Robocop 1. So there was immediately this connection between the corporation and the villain, which worked great for that movie. But in this one, this is where when people say, well, they're just redoing the same thing. No, because Kane has no connection, at least initially, to OCP whatsoever. Right. He is, and I think you're right, a product of Detroit has not gotten better it was supposed to be that Robocop was the first step in Delta City and making everything gleaming, and they do recycle that idea somewhat, but I don't take that as redoing the first movie. I take that as, yeah, the company couldn't make it work, so they're trying to sell the people the same scam again. So I don't look at it the way...
Which is even more depressing, because at least you're like, okay, if this future, they built Delta City and now everything was perfect, I feel like that would have been a very different film. But instead they're like, oh no, because of bureaucratic, gridlock, we're basically still in the same situation, but now the police are going to quit and there's going to be no law enforcement. And, oh, by the way... Robocop is still the only, it's just like, and now there's new villains. And oh, by the way, there's a new drug epidemic happening, which is making crime even worse and, just making life even more, because we never got that in the first film. In the first film, it was like, well, there's like normal people like trying to live here in Detroit and there's a criminal element. Now it's like half the population is addicted to nuke.
Yeah, Bodeker's gang seemed to be the worst gang around. Like that small group of people seemed to be outsized in terms of their evilness and villainy. I mean, the massacre scene of Murphy, I think, is supposed to underscore that as well, as how brutal they are. But most of the other criminals are common. Like there's a rapist who gets shot in the penis, as we see, which is great. Yeah. But the rest of it is pretty. There's a convenience store robbery.
Right. And that guy just looks like a junkie, kind of, you're like, oh, he looked desperate, and that's why he's like trying to rob the liquor store. Yeah.
Right. Whereas in this, following that newscast, we get this long series of shots of escalating crime on the streets, where we start off and it's a woman who's pushing carts, and then and that stunt looks amazing. I mean, that woman was really close to that car, and that car was not going slow. So I don't know if they sped it up, or if they just didn't care if they killed that woman or what, because that's a really... I rewatched it a couple times. I'm like...
She got double pay. I don't know.
Something, because she was really close to that car. So we get that, and then the guy comes and pretends he's going to help her. He takes her purse. He's then immediately set upon by a pair of women who I don't know. I think they're just supposed to be junkies. I'm not really sure. Right. They beat him up, and they take everything from him. And then we get to... Finally, we end up with people that drive a car into a gun store and are looting it because they think the cops are on strike. And this is a long, I don't know, I want to say it's 5 or 6 minutes long, where it just keeps going along, and we're seeing all this stuff, which is a beautifully done sequence right after that to show you this is what life on the street is like. It's a never-ending crime spree, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. It's great.
Right. It was almost like the one monster after another kind of idea, that like one crime was then actually feeding into another crime. So like each villain or criminal became the victim then, which I think was even more like, the prostitutes were, pickpocketed the guy, and then the prostitutes were, overcome by the next thing. So it was kind of a cool kind of, each criminal became a victim. So it's like it was really chaotic,
Right, and so that then ends when Robocop shows up and gets out, and now he has a new paint job. He's now in kind of almost like a light blue with sort of a rainbow chromatic thing happening.
Immediately, by the way, I was like, this movie, I said to myself, this movie is not going to be as good as the first. The first time I saw Robocop. The blue either. The first time I saw Robocop, and even just that scene where it was one criminal after another, like kind of, there was like this neon thing that was happening, and there was these brighter, richer colors. And, one of the things I really loved about, the Verhoeven original sort of cinematography was like, especially, people who are listening can't see it, but the sort of original Robocop behind me, where it's like there's 4 colors in the shot. It's like black, gray, whatever that skin tone is, and then white. And then maybe there's just a mixture of those. So it's like this desaturated sort of, and he does it again in Total Recall. He does it in Starship Troopers, but it's this like really limited color palette. And based on Detroit, like a Rust Belt city, like it works really well. And right from the get-go, I was just like, ooh, there's a lot of color in this. There's a lot of it, and it took me out of it. And then he comes out and he's like purple. I'm seeing purple. I have color perception issues, but I'm like, why? I was like, why is Robocop purple?
Yeah, there's purple in there.
There is. I was like, why is RoboCop purple in this movie? I was like, I loved when he had the steel, and it's just it's metal, and it's just there's light cast on it. It's like a white steel. Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of a 50-50 thing for me. It does. I don't like the blue at all. I don't mind the colors because, again, it's a way of the film signaling that they're not just reusing the same ideas from the first one. So it does at least show some type of personality to distinguish this from the first one.
Right.
I don't think it's always successful. Again, you're right. It is immediately apparent in a lot of ways that this is a step down. However, what does keep it from being a huge problem is, unlike RoboCop 3, Weller is still able to move so perfectly and is able to embody the RoboCop character so well that I really kind of just forgot about the color, because I'm like, yeah, this is one of the things that made the first one work so well. Right. And he came back, and Nancy Allen is back as his partner. Like, they are great. Their relationship in this is fantastic. I think it builds on what the first one set up. But Weller comes in and, of course, dismantles those guys, shoots them up. We get a lot of nice squibs. No digital blood flying around here or anything like that. Yeah. One thing about the first film, too, that I think maybe makes it the limited color palette, then when the blood is there, it's so much more evident because there's so much of it that stands out so much compared to everything else. So, yeah, you lose that where you have all these, as you said, neon, bright, almost arcadey colors. Even it goes right into an arcade.
And it doesn't feel as gritty, and it doesn't feel as violent. And, you know, one of the things, somebody described the first film as a body horror, in the body horror genre. And to be honest, I didn't really know what that was. So I looked it up, and it's basically talking about a series of movies or movies in which
Cronenberg.
Cronenberg. Well, like Cronenberg. Yeah, he was cited in the article, but The Fly. Classic example. That was, and this whole idea of, like, you're seeing mutilation or manipulation of the body. And so there's the horror in the first film of actually RoboCop himself, because he's this cyborg and he's like, you know, you can kind of see him and that type of thing. But also just in the violence, the fact that, you know, and as the movie goes on, it ramps up, you know, in the first RoboCop, it ramps up. And by the end, you know, Boddicker gets really horribly mutilated by the information stick in RoboCop's hand, and there's also the other character who gets, for some reason, there's toxic waste just in a vat that pours on him, and he starts to melt and then gets hit by a car. Now, by the way, I am not all for over the top violence, but for some reason. It was a really important part of the first film because it just added this edge to it, and it became very clear within the first 10 minutes of RoboCop 2 that level of grittiness was not going to be there. And I didn't, you know, I kept an open mind, even, like, you know, I've seen the film many times now, but each time I kept an open mind because I'm like, I don't think that's what this film is going to be about. This one isn't going to be about using that, like, kind of mix of satire and body horror. It's going to be a different type of, it's going to be a different type of film.
Yeah. And that's an interesting thing to stop and kind of talk about, because having watched it now twice in the last week, I still couldn't tell you what I think it's really about. And that's a problem, because movies should have a message or a point of view, and I think the first one very clearly does. I think that is basically the idea that, you know, Murphy is still himself at the end. Like, the idea that the last line is, "What's your name, son?" and he says Murphy, and then the thing just closes. Like, that's the whole movie right there. You got it. This movie is more difficult to figure out. Now, this is written by Frank Miller, and we won't talk too much about Frank Miller because he's gone completely insane in his older years, and I don't even feel like talking about how he went off his rocker. But at the time this movie came out, and to be fair, because you can't take somebody's earlier work away from them just because they lose their mind. I mean, you still have to respect the art that the person produces if it's good. Sure. And in his earlier career, he did create some of the landmark comic book ideas and series that defined especially Batman. There's the Ronin series, Sin City, which became a couple of movies, and his art style before he just went lazy and crazy was very distinctive. Go back and look at his earlier stuff. It's beautiful work, really heavy use of shadow, contrast, that type of thing. He did the story for this movie. And I honestly couldn't tell you, like, is it supposed to be anti-drug? I guess, although there's some stuff later that would seem to maybe contradict that message. But there are these little moments, and I have clips of at least a couple of them, where I sit there and go, I wonder what this was originally supposed to be, or was it changed or whatever, because there are these interesting character moments, particularly one with Robocop and his wife, and then one later with the kid in a death scene where you go, this feels very different from everything else, and this feels very emotional and mature and interesting and thoughtful, and then the rest of it feels not forgettable, but not anything special. Is that kind of your read on it too?
I think so. Yes, absolutely. So the first film is wonderful science fiction satire, right? It is the pinnacle of what I love about a good science fiction film, is that it's about a monster, it's about something crazy, otherworldly, something we haven't seen. It's about a dystopian future, but it's commentary. It's commentary and it's satire. And you're absolutely right. The first film was about Murphy retaining his identity despite society just being awful. Like, I feel like it was like about him maintaining his humanity through this horrible situation. And in the first film, it's like, well, wait, who's the bad guy? Like, I kept asking myself, I'm like, wait, is it Dick Jones? Is it Clarence Boddicker? Like, who is it? These corporate guys? Are they the real criminal? And like, there's some people that say Miguel Ferrar's character who is Bob Jones in the first film, like, he's actually the villain because he like created Robocop, like, like that's, so like in that, it was like, I think that film was very one note, and I think it was that society is screwed and the corporate guys are just as much as criminals as the criminals on the street. And I think you're saying here now in the second film, like, is particularly in those two scenes, there's this whole other softer consideration. And it's in that the first Robocop, the same as in Total Recall and as in Starship Troopers. There's this detached, satirical sort of, like, I'm reading Ender's Game, like, like I'm reading some script that was written in the 60s, which is commentary about how, the future is going to be horrible, and commentary on like racism or something in that time that you just couldn't openly write about. So it had that feel to it. All those films had that. This didn't. This was like, it was halfway between a popcorn blockbuster and the original source material. And I think that led to then, like you said, like these really bizarre scenes where there was this kind of sensitivity, and it wasn't looking at it so black and white.
Yeah, and I think too what there is in this movie is more clunkiness than in the first one, because I feel like when it tried to do some of its messaging, it went really heavy with it. Because the two main themes that I could pick up are basically similar themes, or they're keeping going what the first movie did, which is corporations bad, Murphy good. So that's the same, but it's done. The stuff with Robocop, I think, is handled very well. I think there's some real good nuance in there, and I think that's because Weller knows what he's doing. I think on the corporate side, it's much more over the top and less subtle, and so it's still the same message, but it's not delivered as nearly as well as it was in the first one.
Well, even O'Hurley's character, right? Like the idea that in the first film, he's this like kind of unknowing sort of CEO of the company, and he's like the grandfather, and he just like wants what's best for the company, and he's not really complicit in some of the things Dick Jones is doing. And in the second film now, he clearly is just like all about the bottom line, and is like sleeping with one of his employees, Dr. Fax, right? Like, and so like then he really is a one-dimensional criminal, where in the first film he's kind of just like especially in the opening scene of the first film where they're demonstrating Ed 209 and Ed 209 just kills one of the executives, and it's like, this is horrible, but then they like just like sweep up the floor and then just like move on to the next executive. Do we have another executive? Call him up. So that in a way, that's the satire, and that was kind of silly. And but that dimensionality to that character is gone in the second film. He kind of almost takes over the Dick Jones role, where he's both the elder statesman, the CEO, and also pretty conniving and pretty horrible. Just even, towards the end when he like detaches himself from Dr. Fax, where he's just kind of like, like, oh, well, we shouldn't back her, or we shouldn't support her, or whatever. And
we'll hear that clip, because that's a great one.
Yeah.
But yes, in the first one, when I think Dick Jones refers to the guy getting killed as a glitch, he says a glitch, and he's upset about it.
Yeah.
Whereas in this one, he feels like he walked off of Halloween 3 and just walked into this. Like, this is either before Halloween 3 or right after. Same character. That's where the film, you could see this, how it's lesser in there.
And in both those films, he was a true believer of whatever the thing was. So, in Halloween 3, it was this pagan ritual, right, that he believed in, and he believed in the power of it. And in this, he sold that, he needs to make money, that money is his power. So that makes him less dimensional. And it also, like in the first film, when he said, like, what do you mean it was, a glitch? Like, that's like one of the only times somebody is actually like reasonable about like human life. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, where he's like, I founded this company on, principles and this type of thing. And where in the second film, he's not. He's like, I'm here to make money and I don't want to get sued. That's like, those are his motivators. I want to make money and I don't want to get sued. And I don't want to look bad publicly.
And in the sense, they do sort of mirror him and Kane, in that Kane also doesn't care about anybody. Kane is, but on the opposite side, where I have no reason to think Kane doesn't really believe that Nuke is the future and is paradise. I mean, we have scenes where he's not out in front of anybody, and he's not saying, "Oh, we're gonna addict everybody, and I'm gonna own this city." He never gets that way. He never seems like a megalomaniac type. He does seem to sincerely believe that what he's peddling out there is the best thing for everybody, or can at least provide them an escape.
It's kind of the Timothy Leary type character, where, the LSD and like that this will expand your mind. And I think he, his character believes there's an illness and in society, because it is pretty messed up. But unfortunately, I think he thinks Nuke is the answer to that, which probably not. Probably not a highly addictive drug.
But it's not. It doesn't seem like that unreasonable response to the world that they're in is, okay, Absolutely. We just need to escape, and this is what I've come up with. So you sort of go, all right, I can see how somebody could delude themselves into thinking this. It's not completely out of nowhere.
I think it's a fantastic, I'm like, that was missing in the first film. It was missing in that, how are people dealing with this? In the first film, it, like, even with the grocery store robbery or the liquor store robbery or the woman who gets assaulted, like, it's like, you're like, oh no, people are still just trying to live this normal life. And now in the second film, with the introduction of Nuke, you're seeing that a lot of people have just even kind of given up at this point now and are just, addicted to Nuke.
So after this intro sequence, after he stops these people robbing the gun store, Robocop comes into one of the drug factories that Kane runs. And Kane, his girlfriend, wife, whatever, his lieutenant, who's the greatest kid in the world, and a couple of other people. One who looks like he just fell out of a rockabilly
henchman. He's classic henchman guy.
Classic henchman guy. Looks, great guy. Bolo tie, the whole thing. Looks like an Elvis honky tonk impersonator.
His costume is his dimensionality. Like, you're just like, oh, that guy's into like rockabilly, so he hangs out like with the Stray Cats on the weekends or whatever. Yeah.
And that's all I really need to know about him. Honestly, I'm glad we didn't have to get into his backstory. I'm told everything I need to by his costuming. It's fantastic.
Right.
So Robocop, of course, comes in, shoots the place up. Goes to shoot the kid, and we get the kid's first great line where you understand that this movie is not fucking around, which is this.
Can't shoot a kid, can you, fucker?
I knew I loved this kid as soon as I heard that. I remember that very, very distinctly because that's great. As a kid, you want to be able to swear up and down. The kid's got a Desert Eagle as big as his head and shoots Robocop in the face, which triggers a memory flashback. Also done lesser than the first movie, but still, it's good to see. It is a quick reminder that, yes, Murphy still has this thing where he hasn't let go of the past because, you know, you don't really know where he is. And that will become a central, at least a middle point where we're going to deal with that. And then they just kind of throw it away. I think they just try to wrap it up in this one scene with the wife and then be like, okay, now we're done with the back stuff. Because after that, we never really go back to it the same way. So we get that. And we get the shootout, and there's a great scene where he ricochets a bullet off a door to kill. Is that Randy Quaid? Or did I just think it's Randy Quaid?
It looks like Randy Quaid.
I honestly don't know. Don't know. I didn't look
What was
it
he
up.
doing in 1990? I don't know. When did the National
Lampoon's
Lampoon's
Vacation? Yeah, I mean, I think
he was,
Lampoon was 89, so unless he was
in the guild at that time. He could have worked. He was in the union, he was available to work at that time.
It's not impossible. So after the shootout, we then cut to the next day, and this is where we get probably the last really big bit of Murphy still remembering his old life, and we see that he is hanging around where his wife, or widow, I guess, technically, lives, and he's clearly been doing this for a while, and he's just kind of sitting there, and it is creepy, and, you know, you can understand why she's freaked out by it. And that leads to what is a really great scene, and this is a long clip, but I want to play it because it has a lot of Weller's really subtle acting. It kind of, it's the last bit of Robocop struggling with his humanity that we're going to get, at least in this movie. So this is where they bring him in, and we find out that stalking your wife, as you might have already guessed, is probably not the best idea from a legal and moral standpoint. So one thing that's really important to note is go back and re-listen to that and notice that when he's speaking sincerely, there's no modulation on his voice. When he says the first couple things before he reverts to "I'm a machine," they're not putting an effect on his voice. He's speaking just like Peter Weller would speak. Low, softly, but with no robotic tuning on his voice. And as soon as they say, okay, are you a machine? And he says, yes, you can hear it pick up when he says, I'm a machine. It picks up right at the end, and they add the effect back on, and then he's speaking like that. It's subtle, but that's the clue, on top of the fact that I like the fact that Weller is speaking very softly. He's emoting a lot with his, I mean, he has to. There's nothing else that you can see of him. He has to sit rock still. It's all in his face, but he's looking at the guy who's asking him questions. It's a beautiful scene because it shows why Weller is so good in this role. And they took the mask, the helmet off so you could see his whole face. And the makeup is still dynamite. Like whatever other problems you may have with the movie, that facial makeup is fantastic.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's one of those scenes where you're like, oh, good, this is the depth that was in the first film. This idea of, and, you know, that was the big arc of Murphy's character in the first film, is like not losing his humanity. And that was the question they were asking in the first film, really. Is he now just a robot, or is he still Alex Murphy, or is he Robocop? Like, is he a third thing? And I think the first film decided, at least like, you know, the way it ends with like, you know, what should I call you, kid? And it's like Murphy. So he sees himself still being, you know, Alex Murphy. And I think this is a great scene too, because we see this lawyer a few times, this OCP representative a few times in the film. And it's the Bob Morton character over again, like this like corporate, like, you know, guy who's like an executive or a lawyer. And he's like kind of the sergeant or the enforcer of the corporate, you know, way of doing business, where like, we're going to sue you, you know, we need to get you on tape and we need you to, you know, say these things. You're bringing us, you're going to cost us money and legal issues. And he continues to play, the same lawyer is throughout the film, continues to play the role of the same things that, you know, Dan O'Herlihy is worried about. You know, where it's like, are we going to continue to make money and not get sued, or, you know, publicly look bad? So this lawyer is sort of his enforcer, and it kind of, you know, brings him into, it just brings that other character of this, like, so there's like violence and lawlessness, but still there's corporate law, which is like you said, this is a darker film because I feel like it's just like even more depressing, where you have like the criminals are running amok, the police are on strike, but yet there's still this like corporate way of doing things that doesn't really care about feelings, doesn't care about humanity. It's really just about money and avoiding lawsuits.
Yeah, they do a good job of, I think, correctly portraying one of the things that makes corporations so evil, which is the person at the very top never has to associate with anybody lower. He's only ever concerned about the stuff at the top, which to some degree makes the morality murky because there's no awareness, but that doesn't make it any less evil. Whereas, like you said, the lawyer, who I'm pretty sure that guy was one of the main villains in the Dominion, or sorry, one of the main Cardassians in Deep Space Nine. I have to get that out there because it keeps banging around in my head like a pinball. But he says, oh, can you offer her a man's love? Which is a very specific, like, you know you have nothing left below the neck, right? You know that.
Right.
Which is also kind of a callback to Miguel Ferrer saying, take the arm off. I don't care. Don't save the arm. Just
but that's the body horror. That's the body horror of it.
Yeah.
That like the mutilation or that you're not really a person. And, you know, people who have, you know, disabilities or like lose legs or lose arms or lose ability, lose ability to move certain parts of their body. That's all part of that like body horror kind of context where you lose a function of part of your body or it gets mutilated, and then you start to question your humanity, which was such a big part of the first one, and here is being dealt with again. Which I think, like you said, this is a really important scene because it's like really rich, and it's dealing with his character, you know, Robocop character, Alex Murphy, and what his arc is going to be in this movie. Which I thought he would revisit that. I thought we would go back to where he actually has a relationship with his wife at the end. Where not, I don't mean like a, you know, just one where they like are in a park. I was looking to see the '90s movie where they're like in a park at the end, just being like playing with the kid, and it's kind of weird, but you know, it's just like they still have some friendship or relationship. It's not, you know, husband and wife, but that's what I thought was inevitable, which was coming. And then, like you said, it just kind of like. It's like, okay, we're done. We're done with that.
Well, basically, he says, I'm not your husband. I'm just a machine. Get lost. And then we see her having a breakdown in her car. And then that's the end of it. That is basically
which I was like,
seal it up.
And I thought that was like, great. This is going to be something now. We're going to have action and stuff is going to blow up. But somehow there's going to be this woman who like just lost her composure once again in the car. Because like, I loved how the lawyer described too, like, how she like went through all this therapy, she went through all this stuff, and now she can like get out of bed and like basically function, and him keeps showing up like that is just further tormenting him. So I thought it was a great setup for there to be some type of arc where they do have some type of relationship at the end, or some type of finality to, or some way they could interact. Like I said, I was waiting to see them like in a park with the kid. And it's like, well, he's not really Alex Murphy. It's not her husband, but they can still, you know, have a friendship or something. Like
in a different movie, they probably would have tried to get into that, but this is not that movie. This movie basically says, okay, I mean, literally, it is like that scene is, all right, we're done with this now. Now we're going to move on to what we actually care about, which is the main plot of Kane and everything going on there. And this is, by the way, you know, we're almost a half hour into this movie, and this is a lot of setup. So the movie is how long? It's just short of 2 hours. We're a quarter into it, and we're still not really sure what is going to be going on here. But then we cut to.
Do we know who the villain? We don't even know who the villain, like the main villain, is going to be. Yeah.
Well, the only real anything of him we got was way at the beginning. So you may have forgotten that 20 minutes later. It's very reasonable that everything else going on here, as you said, I'm sure a lot of people are like, oh, this is going to be the center of the film is Murphy and his wife, and can he somehow, you know, because all the stuff with her and what she's going through is completely understandable. She's essentially looking, I mean, if you don't know, it looks like they took the person you love's face and stretched it onto a machine that kills people.
Which is horrifying. And like in that, her facial expressions, and when she's like running behind the fence or whatever, and then they show her later like breaking down in her car, I was like, yeah, dude, I thought to myself, I was like, what if my sister or somebody I knew, one of my loved ones, like, what if this happened to them? Like, what if they turned them into, you know, a cyborg? Like that was like terrifying and also like heartbreaking. So I was like, that's really interesting. I mean, that's more interesting than a purple armor. Like, to me, I was like, that this could be a really solid foundation to kind of, build off of.
Or that you find that out and they tell you, oh, dead, but we honored him by putting him in this machine, and then it starts showing up at your house. So then you're like, well, wait, so is it is he really dead or is he in there? Because it's
Right.
worse if he's stuck in there and he can't get out. Then you're sitting there going,
Yeah.
you've imprisoned him, which is what it is. I mean, that is
Right.
what is going on here. But again, this movie kind of just does away with that. It gives us a little bit of it, done very well. I sort of wonder if that's why Weller came back, was he read some of these scenes and went, oh, okay, this is interesting,
Yeah.
and the rest of it will just be special effects. And I'm
Right.
getting paid a lot of money, so there's that
Right.
too. Why not?
Right. Right.
So then we get another very funny commercial about a guy who kills himself because he didn't have the right phone communication system, which
Right.
is beautifully done, and that does feel like the first movie. So there are these kind of peaks and valleys throughout this whole
Right.
movie.
Right.
And then we cut to a scene at OCP where now we get an explanation, because there was that little line at the beginning where the police officer said, it's like OCP wants this strike, and I don't know why. And then to counterbalance completely from Peter Weller's subtle, nuanced, low voice performance, we get the mayor of Detroit, who is divisive. I love him. I think his hysterical, you'll hear it, his just over-the-top performance is hilarious. Some people hate it. They think it's exactly the worst impulses of this film. I think it's delightful and it's comedic. I never, that scene kills me every time. It's like, it's one of those scenes where I just laugh. I just love the, fuck you see that? Like, it's great. It's great.
Yeah.
I love it. I wouldn't change a thing about it.
Yeah, and I love the idea that the mayor is like even the mayor, Kuzak is like, he's even a little rough around the edges too. So like, this is supposed to be the representative of the people, and even he doesn't really know how to navigate the corporate sort of landscape that's going on. So it just kind of shows that even the people who were, electing to represent us here in this dystopian Detroit, like, they're not even savvy to this corporate world. I love his acting, and I love the portrayal of the sort of over the top mayor, but I feel like his whole like monologue there where he's yelling, you're going to rate us like you did one of these like other corporations. I feel like that was the subtle like plot to the whole first film, where it never got said, but that's exactly what was happening, right? So it's almost like I'm sitting watching the first movie going, I'm like, these motherfuckers are going to take Detroit and basically liquidate it like some corporation and then build a city on top of the ruins of the old city. I'm like, that's ridiculous. And in this scene, he just kind of, through the exposition of his monologue, he basically describes that. So I don't know, that was one thing about this film, is that I feel like a lot of times the stuff in the first film that they were letting us come to conclusions to, or we were kind of being like, wait, what now? Like, wait, they're doing what? I'm like, there was a lot of characters explaining to us, the messaging or what was going on. And I feel like even the audience to Robocop is intelligent enough to kind of understand that, so it felt like less like satire and more like it was explaining it to us. I felt like they thought there were going to be kids in the audience. For some reason, I thought so like the first movie was for adults, and this one was for a little bit younger demographic that might not be able to pick up on the subtleties of the first film.
Yeah, either that or they really just felt like American audiences were dumb, and maybe that was what it is, because you're right. In the first film, there are little lines that are sprinkled around, but they're very quick and they're small. Like there's one part where when Morton and Jones are talking to each other, and he says, I had Ed 209 lined up, the military was going to buy it, we had him, and he's like, who cares if it worked? Like that line tells you everything. We had the money secured.
That was beautiful. Yeah.
Quick and done. And then you just keep moving and you understand where the greed comes from. Whereas this, like you said, it's a whole, wait a minute, so you're going to foreclose? Yes, and we knew it all along. Ha ha ha, we got you.
Right.
It's very, very heavy-handed. And that's
because that's when somebody's doing something like that, they wouldn't admit to you, but they're being like, oh, it's a government contract, I just wanted the money. They would say like, well, who cares if it works? Don't get involved in the details. Like, who cares if it works? We've got the money, we secured the contract. We'll figure it out. We've got scientists who will make it work. Like we need to get this done. And I'm like, that is the most corporate way of thinking about it in corporate speak. And you're right. That's a wonderful scene that happens in the restroom. Where they're standing. Where this is, kind of an over the top mayor. But I do love Mayor Kuzak's character because as the film progresses, we kind of seen like, we're like, oh man, like this is the guy that's the representative of of the people? Like,
Right.
this,
Well,
like how'd he get hired for this job? Yeah.
well, and it does indicate that the corruption is everywhere, but I also think that his manic performance is
Yeah.
good because if they were just speaking in the same tone, it would be very boring. But his kind of histrionic reaction,
Yeah.
it sort of distracts me from the fact that it's just exposition dump. I'm just like, oh, this guy is riveting. I could watch because O'Hurley is just sitting there very calm and speaking low.
Right.
And he's just going crazy, and it's a nice that contrast I like. What they're saying is, hello, audience. Here's what's happened. A chalkboard. You might as well have a chalkboard where somebody's writing on it. Plot of movie: corporations equals evil. You know, it's very, very in your face. It's very overt. It's not doing it with subtlety and nuance and metaphor. It's doing it with here's exactly what's going to happen. And so that
but here's the thing though. I agree with you. I love that it happens. Maybe not the the exposition, but I love that it happens because it shows the mayor is out of his league. The old man OCP
the guy says,
president.
You signed this? I mean, that's the major line is, did you even read this?
Right.
Did you have anyone look at this?
Because you gotta be like, wait, how did a city give over their police force to a corporation? How would people let that happen? And it's like, well, the people are disenfranchised, and then their elected officials are incompetent. That's how it happens.
And that line where he says, you signed this, that's kind of a, well, who cares if it worked? If they'd kind of stopped right around there,
absolutely,
it would have been more
you signed
subtle
it.
Because
you shouldn't have signed it.
It's like a one-line thing that says, you're an idiot. Mm-hmm. How are you? You're in charge. It's that part is great. And then it just keeps going. And that's what sort of starts deadening it and pulling out the power of it.
And his lawyer sits there, and it's like, you should be careful what you're saying because anything further could be actionable.
Actionable. What a great word. You know exactly what that means too.
Which is like it's not guys being like, you want to go? You want like, I'll fuck you up. It's like that behavior could be actionable by a lawsuit. And it's like, so there's like these men in suits threatening to sue each other. And it just, and the whole time the mayor is just completely, he just seems inept. And then we don't know at that point if he's corrupt or not, but we know he's inept. And he's out of his league with this with OCP, and as you say, as the movie progresses, we find out he's not only inept but corrupt too.
Right, and so then we get a scene immediately following that where the old man. I don't think they ever say his name. They always just call him the old
he's
man.
known as the old man. Yeah. Right.
So the old man is walking, and then they immediately go from that to, okay, we're losing a bunch of money trying to make Robocop 2. They never really indicate until way at the end of the film why they're not. Or why they're making another one, because Robocop seems to be doing pretty well. Right. And the whole idea of him was he was supposed to patrol the whole city and be able, because he was invulnerable, basically, that he could just take care of crime. So you don't really get a reasoning why they want a second one for a long time. At the very end, they sort of explain it, but I think it feels like they just shoehorned it in to say, well, should we explain why we made this? Do we need a reason? Maybe.
Well, the clear reason is that we need something for Robocop to fight at the end of the movie. Because I feel like in the first one, I will say that one of the negative parts of the first movie was that there was not an awesome showdown between Ed 209 and Robocop. I feel like it was the Indiana Jones scene where he pulls out the large gun and just blows up Ed 209. So I was like, in the second film, I would buy the ticket to be like, I want to see robot on robot fight. Like, and let's do it.
We do get some of that, so
absolutely.
We do get it.
We do.
In the first movie, I think that the joke was, of course, that Ed 209 couldn't go downstairs. I mean, it was just that, okay, yes.
Who cares if it works? Who cares if it works? Who cares if it works?
So it does. Yeah. It does need to be like that because it underscores that that Dick Jones was a complete and utter just corporate asshole.
Yeah, better living through science, or better living through corporations. Like OCP is going to promise this better Delta City, New Detroit, and it's like, no, man, your products are crap, and we're just losing our morality and our humanity. That's all we're getting an inferior product that can't go up and down stairs because somebody forgot to be like, have you tested this in an urban environment? Yeah, right, absolutely.
Can it navigate a incline of any kind with a step?
Yeah.
No. Okay, great. Let's make 1,000 of them. Yeah. So then we get the demonstration of the Robocop 2 program, which is my favorite bit of the whole movie. It is by far the funniest thing in the whole movie.
Yeah.
There's no point in playing clips of it because it's all visual.
Yeah.
But you have to go find it if you've never seen the movie. It's just watch the Robocop 2 failures. The best one is the one that pulls his head off and screams and falls over, which is just...
Yeah.
That's where you sit here and go, this movie is not a complete train wreck. There are funny...
Right.
And it shows that they're still making the same mistakes. They got lucky one time with this thing, and that's it.
It's the body horror of it too, is that like if you woke up one morning and half of your body was now mechanical, how would you react to that? You would probably you would probably flip out. And that is the whole point of this. It's like, the first film is like corporations versus humanity, right? Like we're unique. We're individuals, we have these spirits, we have maybe souls, but the corporation is like, no, there's corporate law, there's organization, there's, we have to protect you from yourself.
It also, I think, and this is one of the places where I think the movie does, either because they didn't realize what their messaging was, or they were trying to be subtle, which it could be either one. It may have been accidental, it may have been on purpose. It does reinforce the idea that every human being is unique. So Murphy worked, and the corporation's view is, let's just take another cop, slam him in the can, and we'll have another one. It's like, no,
and
it's not that simple. People aren't built that way.
And it wasn't just Robocop. It was Alex Murphy who is special. Like, Robocop is not a mass manufactured product. It's this one person happened to have such, I think it was like Murphy, because he was like, he had such a sense of sort of duty to be a police officer, and he wanted, that's what made him transcend. And I think the connection to Kane is fantastic because Murphy is motivated by his honor and his desire to be a cop and to protect people and to uphold the law, right? Like he has this like John Wayne type of thing. But I think it's great how the film then goes into the nuance of what actually would motivate Kane. And what would actually motivate somebody to be in a robot suit if they didn't have this overwhelming sense of duty.
And this is going to be the clip where the doctor kind of explains what her theory, because this is where we start to get, okay, now we know how we're going to get to the machine later, is keywords, desirable, young lady, like it's all like, okay, we're picking up what this is right away. And she jumps on it as a way to further... her goal of, I guess, trying to make a monstrous cyborg, which it does make sense. What she says does have a logic to it, that, that somebody who, as you said, is now suddenly a robot and has what maybe they're missing something, and they go, wait a minute, this is what my whole personality was built around, and it's gone. Right. Whereas somebody who is consumed with power might only care about the fact that they have more power. The physical side of things may not matter to them, which is what ends up being the case with Kane. So it does, there is a logic to it, but it is also, right away you understand that, okay, well, if this is supposed to be a law enforcement officer, or robot, wouldn't you want them to be cops? Who else would you use? And who would want that kind of power? And since we know Kane's in the movie, well, any audience member is going to go, oh, okay.
Right, you started connecting, you're like, how is he related to all this? And once again, that kind of follows the thread earlier with the wife and with Robocop kind of saying, I'm just a robot. And the corporation making him say on tape, you're just a robot. Say it. Sign here. You're just a robot. And then later in a private boardroom meeting, they're like, this guy's not just a robot. He's a special case. And like, he's this unique person. And his wife is so distraught over it, but then they're flipping it around and saying, but what about the person in the actual, cyborg suit? What about them? So this is like one of the strongest parts of the movie, is that they're playing around with this idea of how would your relatives react to you being this way? How would you, as the person now half robot, react to it? And then even how the corporation has to convince Murphy he's not a human or anything special, but then in the same breath realize that he's such a rare thing. And how can they, like you said earlier, how can they make 100 of them? How can they manufacture it and mass produce it? What's the key ingredient they're missing, right? And clearly the key ingredient is, humans are people, and each each person is unique, and that doesn't flow with the mass production, mass marketing sort of goals of a corporation.
And incidentally, we do get a little insult to injury because Johnson points at the original armor. The gray armor is on the stand behind them. So I think the idea was supposed to be, although they never specifically say, that this is better body armor, and that's why I guess they had to give it a chromatic blue, purple paint job.
Don't you love how Johnson is in this movie again too? Like, I love because there's always that one guy in a company that just through all the there's lawsuits.
There's always a kiss ass.
Yeah, and he just happens to he's not too high up. He didn't extend as far as Bob Morton did. He's not sleeping with the old man, but he's just there. He's in the mix, and he's there throughout the first film, and he makes it through unscathed all the way in the second film too. So I think that's funny too. There's those like corporate cockroaches that just they never go away.
Well, and it makes a lot of sense in the context of the first film. Dick Jones was gunning for his job. He was talking about the old man's not going to be around forever, and it was very obvious that he was trying to get rid of him as fast as possible. So that guy wanting to stay in charge would pick somebody who's a sycophant as opposed to somebody with ambition. So Johnson is the perfect choice for that. Somebody who's literally walking the same as him, following him around like a puppy. It's like, okay, this guy doesn't need to be my successor, but he will accept being my successor when I point to him and say, it's your job now, which means, I'm basically dead. So that does have an intelligence. Again, there are parts of this movie that seem thought out and seem smart. And that's one of them. Because, you wouldn't do another Dick Jones. We saw how that went. So we need to have somebody who's more controllable, just like everything. I mean, that's the corporate structure. What can we control? So RoboCop then goes to an arcade where he finds my favorite kid in any film that's ever been, and he finds a corrupt cop there. So again, the corruption angle within the police force themselves. Yeah. But we have one scene where the cop is strangling Lewis, and we get another brilliant little piece of dialogue. So let me play this.
You look a little out of breath, bitch.
I love it. That kid is great.
This is like, how old is he in this film, too? I feel like he's still a minor at this point. Like, I don't know how.
Yeah, 12, 13. He doesn't seem, I mean, he might be 14, but he can't imagine he's much over that. Unless he just looks really young. And he might, but he looks really young. Yeah. And listen, he's got a briefcase machine gun he unfolds, and he's firing it. I, as a kid, was like, that's who I want to be. Right there. This kid's got it all, man. He's got it under control. It's great.
So what do you think, and we can talk more about this as we go through his scenes, but why was he there in the film? I go two ways. Was it to connect to the younger audience that's inevitably watching this movie? Or, because at that point, I think very, young kids under 18 didn't see probably the first RoboCop. Maybe they did. But maybe this was a PG-13 movie now, wasn't it? Wasn't the second one only PG-13?
It might have been. Let me check. I don't remember offhand, so let's take a look. Yeah. RoboCop 2. RoboCop 2 was... Where's the rating on this thing? Okay, you're giving me everything but the rating here. Come on, where's the rating? The rating... I don't need to sign into a stupid account. It's down at the bottom, right? So let's see. Down here it says... Really? There's no rating? Come on. Wikipedia, help me out here. What's the rating? Seriously, there's no ratings on anything? There's nobody? Unbelievable. Rating.
RoboCop 2 on IMDb.
What does it say? Did I miss it? You see it?
I do not.
I don't see the rating anywhere. This used to be, well, this is IMDb for you. Everybody, this is IMDb. It used to be really helpful. R, there it is. I see it. Rating, certificate R. They call it certificate. Yeah.
Okay. So it's still R.
I had a feeling it might be from the cursing.
There has to be. There has to be.
A lot.
Yeah. And so is it then? Is it RoboCop 3 that's the PG-13? So
yes, that one's the cartoon.
They pulled it back.
One that just becomes a Saturday morning cartoon before they actually made a cartoon out of RoboCop. Which there are many very funny videos analyzing why you would take RoboCop and make him into a kids cartoon since he's a murder machine, but. There again,
but there was this weird thing at the time though. There was a lot of kids that were interested, and there was even
he's a robot. I mean, it makes sense. He's a robot, kids
right?
Like
and he was involved in he was somebody's bodyguard, one of the wrestlers' bodyguards. So he was doing a lot of other like sort of pop culture type things that maybe younger audiences were aware of. So then they were going to the movie. So I don't know if that's why the kid was in there. Or I think like in a Verhoeven type style, the kid would be like there to just be like, this future is so effed up that a 13-year-old kid is running a gang. Like, where you just be like, man, even the kids are bad. Like the kid, so I couldn't tell if what the reason was for and why the kid was there and young. And it just seemed odd. So you have Kane, you have Angie, his girlfriend or whatever, that it's complicated. And then a 13-year-old kid, Hob. It's bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read any specific reasoning. I haven't seen anything about why it was. It works for me on a couple levels. One is that there is a shock value to a child swearing and shooting people. That's number one. I think it reinforces exactly what you said. The idea that this is such a bad future. We have gone so far down the dystopian, cynical thing that even children are now capos in a drug ring with, with a cult leader. I also feel like there's this thing where Kane specifically wanted that kid to be the next Kane, to be him when he was gone, because we only really see, I mean, we have foot soldiers all over the place, but the main people we see are Kane, Angie, like you said, this kid Hob is the kid's name, and then those two muscle guys. And those two guys are basically bodyguards. We see them shooting, we see them getting shot at. They never seem to have any intelligence or really any major independent thought, whereas the kid seems to actually be running the business of the drug ring.
Right.
Because we see him making deals. When Kane is gone, he puts on a suit where there's this whole corporate kid angle too, where it's like, this is the corporate element of drug dealing. That this kid is the ruthless corporate mind, like almost like Kane envisions the drug but couldn't figure out how to sell it, and then found this kid who was really good at math and said, well, do you know how to do booking and accounting? And the kid's like, sure, what do you want me to do? He's like, do you want to be in a drug gang? All right, do I get a box gun that I can unfold? Yes, you get that. I'm in. And that's like where the whole thing is. But that's what makes it work, is it's such a disparate element of what we're used to in these types of movies and in these types of organizations, to have this very young child who is acting adult. He's not acting like a child until he dies. That's the only time he acts like a young child, where he is scared. Other than that, he's never afraid. He's running things. You know, the thing where he gives Duffy, the cop, the money, and he says, well, don't you want to count it? He's like, no, I trust you. He's like, you should really count it. That's a very specific, thoughtful,
like he's more jaded. The kid is more jaded than a corrupt cop who's addicted to nuke. Somehow a 13-year-old kid is more jaded than that cop.
Well, and then the thing where he says, give him nuke, and he's like, no, I don't need it. He's like, yeah, you do. Give him something for his conscience. Like, it's a very, he is the most ruthless person outside of the old man. Like, he and the old man are the same person at opposite ends of life and in the opposite occupations.
Right.
You know, to the point where
like Kane is like, I'm giving you
for the city.
Kane is like, I'm giving you nuke for freedom or to reach paradise. This kid's like, oh no, this will keep you under my thumb, because if you're addicted to this, then you got to keep coming back. Which is like the worst dealer. Like that's the dealer that laces things with fentanyl that kills half the people so that more people want his product. Like, it's just like, that is the vicious end of drug dealing. So,
well, it's kind of the Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak angle, where Wozniak was the dreamer who was making the computers, who had the technical knowledge, and Jobs was like, I know how to sell this. Right. You go ahead and dream about a future where everybody's got a free computer. I know how to sell computers, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make these people buy into what I'm doing. That's Kane and the kid. Yeah. That's their dynamic. Is the kid is like, this is how this works. You want to have money? I'll make you the money. They never explicitly say it. But every time there's an interaction, Kane is always like, how do we make the drug more dreamy, man? Here, let me see. Yeah, okay, my teeth are chattering, so you're going to have to lower the blah, 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 blah. Now, like the technical side of things. And the kid's like, okay, I got to pay this cop. All right, I'm going to go here, meet this guy. We're going to get the deal done. All that stuff is happening. And, even Kane is costumed and comes off like a 60s drug addict. Yeah. Like, he's got the big frizzy hair, he's got the loose clothes, he's kind of leaning back all the time and like half interested in what's going on. And the kid has got the perfectly moosed hair. Right. He's always in tight clothing. He's got the gun in the briefcase. Like, he's ready. Kane's always just got his hands in his pockets and he's just standing there. He's like, what? Robocop, huh? Huh. All right, I'm going to leave. See you guys later. And just kind of strolls out. So it's a really smart dynamic. And again, the fact that they cast this young kid gives it this shock angle that is one of the things that everybody remembers about the movie. It's my favorite as far as like decisions on what you're doing in the movie. Outside of bringing Weller and Nancy Allen back, which you need because they're so good together. That kid is the best casting decision, even better than Tom Noonan, who I really like.
Yeah.
But that kid, you cannot not look at that kid, and the fact that they let him swear and didn't just make him talk in business terms. No, he's saying fuck and fuck you, and he's shooting people, and that makes him like adult. It's like an adult kid, but you can't get your brain to put the pieces together right, and that's great. I think I love it. Like one of my favorite bits of this movie.
Which I wonder if the original concept was to have that just be sort of like a corporate stooge type person, like the lawyer character for the old man at OCP. You know, just this like sort of intermediary, right? The person who can sell it, the person who can keep it in order. But you're right, it would just not have the same effect if it wasn't a 13-year-old kid.
I should have tried to look into how that kid got cast. I feel like there has to be a story to that, because that's just, it's such a vicious kids, like there's things with kids that aren't done.
Right.
This is one of those things where you have a kid who's acting like the only thing that they were smart about, and I think they probably very, very early on when they said, okay, it's going to be a kid, there is no romantic thing with Angie. That cannot happen. We put a seal between the two of them. So even when they're on their own, because when I remember when I first watched it, as a kid, you're like, wow, there's this gorgeous woman that he's now got for himself because Kane's gone. And as a child, if you're an immature young man, you're like, oh, score.
Right,
no,
but you don't know what to do.
married.
Like, you don't know what to do. Like,
Right,
that.
yeah.
But see, that's why I was like, are they speaking to the younger audience? Because that would be like a young boy's fantasy would be like, oh, I've got this like hot babe that like hangs out with me and I'm like in charge. But like, I wouldn't like kiss her, but like, you know, it would be cool to have cool babes around because that's what guys like do. So like, even the way his character was portrayed, even after, you know, Kane's out of the picture, is just like, this is like a 12-year-old boy or 13-year-old boy's fantasy, but like it's so like not realistic, you know? And even just like the fact
thinking.
Yeah.
He's level-headed because she wants to go rescue Kane out of the hospital. He's like, what, are you kidding? There's
Right, that's
cops
the
there?
best
You can't
scene.
go
He's
back
like,
for
use
him."
your head, Angie. Use your head, Angie. And then he
Oh, we're
like
gonna
gives her
hear it.
drugs. Then he's like,
yeah.
gives her drugs to be like,
'cause he
get
swears
right,
again.
Angie,
So
get right.
Anything he's swearing,
yeah.
we're going to hear a clip of. I cannot resist having this kid swear, and we're going to hear it all. So, but before we get to that, because that is great.
Right.
So, so RoboCop beats up Duffy, throws him into an arcade cabinet, and gets the location, which we then find out is a trap. So he shows up at what looks like there's a skeletonized Elvis there, which is never explained. It's kind of like the watermelon in Buckaroo Banzai. It's like, I'll tell you about it later. And, you know, we never get an
John
explanation.
Fosbury or,
Sure. Hey, anything you want. That's the explanation. So they get to this factory, which is another, I was like, okay, this is RoboCop 1. They're in an abandoned factory. It looks very industrial. It's very rusty. So they're, you know, similar, I guess, gangs in Detroit. They all have to hang out at these abandoned industrial factories. Apparently.
Well, by the way, this felt like, I'm like, did they just like copy and paste like the scene, which was so effective from the first movie where, you know, he's kind of lured into, he and Nancy Allen are lured into this warehouse, and then, you know, a traumatic event happens to our, you know, Murphy.
Yeah, and Lewis isn't with him, so he's on his own. But yes, there basically is a recreation of the Murphy slaughter, except that what they do is they literally cut him into pieces and dump him at the police station, which is great because they made this whole animatronic of him, which you can tell it's an animatronic, but it's a pretty good one. I mean, it looks like Weller. It's got good movement. It's creepy. It's disturbing because he's all cut up and he's malfunctioning. They have his bicep pops out and it says emergency malfunction, which is great for whatever reason that would be what you would build as the emergency notification. Like he flexes and this thing comes out and says, I'm fucked. And it's like, all right, interesting. I don't know what we're saying there, but you know, I like it.
Yeah.
And so then we get a great scene with the scumbag lawyer who comes in and says RoboCop's off warranty, and you know maybe we'll fix him or maybe we'll just throw him out. And then we get a great scene where we see Duffy is brought to the drug hideout, and this is a great scene as far as where Kane and the kid, where they basically start cutting Duffy open while he's alive. And by the way, the guy who's cutting him open is one of the one of the main actors in the beginning of Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me. He plays Sheriff Cable, just because that guy's so distinctive looking. But he starts cutting him open, and the kid looks away, and Kane grabs his head
like,
and
look.
turns it back so he has to watch. And,
Yeah.
and then Angie has this, and I should have clipped this, but it was too long a scene. But Angie says, "I thought you were just going to scare him." And Tom he goes, "What? Doesn't he look scared?" And his delivery is so good.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah.
it's all the thing about Kane is just doesn't care. He's just so disconnected, but not maliciously. He just doesn't care because it's like with heroin. From what I've read of how heroin, you just don't care about anything. Like you're just.
I think it shows
the Timothy Leary thing.
I think it shows that he's like disconnected, and at the same time, maybe he understands something that the rest of us don't, or maybe he's just a psychopath. Like, and I think they play that really well, which is like kind of like the cult leader thing. You're like, wait, is this guy actually telling the truth? Or is this like a Ponzi scheme so he can take all my money and have sex with multiple women? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think so they're playing around with that. Like, is this actually guy know the truth about what would save Detroit? Or is he just another psychopath? Instead of being in a suit and being a corporate lawyer, he's a drug addict.
I always read it as he sincerely believes in what he's saying, whether or not he knows what that means outside of himself. But he doesn't.
And if it's
to him.
Yeah, and if it's something that's healthy or like actually the truth or just psychotic. Yeah.
Right. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So they ultimately do rebuild Robocop, and Dr. Fax decides that okay, you know what? We need to get you more into what the corporate idea of you is, and since we're already putting you back together, why don't we start tinkering with things? So we get this great scene where not only is she meeting with local people in the community, but then she talks to Robocop and explains her method of psychology, and now you start to get, I think, a sense of why she's into cybernetics. So this is basically, we then get a scene where she's programming him with 300 plus directives, so Johnson's saying what he's saying as, okay, you people are morons. This is supposed to be a police officer. We're not going to have him talking about, whether you should be littering or not. But of course, she wants to, I think the idea here is sandbag him and make him into an inept officer so that her new Robocop will seem superior. And so she programs him with all this junk. And then we get a very funny scene where they show up at a store that is, I think it's an electronics store. That's being
This is one of my favorite scenes of the movie. Yeah. Kids.
It's beautiful. Where a little league team and their coach are robbing this guy, and it's a bunch. Again, there is this.
But the
thing
coach is there, and he's like counting
things.
it's like teamwork because the coach is like counting the bills up while the team works together as a group to loot and beat up this old man.
To beat up this old guy, and so RoboCop shows up. Lewis shoots the guy dead because he's firing at them. And then he starts reading him the rights, and there's this whole joke about Murphy's dead, and RoboCop like puts his hands together and goes, "I'm having trouble," and he's like lecturing the kids, and I think one of the kids says he's fucked up or something like that, and then they just run out, and so you very clearly get this idea that RoboCop cannot function, that he's got so many competing things in his head that he can't work right. Meanwhile, we then get a scene where, because at this point she kills Kane by pulling his life support, and then we get the scene you're talking about, where Angie and Hob are in the car and they're discussing what their next moves are. Oh, this kid is great. So here we get it. It's like, no, Hob knows what has to happen. Angie's being, we have to go back. She's loyal. Hob is not. Hob is, and this is what I mean about all business. Hob understands that Kane is not necessary for everything to keep going. There has to be a next step, and clearly has no affection for him, which is interesting because it's almost the kind of thing with Johnson and the old man, with Kane and the kid, where, does Kane know and want him to be this ruthless, even though you would think at some point, if you game this out a few years, like 10 years, wouldn't this kid kill Kane at some point and just keep going?
Yeah.
It seems like that, right? He's a ruthless kid, which is why I love him so much. But it doesn't seem like
at some point he would
plan.
determine Kane as a liability to the, he's just a liability to the business and would have to eliminate him. It would make more fiduciary sense to not have him and have somebody that could interact with mayors and corporate executives. Yeah.
So, speaking of interfacing with corporate executives, Kane is his brain, eyes, and spinal cord are extricated from his body, which is a beautiful scene because it is both horrifying and hilarious because you just see these pair of staring eyeballs as they're holding his empty skull and talking about him. And they put him into this new body, and they determine that the control mechanism for him, speaking of thinking corporately and not thinking about what the actual ramifications are, they decide that they'll keep him on a leash by dangling Nuke in front of him because they know that's the only thing that Kane actually cares about. That of everything else that he doesn't give a shit about in the universe, Nuke is the one thing that he does want. And it sort of makes sense in a short-term way, and this is a typical corporate thing, little hint here, is short-term thinking, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Long-term, hold on, that might become a problem later, but they don't think in long-term, they think in the short-term. So then we get this meeting where the city is going to go into default. We had that set up much earlier. And then we see that the mayor is called in a telethon and is told, we have somebody who can save the city. And because the mayor is so desperate, this is in the middle of a marathon where a guy is playing a fiddle as he distorts his body, which is very funny. There are these great comedic elements, like of the lesser parts of the movie. But some of that humor in the commercials.
Yeah, the corporate world, they're moving and shaking, they're building, they're putting human bodies into robots. And meanwhile, the mayor is tap dancing at a telethon to raise $10. Like, I think it goes to show it's like he's completely outclassed. He's like completely out of his element. And these corporations are just doing what they, they're changing worlds.
Right. At one point, they show the board where the money is, and they need $37 million, and they're up to $4,700 after however long this thing has been on. So then the lawyer for the mayor, we find out, corruption again, is secretly working for OCP and reports back that, hey, somebody is offering to pony up the money for the city. And here again, I forgot because I was used to the first movie. I'm like, oh yeah, OCP and this drug gang, they're not aligned, so they wouldn't know what each other are doing. This is actually a threat to them. And so the old man says, well, whatever you got to do it, and I don't want any witnesses. And that's all I want to say about it. So again, the overt evilness is right out on display. Like there is no subtlety to it. He's just like, go wipe them out. And so what that means is they're going to now deploy their new toy, which is, of course, they call it Robocop 2, which I both find funny and stupid. But the fact is that they call it Robocop 2.
Yeah, why not?
The title of the film. Yeah,
sure, but they wouldn't be creative. They're not going to call it something fantastical. It's a corporate product, so it's Robocop version 2. Yeah.
That's why it works for me as much as it's silly. It works. And there are parts like that throughout the whole movie where it's like, well, this is really silly, but it's working for me. So then the mayor goes out to this extremely bad part of town and meets with Hobb. And this is their discussion where the mayor basically starts off like, no, we can't make this deal. But Hobb talks a good game. This is why I love this kid so much. And you can actually see, and you can sort of understand how the mayor starts off by saying, oh, okay, this is a kid. You're going to give me $1 to, you know what? You're making a lot of sense to me. Beautiful scene. Beautiful scene because, like I said, he's so outclassed by a kid. This kid is talking to him in circles to the point where he's like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
I don't know. I got Ghostbusters vibes. Like, Lenny, think of how many registered voters' lives you'll have saved.
You will have saved the lives of millions of registered voters.
Yeah,
Get him out of here. Oh yeah, that's a well done scene, well written. Again, Hobbs' business. This is business. The morality is, again, he's the corporate mirror in the drug side. And he's dressed in a suit. He looks like he should be in a boardroom. And that's exactly what he's doing is the same type of justifications that are made many times of immoral or very least morally gray things that big companies will do. This kid is doing that with drugs. He's saying, no, look. We're not advertising. Great point. I mean, he's not wrong. He's like, we're not making people do this. The only reason they're doing illegal things is because they can't afford this. So let us bring those prices down. And not only do we give them what we want, but now you have a cleaner, better city. It makes sense to somebody desperate and dumb. It makes complete sense that he would want that deal.
But it's an argument. It's an argument that even comes up in real society about, like, people are going to do drugs anyways. So how do we make it safer? Do we have, needle drop-off clinics? Like, and people are really divided about that. So like you said, this movie is about many things. I feel like the first movie had very specific like things it was looking to talk about or satire, and this one seems to be like all over the place. It's like, you know, you have the corporate, you have the political corruption, you have the corporate sort of just like amorality or amoral corporate sort of law, and then, you know, you have this kind of drug culture that's like, we're not the problem. You know, we don't shove our stuff down anybody's face. People are going to use it anyways. I mean, in the same breath, though, like, I mean, this kid has shown us now on several occasions he uses the drugs to control people. Like, he did it to Angie and he did it to the corrupt cop. Like, you know, so like, you know, so I think it's a way to sell this idea that, you know, oh, we're not going to hurt anybody if you just like, you know, look the other way. It reminds me of The Wire, where, you know, the police officer basically said between so many blocks in Baltimore, you can do whatever you want on those blocks. We won't prosecute it. We won't pull anyone over for drugs or anything like that. And that's going to make the rest of our neighborhoods better.
And it's also interesting because I'm sure that one of the things you can't have a kid do is use drugs in a movie. Like, they would never have let this kid use the nuke, but that is a point, that he never uses his own stuff.
No.
He's always handing it out. He's telling people why it's great, or he's using it to control them, but you never see him using it. He's always clean and in control. He's not disconnected like Kane, nor is he a zealot like Angie, and everybody else is basically just working for them. So again, there's almost this inverse relationship where he is the brains and Kane is the dreamer of the two. Again, the Jobs-Wozniak thing, and this is another example, is, hey, I don't need Kane. Kane is not necessary for this to continue. We will keep doing what we're doing because I know how this system actually works and I know how to work within it, which, again, coming from a kid is great because it just never seems right. But if this was an adult saying it, you would have no problem with, yep, this is a criminal mastermind. This is somebody who actually knows how to run a criminal empire. That's what we get in this kid. It's great.
And as adults, we're able to decide what's moral and what's not, and who's corrupt and who's not. And I think the reason why this character, Hobbs, is a child is because he's like everybody's nightmare. Like, you were talking about the Polish anime movie that you had watched recently on one of your daily fives. And I think it was a Polish anime movie. And you were talking about how there was this like sentient being, but it thought it was in love, but it didn't really know what it was because it's not like a developed human. And here you have this like 13-year-old kid who like is half corporate, half criminal, and like no morality because he has no, like, he's not mature enough to make a distinction between these things. So he's really like the most horrible product that society could produce, is somebody without the experience or any morality, and also influenced by both a religious cult sort of drug zealot and still understands the political and corporate world. That's a nightmare.
And also, you know, this is one of those cases where you kind of fill in the blanks yourself, but there's certainly no reason to think he has parents. From the media, as soon as you see where he is, you're like, oh, this kid has no parents. Either they're dead or they don't care.
Right.
And either way, if they don't care, it lays its own thing as far as, well, this is what you produce if you have a child and you don't care. Or if they're missing and nobody steps in to take care of them, which in a city like this, I would have to imagine that their social services is probably not functioning very well, because, you know, it's just, you have a whole Little League team that just raided an electronics store, and, you know, the coach is running.
The coach is counting the bills.
yeah, exactly. So there's all these interesting things, and again, where sometimes the movie is way too over the top and overt, there's then all this stuff that you can read into. This is how far this city has fallen, and it is so bad that this kid, potentially the only good future he's got is in this role. And what makes it worse is, if you actually think about it, the kid is smart. Like, and by the way, this actor is great. Like, kid roles can be hit or miss. He's great. He nailed this particular thing as far as the performance. He's fantastic. But this kid comes across as, wow, if this kid had gone in a positive direction, what could he have done? He's clearly highly intelligent, highly organized, knows how to make, he's running a business as a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old. So if he was in a different city or had more support behind him, what could he have done? Instead, this is where he ends up. And shortly after this, as kind of the final, like, don't do drugs, kids, which I guess is maybe the final message.
Yeah.
So then we get our first good look, or at least somewhat of a look, at Robocop 2, or Kane, Cop, Robocane. And he's this big, misshapen thing where I saw something where they said he was supposed to be a mix of a medieval knight and I can't remember what the other thing was that they were putting together, but he looks... He both looks monstrous and ridiculous at once. And I think it's because he's got the big, huge top and the tiny little legs, which doesn't seem like it should physically work at all. And yet there is something to go with the body horror angle. It's like, okay, Kane got put in, and you can understand, if somebody was put into this thing and looked in the mirror, like Robocop looking in the mirror looks like a super strong metal man. Like you can sort of figure out, okay, well, I still sort of look human. Kane does not look human. This thing does not look human at all, outside of the fact that it has 2 legs. But he's got, I think, 4 arms.
Right.
He's got some kind of weird face and, you know, the gun on one side, but he looks like he's about to tip over. He almost looks like Ed 209 in some ways. Yeah. But we get a very brief look at him, and then he basically massacres the entire building, except for the mayor, who narrowly escapes into the sewers, which, you know, maybe some messaging there. And then the kid, we don't know at first. He gets into this van full of money, and you see Kane firing at it, but you don't necessarily know for sure if he hit the kid or not. But then Robocop, for some reason, shows up. I don't think we ever get an indication of why he knows something's happening, but he's the only cop that shows up. Yep. So he comes out by himself, and he's wandering through, and he sees that everything's massacred and all this stuff's going on. And then we get this, and by the way, this is an hour and 25 minutes into a 2-hour film, and we just saw Kane as Robocop 2. Yeah. So we're 3/4 into the movie before our big villain has shown up. So again, you're right. This movie is off kilter. It does not handle its act structure correctly. Yeah. But whatever. It doesn't really matter to me, because we get a really wonderful scene between Peter Weller and this kid, because Robocop opens the doors, and you see this kid is shot all up and is sitting there, and he's dying. And then we get what is really a beautiful scene, just to be honest about it. It's a beautiful scene where Robocop basically stays with this kid as he dies. So 2 things. One, wonderfully acted scene. Again, the Peter Weller, very low voice, like the back and forth with them is great. You know, you see this thing where the kid's hand kind of slips out of his. And again, it's the one time where you see the kid as a kid, where he realizes, I'm dying now. Like, he understands what's happening to him.
And he didn't start reciting Shakespeare or say Rosebud when he was dying. He said, like dying, it sucks. Like, it
I
really
wish
sucks.
I made more money. You know, something stupid like that. Also, that part, the music is terrible. I don't like to the point about the music. That's one of those points where I don't think the music is well tuned to it. It's over the top. It's too syrupy. Yeah. It sort of saps. It's overpowering when he says yes. That should have been played dead silent or way in the background, and it almost makes it where you can't hear him. It's not good. That's an example of, I think, bad music placement in a movie. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, it should reinforce the scene. The music should always, reinforce the scene. Sometimes you can do, something where it's the opposite of the emotion, and it sort of plays off the scene. But yeah, in this, it was just kind of over the top, and sometimes you're like, the scene would have probably been more powerful without any music. Just having, because this is the first time now we actually see a 13-year-old kid acting like a 13-year-old kid. You know what I mean? And he's at his most vulnerable, but he's also kind of like doing some introspection where he's just kind of like, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Like, dying really sucks. And he appears to not have all the answers and not be somebody who can manipulate a mayor or, a woman in her 20s, or go toe-to-toe with a cult leader. So, and even just the way he describes Kane's robot or Robocop 2, the way he describes him, he's like you, but he's bigger, is the same way a child would describe, a robot. So, I think it was an impactful scene. I think the music didn't really support it. I just, once again, I go back to the focus group scene that happened in this movie that we kind of brushed over, but I feel like that focus group scene happened in a bunch of I don't know, PTA meetings across the United States after the first Robocop came out. And they were saying, a lot of kids are watching that Robocop movie. And, he's a role model now, And so I feel like almost that scene was like stolen from a PTA meeting somewhere in like Pennsylvania or somewhere in the Midwest where basically people were talking about how influential Robocop was to kids because there were action figures. There was a Game Boy game of Robocop. Growing up as a kid, I was like, Robocop's really cool. So I wonder if like having this kid in the movie was supposed to be sort of like this, like we got to connect with our core audience, even though they're not allowed to see the movie because it's an R, they're going to be there. So we have to somehow have them in there. I don't know. It feels really bizarre. And like you said, they stayed away from all the taboos about the kid taking drugs or involved in any type of, romantic relationship with adults. But, and then even the gore in that scene was kind of downplayed where he was shot. He was kind of more just like lying there and he was a little bit bloody, but it wasn't
missing half his body.
Right. Yeah. Because they could have with some of the other violence that had happened in this movie. And it's definitely in the first, it could have been pretty rough. So I loved the scene with the kid, but also at the same time, I'm just like, who was this? What were they trying to do? Was it satire or were they like trying to like capture their key demographic? I don't know. It's so bizarre.
It's also possible it's both. One other thing
Sure.
that I think works about having the young kid is when the van gets shot, I'm sure many people were like, well, they won't kill the kid. The kid will be injured.
Right.
He'll have taken
Yeah.
one in the arm, or
Yeah.
he'll have hidden behind the gold bars and they'll have deflected
Right.
the bullets.
Right.
And then Robocop's going to like lecture him. It's like,
Right.
no, he's dead. And he dies within 60 seconds of Robocop seeing him. So,
You're right.
and Robocop can do nothing about it. Like he did not save him. He didn't get him to, he says, I'm going to call it. And even that, what I like about that is I'm pretty sure that Robocop knew this kid was not going to live. So when he says you're going into shock, he knows that what's actually happening is, no, you're going to be bleeding out in about a minute and a half.
Yeah.
So he says, oh, you're going to shock. He's saying reassuring things, but the kid, again, because I think we're supposed to, the kid's smarter, Robocop doesn't know this kid. So Robocop's just maybe assuming, well, this is a child who thinks like a child. And so if I say reassuring things, I can give him some false comfort before this happens. And the kid's like, no, don't, I'm not going away. I've been shot like 80 times. I am dying. Just stay here because I don't want to die alone, which is a very, very sympathetic position. Even somebody who's a monster, it is terrible to think of the idea of a child. Because again, this is why I feel like maybe it wasn't just because they wanted a kid to connect with. It feels like you can bypass a lot of the morality of it by saying, well, as you said, it's a kid who isn't fully morally and intelligently formed. And so if he was misled, because for all we know, he's been with Kane since he was much younger. He may know nothing but Kane's world, in which case I'm not saying he shouldn't know better. But at the same time, it's like children of abuse tend to become abusers, not because they inherently are evil necessarily, but because they see abuse as normal. If all you see is Kane in that world as normal, you will behave as if that is normal and you won't think any other way. So it's that part of it feels either accidentally intelligent, which you can say about probably half the stuff in this movie that seems interesting. Is this an accident?
Fell into genius. Fell in it. Yeah. No,
did you trip?
Tripped
Fell
down
the stairs to become Einstein. You hit your head 4 times and it made you into a super genius. Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you've changed my mind. I think I agree with you. I think it's purposeful in the movie because I think the idea is the kid is about as amoral as the old man is, the CEO of OCP. And I think that's supposed to indicate to us like how messed up this reality in this movie is that you have youth that are just as bankrupt as the adults. And we never get to see the old man, in a compromising position, right? Where he's like, oh, I should have changed or whatever. But so we basically saw a kid go through the entire life cycle of sort of, I'll take whatever I can, and be like, this wasn't such a good idea. Like I regret some things, but hey, I don't want to die alone. So I think you're absolutely right. I think it's just another contrast of like, you've even got kids that are just morally bankrupt or just have no sense of moral compass.
There is also one-third possibility, which means we're both right, which is that some doofus thought it would just be a way to make kids connect. And then somebody with more of a kind of brain about storytelling went, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's how we'll get kids to watch it. But in the background is going, wow, this can actually be for somebody paying attention. This is actually a commentary. We can kill two birds with one stone. That shit has happened in films. I've read about stories where somebody suggested something and they thought they were a genius. Everybody else is like, he's a moron. But what he doesn't know is we can use that. And it
could have been like, oh, kids are watching these movies. Like parents, you're letting your kids go and see Robocop. Great, we'll put a kid in this one, and we'll shoot him. Like your kid should not be watching this. Like, but like we said, we were teenagers at that time, right? And we were inevitably watching these movies, right? We were somehow seeing them. I don't know at what age I finally saw Robocop, but maybe I hadn't even seen the movie, and I was already aware of Robocop. And like you said, they made it into an animated series. So clearly there was a strong youth draw to this, not just like teenagers and older kids who, older young men. But yeah, they were like straight up like kids who were 13 who were like, Robocop's pretty cool.
Well, I definitely saw Robocop 2 before 1 because I had always been told that Robocop 1 was very serious. And Robocop 2 just seemed fun and goofy because there was a giant monster robot in it. So I know I didn't see Robocop 1 until I'd seen Robocop 2 any number of times. And that was honestly because I didn't see it in theaters. I remember watching it at my grandmother's house because she was cooking and I was sitting in front of a TV and it came on and I watched it. And, she didn't know any different. And that's a lot of kids' experiences. That's how a lot of people our age saw things sometimes was, we rented a movie and they didn't know what was in it. Like Chopping Mall, I rented. My parents didn't know what it was. And I watched it so it was one of those kind of things. Yeah. So whatever the reasoning, I think it is one of the strong points. And it reinforces, I think, what we've both been saying about this movie, where there's parts of it that feel, not that they're equal to the first one, but feel far above other parts where you sit there and go, What is this? Why is this in here? Because like you said, it kind of ping-pongs all over the place. And it almost feels like the middle act was supposed to be Murphy and the ex-wife or the widow trying to work something out. And then Kane becomes the final act. Because otherwise the middle is very strange. This is a very strange movie in the middle where it doesn't make a lot of sense. Well,
instead they did what you're about to describe here, where they're basically now taking the Murphy, they gave him too much programming. It's like is it the second or the third Superman where Superman becomes bad, like, and then the world.
It's one of the only good things in that movie is where he fights himself in the junkyard and he's doing the little thing with the peanuts. Right. I love Superman 3 because when that woman turns into a robot, I still almost piss my pants.
Yeah,
it's still
scary.
one of the most frightening things I've ever seen in a movie.
That's right. And it's a Richard Pryor, vehicle. But in that too, that's what it felt like to me. It's like, oh, what if RoboCop was good? Like, what if RoboCop wasn't gritty? What if RoboCop was polite and wasn't just like blowing people away with a hand cannon? They were even talking about the special effects guy had to do special blood packets that had multiple explosions because he had such a high caliber, gun in the movies. But yeah, I think that was the thing. So that's kind of where that became the middle act, I think, was, the kind of, it felt really, really old hat at that point. Maybe we've just seen so many superhero movies at this point that it feels like it maybe was a little bit fresher then. But I just felt like this is the plot. It's Superman's bad now. And how is he going to be not bad? Like, it's a matter of time that, that he'll return to his form.
Well, and they give you that nice convenient thing. Well, the only way we could unprogram him is we can either dissect him and we'll have to reset him, or maybe if he sticks his hands into a transformer and shocks himself for a couple minutes, that'll do it. And sure enough, he's like, fuck it. Dun, 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 and shocks himself. And then, in what is probably the most unrealistic thing in this entire film, and that's saying something, Lewis takes a board.
They got the stick.
This board that probably I could karate chop in half.
Yeah.
And manages to knock a probably 2-ton mechanical man off of a transformer with one swipe. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure she's in great shape, but that board's not surviving. And then she knocks him off, which is just.
See, I couldn't believe what I couldn't believe. I couldn't think in that scene. I was like, wait a second here. First of all, I was like, first of all, I was like, so the solution of this is to turn them off and turn them back on again. I was like, what is this, the IT crowd? I was like, have you tried hard rebooting? So basically, yeah, in that scene though, I was like, wait, what shouldn't I believe more? That a piece of wood would provide enough insulation, or that, yes, like you said, that this woman who's maybe about, I don't know, 90 pounds, maybe 110, could knock what is he, like a ton? How much does Robocop weigh over with a board?
It took, what, 12 guys to pick him up. So it's not like he's not made of styrofoam. I can tell you that.
Right.
So she knocks him off,
Yeah.
and that solves it. I do like the fact that after that extraordinarily unrealistic sequence of events that preceded it, then she touches him, and he is hot. So at least they did keep that physical reality, that electricity heats things up.
Sure.
And so that scene I like because it's the idea of, well, he's a fallen cop, and the other cops kind of give up the strike to help him. Like, it's not the most subtle thing in the world, but that part is organic enough where it's like, okay, whatever our differences here, pick him up, bring him in. And then he's like, put me down. And he gets up and he's like, he's like, all right, I'm pissed. Kane's pissed me off. So that scene is ridiculous, but that's how he fixes himself. And that is, I think it's after that he goes and finds the kid. So we did a little bit of out of order, but I think it's right before that. And then he goes finds the kid.
Yeah. And that's the best Robocop. The best Robocop is the one who is tough, has just the 3 prime directives, right? And is also partly Murphy, right? So that he can be compassionate when a kid's dying. He can be all those things. He can be tough and he can be compassionate. He doesn't have to be, give lectures on littering, while criminals are shooting
basically, his regular directives are essentially Superman, truth, justice, the American way. Okay, it's, protect the innocent, serve the public trust, and uphold the law. Like, it's simple. It's easy to understand, and it makes him into a very direct, actor where he knows what his goal, he knows what he's about. And so you put him back into the command role as opposed to 3,000 directives where he doesn't really know how to react to things. And he literally gets stuck in like a beach ball moment where he's like rebooting. Like you can almost see the spinning ball on his head. Yeah. And so now we're back to, it's back to basics. Like, what's right, what's wrong. Just go and do that.
Which is the commentary on the whole focus group kind of in a movie even. If there's too many cooks and there's too many people giving too much feedback and too much input, you end up getting a Robocop that doesn't function. You get a movie that doesn't function. And so I feel like there was like some like backlash by the writers being like, you're like trying to monetize this, you're trying to like mass produce this thing like the first movie, you're trying to change. Robocop has become a role model now in society, so you have to like change him, and the end result is it just makes something that's not effective.
And it very well could be what you were talking about, that this may have been based on a real group of concerned parents who wrote editorials saying, why does Robocop just have to kill anybody? Can't he go save kittens? I have no doubt somebody wrote that. That was in a paper
Superman
somewhere.
Saved a cat, didn't he, in one of the movies? I'm talking about the Christopher Reeves movie. Didn't he get a cat out of a tree or something at one point?
I'm pretty sure in the second one he got a cat out of a tree. In one of them he definitely did. Whereas, because Christopher Reeve is the ideal of what you want the superhero, the pure Boy Scout. Yeah. So yes. So I'm sure there were people who said, why can't he be more like Superman? Why can't he do nice things for people?
Right.
And of course, anybody who, like Verhoeven, probably wanted to drown himself reading that stuff because he's like, you've missed the whole point of my film.
Right.
But then in this one, they were like, you know what? We can use that for humor. Let's just go ahead. Let's show them what happens when you do a death by 1,000 cuts and you just make it where this character can't possibly work. And it is effective. It does demonstrate the problem with committees is, or you make a camel. A camel is a horse designed by a committee. Same idea. So it does work. And it wouldn't shock me if a lot of things in here were based on real response to the first film, which is extremely violent, extremely cynical, dark, depressing, anti-capitalist. I mean, you could just list a million things that movie is that would make you go, we can't have this be the message.
Right. Yeah, especially because kids were latching onto it. Kids were interested in Robocop. So, and here's this subversive thing that is a commentary on society and corporate culture.
Well, and also the thing is that it's tough because he is a cyber cop. So kids are taught, or at least when we were young, you were taught, trust the police, right? You're in trouble, go ask a policeman. I remember being told that time and again. So sure, you have this thing comes out where you have an invincible police officer, And of course children are going to say, oh, that's the best cop there could be, is if I'm a super cop with, a gun built into the leg that I can spin and put back in. Like it's the, for a 14, 15-year-old, this is the coolest thing you've ever seen. It's like Knight Rider for kids who are a little bit younger. It's like a talking car that can jump. Yes, I want one. Give me two. It's perfectly designed. So yes, there is an irony in that where I really hope that was actually something Verhoeven was counting on, where he's like, oh, kids are going to love this shit. Let me have Ed Tornai shoot a guy for 15 minutes and have blood everywhere. These kids are going to be like, yay, let me show them what the world's really like. So Robocop resets himself, and he now is, by the kid telling him, he knows Kane is in the machine, sort of. And so he shows up, and this is where the movie really kind of just jumps. It really has no transitional anything at this point, probably because they realized, oh, we're 90 minutes in. We have to get things moving now because the movie's almost over.
The original movie would have been over in 2 minutes, because I think RoboCop, the original, was 102 minutes. So about 12 more minutes.
Sounds right.
Yeah. So the other one, and this was more. How long was this one? This one was a little bit.
Hour 56 by the counter I see on the thing here.
Yeah. So closer to two.
Just short of 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. So definitely the first film was a lot more compact. So.
Oh, it was leaner and meaner. That was that's basically that movie was not fucking around with what it was doing, and that's what makes it so good, is that it's like, okay, as you said, the first movie, you're pretty clear on what's going on really quick. Like, there is no muddling in the middle of it. It's like, okay, good guys, bad guys. He's going to go and he's going to stick his cyber middle finger blade into this guy's neck and then have blood spurt on his face as the guy.
You knew that data port in the RoboCop 1. You knew that data port, somebody was going to get stabbed with that. I was like, why did they make the data port so sharp? I'm like, that's
the beauty of that scene is the fact that he puts the fist right up into the camera. So it's like, yes, this is telegraphing. This is going to be used on someone. So you knew at some point, and of course, once you get a certain bit into the film, you're like, oh, that's going to be on Boddicker. It has to be. He's the one who's going to get that, because he doesn't use it on anybody else. So you're like,
somebody very
special. That thing was shown to us. Chekhov's middle finger. We're going to see it again.
Right.
So now we jump to OCP holding a press conference, and we have large flags in the background that are very like fascist and look like Nazi stuff, and the OCP security
I noticed that.
Nazi.
It felt very like corporate Nazi. Yeah, there's a lot of imagery.
Yeah, it's a Frank Miller thing from that time period. If you read The Dark Knight Returns, there's a point where there's a woman who is robbing a convenience store, and she is an Aryan woman who is wearing nothing from the waist up, and her boobs have swastika tape on them. Yeah. It's a rather famous Frank Miller image. So clearly he's got something for fascism. I'm not saying he's in favor of it, but he sure loves throwing the blatant imagery around. So that to me is a total Frank Miller thing. Like, that's not somebody else. That's Frank
But
Miller.
It was the new convention center they built, right? Wasn't it the OCP convention? So it was supposed to be like this model building to start the whole Delta City thing. Like they were bringing it back. It was like the Death Star was coming back now, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Interestingly, they don't ever say, I was listening, they don't ever call it Delta City this time. They call it New Detroit. Right. So it's almost... Again, this is a corporate thing. Rebrand. We can't use the failed name, right? We're not Blackwater anymore. Now we're XE Assassins, or whatever they changed their name to, right? So it's like, we can't call that. That name is tainted because we fucked it up. So now it's New Detroit. Oh, it's like, get off world, baby. Go to the new colonies. The same thing as Blade Runner. Like, hey, let's forget about this old stuff we screwed up. So now it's New Detroit. And so the head of OCP, the old man, is giving this big presentation, and the press is there. And there's a weird detail in this scene, which I never noticed until this last time I watched it. But if you watch the movie, pay attention when the camera first comes into that room. And this is clearly a message. And I don't know exactly what it is. It might just be as simple as it is. But way in the back of the auditorium, because most of the press are in the front. So you see this front thing, and there's most of them there. Way in the back corner near the door is a woman in a wheelchair holding a microphone out. And I noticed it and I went, what is that? When I do the video version, I will point it out because it's so specific.
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
It's at about, just in case anybody's not watching the video, if you want to see it, it's, give me a second, I'm scrubbing through. It's right when they first come in. It is at 1 hour and 30, about 31:30 or so when they do the pan in the back. You have to look to the right of the frame, and I'm watching it, so I apologize. This is miserable if you're seeing this, but I'll just play the clip so you'll see it. You see it?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you're saying so they built the convention center and it's not wheelchair accessible.
That,
Is it? Is
that
that
it's either that or it's the idea that this person matters so little that they threw her in the back
right?
because she has a physical
Or
challenge of some
she's
kind.
in the back because I feel like that's that auditorium room where it's all stairs going down.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
right. I mean, that's
So
not
they didn't
accidental,
make
and it's
so they didn't make a wheelchair accessible. So they like spent all this
Right.
money, built this huge convention center, and it's not accessible to people with
yes.
disabilities.
So it's a member of the press, and she's way off to the side, and you only see her for a second. I never noticed it before now.
didn't-
I
I
just
didn't
happened
at
to
all.
see it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's very because there's no accidental stuff in filmmaking. Everybody,
Right.
these are decisions. So I'm just like, yeah, that's specific, and that's telling you something. Which I think you're exactly right. The only place you can have somebody have a wheelchair is way off there, way off to the side. So anyway, just a
And,
little
but once
thing,
again,
but I
just
noticed
once again, that's this whole thing about like there's this really like subtle great stuff in this movie, and then there's stuff that's just bananas, and there's this weird mix between the two where it's almost like two people were writing, or there's just this like odd back and forth.
I am pretty sure the screenplay is two people. So Frank
It
Miller did
is.
the story, and then I believe the screenplay is two people. So it very well may have been. I don't know
think
what the
it's Waylon
situation
Green.
was
Yeah.
in terms of the making it. So maybe the director was saying, "Can you rewrite this scene? Just don't tell Frank," or the other way around.
Right.
That happens a lot. So
Right.
who knows?
Right.
So yeah, the old man's giving a presentation. Says, "Here's New Detroit." Brings it on the floor, and he says, "And new city needs a new form of protection, and here
Right.
it is." And he brings this thing up, and now. There is no way a corporation rolls this thing out as their beat cop on the street. Like, this is your prototype. You don't show this to the public. Robocop is what you show to the public. Oh, he just looks like you, except he's a metal man. Like, it's very. It feels like an Apple product. Like, this is the
Yeah.
Microsoft one, what he shows, and Robocop is the Apple one. Like, that's the refined one that lets you feel comfortable because he looks kind of like you, and he's got at least partially a face. This thing looks like what Robocop should be protecting you from. And sure enough, this idiot, because there again, you just sit here and go, takes out a giant tube of nuke. Now, it's important to note, if you haven't seen the movie, nuke as we normally see it is a tube about the size of maybe my finger like this.
Yeah, like one of those like single-use eye drops that you would use or something
Very,
like
very
that. Yeah.
small, thin,
Yeah.
small, about smaller than a flash drive, or about a little flash drive size.
Even small, just tiny. Yeah.
Tiny. And you take, and it's a small amount, and you just put it in your neck, and it's
Right.
like this little, and it just
Yeah.
goes in.
Yeah.
He takes out what looks like, I mean, it's like the tube of goo that transformed the Ninja Turtles worth of
Right,
nuke.
right.
It's
Yeah,
just a
it's the
big
secret of the
cylinder.
ooze, definitely.
Yeah, it's TLRC's ooze or whatever it was.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
takes this giant thing out, and what I do like is in the background you see Kane go, and looks like right at him, like he's immediately,
Or his eyeballs
that
too.
is-
Yeah. Or they have that
Yeah.
weird '90s like virtuosity face. Yeah, virtual
I
reality
almost
face.
wish that his actual eyeballs popped through the lens and looked at it. That would be so cartoonish, but it would be hilarious. But yeah, immediately Kane starts getting interested. You start to see him fidget, like he's starting to move in the background. And the doctor immediately, the psychologist, sees it and is going, and he's not aware. And then there's a point where the thing just starts moving, and then Robocop walks in with one of those giant guns from the first movie.
And you're like,
Yeah.
oh, come on. He's not going to ruin another fight scene like he did with Ed
well,
209.
And he doesn't. So
No.
so Robo-Kane starts going after the stuff,
Robo-Kane.
and somehow doesn't kill the old man. He amazingly survives because
Yeah.
I feel like that thing would have just knocked his head right off. Because he kills Angie in 2 seconds by just grabbing her head and like snapping her around and throwing her.
Yeah.
And so RoboCop starts firing the big gun, which does piss Robo-Kane off, but doesn't really appear to hurt him all
Yeah.
that much. As opposed to when he starts firing his missiles back and starts denting RoboCop. So he is clearly able to harm RoboCop. RoboCop wisely blows that thing up so he can't hit him with that anymore. At which point, and there's great stop motion. That is one thing, is whatever effects problems there are in other things, the Kane, because it's Phil Tippett, who did like the Mad God movie and is well known for his stop motion work. He's fantastic. So Robo-Kane's great. He comes up and he does this extendo punch thing, which sadly we never see anywhere else in the movie. He just does it once. It puts RoboCop through a wall, and then they have this, and their fight scene is actually really good. They're fighting all over the building. They're throwing each other around. It's fairly evenly matched. At one point, he takes an arc welder or something and like scars RoboCop's helmet,
Right.
which is great. They go into the underground. There's this great scene with the elevator where RoboCop manages to sever the cable, and he goes flying up and drops Robocane down, and then you get this legitimately terrifying scene where Robocane is like Spider-Manning his way up the thing, and there's all this sound effect. Oh, there's another thing. I don't know if you noticed this. I meant to bring this up earlier. The Foley work in this film is odd. At times, it is some of the worst Foley work I've ever heard, and then simultaneously is excellent in the next scene. I don't know if you noticed that, because some of it is awful.
Well, I think what happens sometimes is, so like with the robot and with the Kane robot too, they're doing a lot with the, the whole TIE fighter, like, elephants and reverse, that type of thing. There is some animal like growling that's happened to kind of differentiate that. You said like knight across Robocane is kind of a cross of like a knight and maybe sort of like a bear or some type of animal.
A rhino or something.
Like
I don't know what the animal was, but something like that.
And so you get that. And that's really cool, that kind of growling and aggressiveness. But yeah, sometimes it's really good. To be honest, I didn't get to the sound effects in a lot of those stop motion scenes because a lot of what I was concerned about was the stop motion was very good and the action was very good, but when they were mixing the stop motion over the establishing shots, then it felt really dated. And so much so that when you would go back to a shot where they were using like a practical, arm, like a Robocane, it was his arm or something, and they were using it like it was actual a prop, then that was so clear and had like such a great look to it. And then once the stop motion was in there, it was difficult to mix the two. And, there's a wonderful video where Verhoeven is talking about Starship Troopers, and he's talking about the use of animatics that they were able to use. Now, this is like 10 years later in 1999 when Starship Troopers came out, but they were actually able to storyboard a scene and then use computer graphics to create like a mock-up of what the shots were going to be, so that transition from like stop motion or whatever things they were going to use, they could incorporate that into the live action shot a lot easier. And that was 10 years of filmmaking and technology that he could utilize. I think they were showing from Starship Troopers, they were showing the scene where Johnny is like killing that big bug at the end or whatever, and he jumps on the bug or whatever. So there's
fire-breathing one where he throws a grenade inside of it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and so they have to kind of he has to interact with something that doesn't exist, and they're not going to do a practical 100 foot 200 foot bug or whatever.
Sadly, not anymore. The state of movies.
But for 1999, it looks really good. The scene looks really good. So I think that's just one of the limitations of this. Like, I love the whole thing that we finally got to see the Ed 209 battle, like Robocop fighting another robot, because like we get to see Robocop fighting criminals and corporate lawyers, but it's like, yeah, man, if there's going to be a Robocop 2, I want to see a big robot battle at the end. And I loved all the action and everything that was happened. I just I couldn't get over at times how dated and out of place some of the stop motion looked.
Yeah, it definitely shows its age at points. Like you said, I think this was at a point where they really didn't have the background blending where it needed to be. Mm-hmm. So there are, just like you said, and the Foley work, just to be specific, is not in this scene. I'm talking about the regular stuff like footsteps, and sometimes are so loud and clear and close to the mic that I was distracted by it. No, the robot stuff, sound-wise, excellent. I mean, all of Robocop's little sounds are great. I have no complaints about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
But yes, in that scene, some of that stop motion, the lighting is really good. It matches the background, but then the background looks like video. It doesn't look right because obviously they didn't have it where they could really blend it correctly. I mean, now they would do it with CG, which is unfortunate. This art is more and more lost. But there are other scenes where it is incredible. When he's coming up that elevator, you can't tell it's not real. That's because I'm sure they built a scale elevator and then did the animation up it. So yeah, it struggles when they're trying to put it in front of something real or something at actual scale. It doesn't. It sticks out. Yeah, you would.
Right, because the problem's not the stop motion. The stop motion was fantastic, and the cinematography was fantastic. It's when, trying to put them together, and that shows its age. And but I think it was great though, because I think that whole final like action sequence where we get to see the two go to toe, that's something that was missing, I think, from the first movie. But that's not what the first movie was about, right? The first movie was like a classic Ed 209 just gets blown up by a big gun because it's just a useless corporate product and it can't go downstairs. And, the real threat are the corporate execs inside. Yeah. Where this one is like, no, we legitimately put a psychopathic drug addict in a indestructible robot suit and thought that would be a good idea.
Yeah, it's just a different incompetent corporate decision, but it is still nonetheless one that doesn't work out. Now, I do like the fact that the fight scene is almost a consistent 10 minutes where they don't interrupt that. I mean, that fight scene, once it starts, keeps going, which I do think that's the way to end this movie because it erases a lot of the problems. You sort of forget that they dropped the whole, Murphy's wife. Like, a lot of that goes away because with these two things thrashing on each other, it's so great because... You're right. You never got anything. As you said, anytime Robocop's up against a human, it's never even, there's no concern.
Right.
There is nothing. At one point, somebody, isn't it that the coach, so somebody shoots Robocop and the bullet ricochets back and kills him. That's how inept some of these criminals are. Is the ricochet from his own gun kills him off Robocop. Yeah. And it's somehow, none of these criminals, it's not like Robocop's brand new in Detroit. He's been around. They've already upgraded him, technically. Once with the new, Dayglow armor. And
Purple.
Yet they keep firing regular guns at him. At least Boddicker's gang got those big guns. They were smart enough to say, we need bigger weapons. Nobody else has thought of that. Nobody's developed a laser gun. Nobody has shot him in the mouth. Nothing? No sniper.
That was the whole thing, like the face, Yeah,
because you would imagine if a bullet went in there, it would bounce all over the armor and it would just incinerate his brain. It would have to, unless they put his brain in his ass or something, but there's no indication they've done that. So criminals, if you're going up against a killing machine or anybody and it's going to kill you, so let's say you're a nice person and a killer Terminator is coming after you. If it has a fleshy mouth, shoot at it. It will bounce around. That's how bullets work.
I feel like somebody, you know how they always do like the 30-second version of a movie where somebody just like shoots, like you just like the 30-second Robocop would be just shoot him in the face. Yeah. Just
throw a bunch of grenades at his head and let them blow up. And you'll basically have a big empty shell with a bloody stump in the I mean, it is somewhat ridiculous that he doesn't have a mouth guard or anything that they didn't, they just leave that exposed.
Even hockey players wear something,
Jason Voorhees is smarter. But again, nobody in Detroit has figured it out, so I guess everybody after Boddicker died was just a dumbass because nobody has thought of this. They keep shooting at his chest, which is easily the most armored part on him. So he eventually manages to extricate Kane's brain and smash it, and Kane still somehow has a couple of moments where I guess maybe he's got remote connection to his brain, so he's screaming and going lawnmower man, and then basically Robocop has to double smash his brain, and that kills him. So now Kane's done. He falls over. And then we get the scene you were talking about where once things are bad enough, now the corporate mentality kicks in and the old man immediately says, okay, it's time for some damage control. That scene, okay, I'm not worried about the money. We'll just pay it off. But am I going to go to jail, which is absolutely how corporations work. They don't care about fines. What they care about is, wait a minute, am I going to go to jail? Oh, well, who cares about the dead people? They can't sue us. Yes, but they have relatives. They always do.
They always
do. Can we pin this on? I mean, it's all feels like stuff you would absolutely hear in a crisis management corporate meeting over, it wouldn't be dead people from a robot, obviously, but let's say somebody put out a product with a defect and it killed a couple of children. And so now the discussion is, okay, how do we fix this? And let's make sure nobody goes to jail. And, can we pin this on somebody? Happens all the time. The corporate scapegoat is built in. So
or even like an Enron thing where it's not a victimless crime, but they're embezzling money. So they, the oversight has now caught them doing something illegal, maybe not something, where people are dying, but something criminal. And the spin machine fires up. I also like it too because it's kind of like you're like, why is Johnson still in this movie? Like, what? Like, he made it through the first movies and the next one, and you totally figure it out. It's because this is what he does. He waits in the back, doesn't make too much of a noise, doesn't burn too bright, doesn't sink too low. But when it comes time, he knows exactly. He's like, oh, here's my opportunity. We need to get rid of Dr. Fax, and he's like, I'll be right back as the old man's right hand man.
Yeah, no, this is exactly, the just enough ambition or just enough brains to be useful without being too ambitious. I mean, it is the perfect function of a second in command, especially post Dick Jones. So he makes complete sense. So then we get a very brief scene where we get some, we see the mayor complaining, and then they're trying to get the old man to say something. He won't, and then we cut over to Robocop and Lewis are there, and she's like, well, they're going to get away with it, scumbags. And then Robocop says, oh, you just have to be patient. After all, we're only human. And then he starts to take his helmet off, and then we cut to credits, which is a weird ending. I'm not sure what that was supposed to really be conveying.
I think it was like, let's do the same.
I'm human.
Yeah, what's your name, kid? What should I call you? He's like, call me Murphy. I think they were trying to do the same thing. One thing I do just want to step back for a second. I think the whole Kane robot addicted to nuke thing, I thought that idea was amazing, and I feel like they didn't explore it enough, because talking about the body horror stuff, like the idea that you would be an addict and you would be addicted to something and basically you're a robot, like that whole idea, I was like, wow, that is just a fantastic, horrifying idea, that they would use your addiction to kind of like control you. And like there's Asimov things that kind of hint at this too, that like the robots are like addicted to something that keeps them docile, keeps them in control, right? You see this a lot in science fiction writing, where these sort of sentries or these robots or it's like in the Michael Crichton book where the apes are protecting the diamonds or whatever, or so it's like, so it's just like, it's this idea that you would have a squad of things that were sort of addicted to drugs. So the corporation has figured out a way to use the addiction to basically, fund the new city, or to protect the new city, or to be its beat cops. And so I thought that was fantastic. And I feel like that just got like quickly, because it was so long to get Kane in the movie, like you said, like, almost more than halfway through before we even saw the robot. It would have been cool to see him on a rooftop, like screaming, like going through withdrawal, that type of thing. Like, just like, it would have been cool to see him suffer a little bit, because I think that would have played into this whole, like, the cyborg suffers, the people that love the cyborg suffer, the bad cyborg suffers. Like, it's because they're lost their humanity and their control.
Yeah, the clever way to do it would have been to show that he was either, to show that like the withdrawals would have been good, to see him like malfunctioning because they they don't want to give it to him, and they're doing it, they're taunting him, like saying, just so you know who's in charge. Yeah. And then that gets him in the background to start to figure out how to rewire his pleasure center so he doesn't need it, so he's faking going along with it. And then at the end, they give him the nuke and he takes it and he throws it away, and then he just goes insane because he's like, well, now I hate all of you. So they could have done more. You're right. They didn't do enough with the concept. They played it very surface level, as in, we want to have the classic kind of simple idea of an addict. He's so addled by his addiction, he can't do anything but want this, so he'll do whatever we say. As opposed to emphasizing that, well, the way that dealers do things is they want to make sure that you never quite have enough. They want to make sure you keep coming back. So the corporate angle would be just give him enough to get him through the one job, and then let him suffer for a little bit so he knows who actually controls things. And then he would be like, okay, I'm in a super body. There has to be a way for me not to need this stuff because I'm not a person anymore. And so he starts to kind of work around it. And then kind of at the end, you figure out, oh, he hasn't needed this for like 2 weeks. He's been fine. He's been taking it and draining it out into the floor and pretending to, take it in, but he's not actually using it. Like he would eject a full canister that you thought he used. And he'd be like, yeah, now it's over with. And he just starts rampaging all over the place. But yeah,
well, it's like Congo, where I guess eventually the apes like rebelled against their masters and just killed all their masters, and like you're left with now sort of the aftermath of that. Like I thought all of those, I was like waiting for any of those science fiction tropes to kind of reveal themselves with it, and instead we got the really cool battle royale, but really no other backstory. And then that felt like too, Kane didn't really have an arc. He was kind of like flat in the start, and then he just became the robot. And like I said, he was great on the screen every time he was on the screen. So having more of his character in the arc would have been nice.
Well, it's also a failure where his anger and vengeance his rage doesn't make sense, because if we had seen a scene of him as a human and he went to get Nuke and was out and he suddenly had a temper tantrum, like that's the one
Right.
time he broke his cool, he'd be like, the minute he thinks he can't have it. Like he went to Frank for some more and Frank's like, oh, I'm sorry, we just shipped out to the supplier. I don't have any for you. And he starts beating him up and saying, you know, I need to have it every 2 hours. And you see that, okay, the one way that you can snap his kind of demeanor is he doesn't have Nuke on demand. Well, then the robot makes sense.
Yeah.
But since all we ever saw of Kane in human form was, hey, man, let's go with the flow, baby. Nuke and universe are one. And that was all we ever saw of him. Suddenly now, just because he's in a robot, he's homicidal. I mean, I guess it feeds into the idea that, yes, Murphy is unique. You can't just stick a person in here. But then again, that somewhat makes the Doctor an idiot too, whereas it sort of made sense that a drug kingpin might want to be a super robot. So again, it's exactly what we said all along. There's these parts of the movie that seem clever, and there's lots of parts where it's like, you didn't do anything with this. You set up something, and you either didn't really do anything with it, or you dropped it immediately, and it was more interesting than what you gave us. And so you end up with a good start and a good ending and a middle that just goes all over the place in terms of one scene is great and the next one is what happened 10 minutes ago? I don't really remember. I guess Robocop did something, and that's it.
And I think you really hit it on the head. It's the potential, I think. And definitely, next time when we talk about Predator 2, it's the same concept of there's so much potential and there's so many great ideas, and some were capitalized on and executed really well, and others were just kind of like abandoned. I will say one last thing about Robocop 2. I did enjoy it. I'll watch it again many more times. I'll enjoy it as well too. But the one thing, people talk about which is better, is Robocop 1 or Robocop 2 better? And I think it's pretty clear Robocop 1 is its own separate film, this thing that is really great. And I think one of the things that we just alluded to with Kane, and then even with the old man, the OCP president, is that in the first movie, Clarence Boddicker and Bob Morton, they were like these dynamic characters that had like a bunch of different angles and sides to them. Like even Clarence Boddicker, you were like, this guy's a horrible criminal and he mutilated Murphy's body and shot him in the head. He's just this horrible scumbag. And then halfway through the movie, you see him in a shirt and a tie, and he's meeting with Dick Jones as an executive, and he sexually harasses, it goes beyond that, sexually harasses the secretary, but then also can function in the executive world. And so it just makes his character, and then he looks like a Midwest dad. He's just like weird. So like, and by the way, after seeing that 70s show and then going back and watching that, you're just like, what the hell is going on? It's such a mind fuck. So what I'm saying is, I think if you were to say, okay, why is Robocop 1 a better movie, or why is it better executed? I think it's those secondary characters in Robocop 1 that are more dimensional, are three-dimensional, and are sort of fleshed out. And they don't need to be to have the movie go from start to finish, but that's what makes the ride more enjoyable, because you do now have this stronger connection with them. And I think in, with Kane and even with Angie and even with Hobb, like, there could be a scene where Hobb like goes back and tucks his parents in who are alcoholics or something like that. Like I was waiting for that scene where he would like go to his parents' home and like pay their rent for him or something like that, whatever, or like rough up the landlord because they're late on their rent. But like none of that happened. So we kind of were robbed a little bit because our secondary characters weren't as fleshed out.
No, I agree. It really is a movie where, because you pointed this out earlier, that Robocop, the first film, is shorter. And yet, so this movie had more time, but seemed to do less with the things it was playing with. And that's the difference is, this and Predator, the thing I would say about them both is these movies absolutely never needed sequels. They were going to get them because they were huge hits. So we knew they were coming. Yeah. But they function so well on their own because they know exactly what story they're telling. That story has a beginning, middle, end, and there is no room for anything else, and there doesn't need to be. So there is this hurdle in trying to follow up a great film. which, I'm sure these guys going into it knew we're never going to get close to that. So I agree. I think it's a lot of fun. It's a fun movie, but don't watch it right after the first one. Watch it way after the first one where you sort of go, that was a great movie. You know what? I want something different with the same characters, roughly, which is basically Robocop and Lewis. And the same kind, and the old man's still there. So you get, it's a nice kind of, it's almost like the difference between Oreo and Hydrox, where it's like, the Oreo. Hydrox. It's still a cookie. I'm still going to eat it because, there's milk nearby and I don't have Oreos.
Absolutely.
I ate a whole package of Oreos a month ago and I said, don't do that again. So I'm just going to have 4 Hydrox today. Still good. You're still going to eat them, but it's not the same thing. So it is a lot of.
I think, to me, though, here's the thing, though. So we say the thing about the sequel. It's just hard to be better than the original. It's just impossible. And so we could start talking about these like lofty films, but I always go back to Terminator and Terminator 2. Because I always go back to, now this is James Cameron territory. So, but the idea is Terminator was a fantastic film. It's a great film. It revolutionized things. Most of the stop motion still looks pretty good. There's a little bit of that. But then Terminator 2 just was like, wow, this is great too. And this just like built on all the other things that the first movie did. So I think it's possible to create a sequel that's similar enough to the first, but expands on it, and is still widely saying, wow, that's a great movie too. I won't use the Alien and Aliens scenario because I think the first Alien is a very good movie, and I love Aliens. It's one of my favorite movies. I think Alien is like my favorite movie. Aliens is a great movie, but those are 2 completely different movies.
Yeah, that's apples and oranges. Yeah.
And right off the bat, they said, no, we're doing something different. We're going to take the idea, but we're doing something different. And it was great in its own way, but they weren't trying to do the same thing. Where I think with Robocop, it was, let's do something similar enough. And I think there was that push and pull between like, how similar do we want to be, or do we want to turn it into more of a action movie, an action superhero movie, where the first one was science fiction satire, just, solid kind of dystopian, sort of borderline cyberpunk, body horror.
It's interesting you bring up Terminator, because I'll say something that may be controversial for some people. I almost never have watched the first Terminator since I probably haven't watched the first Terminator in 15 plus years, because honestly,
you got to watch it. It's great, but
it's not Terminator 2. It feels like that's a rare case of the inverse, where the first one is a great core idea and the movie is fine. It's got good music. I like scenes in it, but I don't want to watch it. I want to watch Terminator 2 front to back. That's not saying Terminator 1 is bad.
No.
It's just saying that Terminator 2 feels like that was the movie Cameron was built to make. That was the one where he laid the foundation in 1, and then 2 went all the way. And this is one of those things where Predator and Robocop 1 are so perfectly made that could you have made a sequel equal to them? In a the perfect world, it's a Fury Road situation where it's a 10-year development cycle and all the right pieces are in place. Maybe. I'm not saying
and now
it's
you have the
impossible.
budget, and the people will say, "Oh yeah, we'll give you this ridiculous amount of money."
And McTiernan are so key to what make those movies work that if you didn't bring Verhoeven back, do I think Verhoeven could have taken the same story and made a 90-minute masterpiece?
Absolutely.
Yes,
Absolutely.
I do.
Yeah, it would have been great.
Erwin Kirsch, I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce it. No, he's very well known as somebody you bring in who can get a movie done, but he's not really putting something personal in it. So, but as we both said, it's a lot of fun. If you've never watched it because you heard it's not as good as the first one, well, it isn't, but it's still a riot. If nothing else, you got a swearing kid who's the mega genius of the movie. And that's enough to sell me on it. I mean,
my scene is the kids robbing the video store, with the baseball team robbing the video store while the coach steals money out of the cash register. That's my. This
reinforces why I think we're both saying you should watch it. Is there are really good scenes in it. There is good acting. There are well written scenes. There are also these other scenes where you're going to go, oh, that's quite a shift from where I thought we were going. And unfortunately, the movie can't balance it. That's its biggest problem, is it doesn't have the balance right. The mix is off. It's just that simple. But it's not like you can't watch it and have a great time. Just don't try to compare it. I said the same thing when I did my Furiosa review. Don't compare it to Fury Road. Similar thing. You can't compare these. Is it function on its own? Is it entertaining, even with its flaws? Yes, it is. So is Predator 2. In fact, Predator 2, I like a lot. I like it as much as Predator for wildly different reasons. We're not going to talk about that yet, but
no. But as a preview, rewatching it within the last month, within the first 45 minutes, I was like, "This is a good movie." 45 minutes in, I was like, "Ooh, like this is all the things I would want." It's like in an urban setting. It's like Predator in an urban setting. You've got great actors. You've got this kind of cool futuristic world you've built. Like this is going to be good. And obviously stay tuned for the rest of that.
But as a short preview, the Bill Paxton rule holds. If he's in a movie, you're going to have
that's what
a
I'd say.
great
He's
time.
in it. He's great. You've got,
lots of good people, which yes, we will talk about that at length. So that's.
So what is the worst? Is the worst evening with RoboCop to watch all three in succession? So just start around 4:00 in the afternoon, watch the first one, have a good time. Watch the second one, be a little bit skeptical of it, and then watch the third one, and then I don't know what, jump off a
watch
bridge.
It backwards. Watch it backwards.
Watch it backwards.
Prequel stories are really big, so you can do it. You can say, okay,
watch it backwards.
Yeah,
what are these guys talking about?
backwards.
They'll watch the third one and be like, "This is horrible." Right. And then the second one's like, "Oh, it was a little better," and then wow, this is a cinematic masterpiece. It's a
memento situation
sci-fi.
where going backwards actually serves the whole thing better, because by the time you get to that prequel story, you're like, wow, prequel stories can work. Yes, they can, if you do it that way. But yes, do not watch them 1 to 3. Watch them 3 to 1, or if you're really smart, just don't bother with the third one at all. It is that terrible.
Do we have to, before we finish, do we have to mention the newer RoboCop, the 2014 extravaganza that was put out?
Okay, I don't hate the remake. I just think it didn't add anything, and so was ultimately pointless.
I think I saw 5 minutes of it. I think I made 5 minutes.
I watched the whole thing, but I think this is by the way, that is worse. The fact that it's just completely nothing. RoboCop 2, say what you will, but there's remember commentary. Parts of it.
Yeah, and there's commentary and there's satire, and it's all mixed in there. However well it was executed. The other one was like a CGI extravaganza. Yeah.
I think you can show RoboCop 2 to somebody who liked the first movie, and they will have a good time. Yeah. They won't compare it, but they will have a good time. You show the remake to somebody who's only seen the first RoboCop, and it's inferior, because I think at times it has the same problem that RoboCop 2 does, but it's worse because they remade it, is they go way overboard on things. They hammer these things with no subtlety, and that's less forgivable when you are replicating a well-made movie. RoboCop 2 tried to incorporate bits of the first one and tried to do something different. It failed at some times, but at least it was continuing, not just redoing top to bottom. It's not The Force Awakens or something like that, where you're just you have no original ideas. So actually, that just makes RoboCop 2 better. The remake, actually, I forgot about. That tells you something. I forgot all about it. At least I remember the stupid flying jetpack of 3, as stupid as that is.
Well, yeah. I think about that. That haunts my dreams, the flying jetpack and the no mask.
I don't think about it. It haunts me.
Yeah, it does. I agree with you, though, 100%. The second movie, that script was very good. And if Verhoeven had directed it, it probably would have been a really great movie. Because I think everything they needed in the script was there, and I think Verhoeven would have focused on the things that we really liked about this movie. I think he would have been drawn to those, and kind of pitting the bringing up the satire and bringing up the commentary on just politics and corruption and corporation.
But it remains a fun movie. It doesn't feel like 2 hours, which normally inferior sequels feel very long. I will say it didn't feel like 2 hours. I actually had to look at the timer when Kane appeared to realize how far into the movie we were. So it does move along. There are good characters. There are interesting scenes that will stick with you. So it is not RoboCop 3. That's probably the easiest thing to say, is RoboCop 3 is an insult. Period.
Isn't that kind of a thing, though? If you're like, hey, well, we're not as bad as RoboCop 3, like RoboCop 2, not as bad as 3, though. So,
well, I just mean that I've heard people say, well, RoboCop 2 and 3 are basically equally bad, and it's like, no, they're not. No,
not at all. Not at all. That's not true at all.
2 just could not achieve anything close to the first one, and I don't know how fair it would be to expect it without everybody from the first one coming back. It almost never works.
I just
Almost
compare it to the Mad Max movies. I compare it to the Mad Max, the first three. I compare it to that, where the first one was one thing, the second one was like was a good thing, and it kept kind of like diluting as you went through it. Now the Road Warrior, I feel like the second one, that one is just like all the things that I'd want to see, and the third one was great, but like the action ramped down and the intensity and the violence went away. So when Fury Road came out, I was like, oh, this should have been what the third movie was. This one, this should have been that. It was short, violent, exciting, done. Here's your movie.
Yep.
People may have died in this film. Like people were put in mortal danger to make this movie as exciting as possible.
I've talked about that one of the reasons I don't think, and we'll end in a second here, but one of the reasons I say you shouldn't compare Furiosa to Fury Road is Fury Road was made at a singular moment where I really do believe that most of the people thought this is the last one we'll ever get to do like this. So we're just going to take a risk that we'll be decapitated to make sure the scene works. And that's not good. That should not be what happens.
You're right.
But if you believe enough and you think this is your one shot, you do tend to go overboard. So, yeah, it's...
Yes, no one should die from... Everyone can die in the movie, but no one should die from filming a movie. Yes,
right. Yes. Yeah. So I think both of us agree. Robocop 2, a lot of fun. Just set your expectations properly. It's not going to live up to the first one if you don't expect that. And you go in and you just want to see Peter Weller and company having a good time. You're going to get that. You'll have some memorable scenes, and it is entertaining enough. So I think that's the final word, right? Anything else to add?
I think you said it all.
Well, then that will conclude our RoboCop 2 discussion for the evening. We will move on to Predator 2 shortly for anybody watching. A reminder that Doug's work can be found at DougBielmeier.com. There will be a link in the show notes or on the screen probably in a second or something like that. And that Doug's latest album, Music for Billionaires, is still the latest album, correct?
It's still the latest one. There's some other things happening. We've got another Synth Fest coming up, and I've got some other projects in the works. So probably not too long before I'll be trying to be on here hawking a new album. So
sure, that's fine. You can come hawk whatever you want on here. I don't care. Make T-shirts, tchotchkes, little things that dangle off cell phone.
There'll be a lot of tchotchke this time. A lot of tchotchke.
A little shaking little bobblehead of you that hangs on a cell phone. And sure, why not? Put a DB on the hat, and it's like, that's what they do now. Supreme, do a thing with Supreme. The kids are into Supreme, I hear, or something like that. Yeah, sure. What do I know about anything? I'm too old to be into this stuff. In any event, DougBielmeier.com, I will have the link there. Music for Billionaires is available everywhere, and we will be back for part 2. Well, in just a bit for you. It'll be a little while for us, but we'll be back shortly to talk about another really fun sequel. Oh boy, yeah, we'll just save it. So Predator 2 is coming up shortly. Talk to you then.
Super Flick!
Sure is great being on a drive-in watching Super Flick and eating all this great food.
This flick is making me hungry.
It makes me want to flick my bick.
We should have gone to the drive-in where we could eat and flick to our heart's content.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Well, come on then. I'm going to have a pizza and popcorn and ice cream.
And I'm gonna have a burger with fries and a soft drink. Yum, yum, yum. This was a great idea.
All right, we are back for another dumpster fire of a video episode. If only you could have seen what preceded this. I doubt I'm going to leave it in because why embarrass ourselves further? But we're off to a rocking start before we even get into one of the most fun sequels I think I've ever seen. Of course, this is all one thing, so you'll have just heard the RoboCop 2 episode that we did, and now we're moving on to what as an opening question, for me, I think of these two movies, this is the one that is the more purely fun, and I think is the better version of a sequel. RoboCop 2 is fun, but not necessarily a great sequel to RoboCop. I think Predator 2, which is what we're going to be talking about tonight, is an exceptionally fun sequel that I think I have one thing that later on I'll nitpick about this movie, but outside of that, I really love this movie pretty much beginning to end. Oh, I should welcome back Dr. Doug Bielmeier, teaching professor at Northeastern University, musician, whose latest album, Music for Billionaires, is available everywhere that better music is sold. Doug, your feelings on Predator 2 as a sequel?
Yeah, better music and even, kind of borderline music. It's sold there too, so you can get it wherever. Yeah, I agree with all that. I think it's a bigger budget, I feel, than RoboCop 2. I feel like there was a little bit more there was bigger stars, there was a little bit more, you got like Morton Downey Jr. in it, basically playing himself as
Great.
and a lot of great kind of known actors that were in it from the time. So yeah, it's exciting. I have some like problems with this movie, but also I think as far as the potential of this movie, and at the like first hour in, I'm like, this is a good movie. I'm like, why did I? Because I think when we first talked about this, I was like, I don't know, Joe. I don't know about that one. And you're like, no, it's good. It's good. And I'm like, yeah, I remember it being good, but what was wrong with it? And the first hour is, it's great. It sets everything up. And for me, and we'll talk about this more, but for me, it's sort of maybe the third act, really, or maybe even the second and third act where it gets a little murky, but man, it's still fun. Like I still had fun like from start to finish, and there's so many cool things that happen. Um, and at least Danny Glover doesn't say I'm too old for this shit at any point in the movie. So luckily he doesn't reprise his Riggs role from the Lethal Weapon franchise. So
Yeah, interestingly, there are a bunch of McTiernan regulars. There's Lethal Weapon people sprinkled throughout this film. There's Danny
yeah,
Glover. There's the guy
yeah,
who plays, I don't know what the actor's name is, but he's in that opening shootout, and he's the guy who was the lieutenant or the whatever their chief was in Lethal Weapon.
right.
Gary Busey, of course.
That's right. He's just like a SWAT guy in
Random
this one.
guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
yeah.
basically he has a line of dialogue. You hear his voice; it's very distinctive, and if you see him, you'll know him because if you know Lethal Weapon, you'll recognize him right away.
Right.
So for a minute, I had to remind myself that no, McTiernan didn't direct this one, right? No, and he didn't. And Stephen Hopkins, he did a number of well-known films. This is not like a
Yeah.
one-off type of director. I
Yeah,
don't
but he
remember what
didn't
else he's
do
done.
like I think he did Lost in Space is probably for the
Yeah, that's
sci-fi
it.
community. That's probably the most other significant film he did. But and he did one of the
Yes.
Nightmare on Elm Street as well.
Yeah,
I
he did
think. It
the
was
Dream
the
Child, which I actually
yeah
think it's a good
yeah
Nightmare on Elm Street. Sorry, my
yeah
screen just went suddenly very bright because I was
yeah.
looking at his directing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I can't take that anymore. Oh God, shut that off.
Yeah.
All right, so yes, so right off the bat, though, one of the first notes I have is the opening. The opening is great, where the jungle pans up,
Absolutely.
so you think
Absolutely.
it's like a fake out. It's great,
Right.
and then comes up and it's L.A.
Yeah.
That is probably one of the best openings as far as and they brought back the original score. One of our criticisms of RoboCop 2 was that the
Right.
score is completely disposable.
Right.
Now, some people might say that it was a cop-out to just reuse so much of the original Predator score. I disagree. I think it was probably one of the smartest decisions they made. That score
Yep.
is so dynamite that why mess with it? I mean, there are other parts where they do bring in kind of music that's supposed to be reflective of like the Voodoo Gang and that type of stuff,
Right,
but they
yeah,
come back
yeah.
to the core music.
Right.
And I think not changing a thing, best decision you could make on a soundtrack, because this one
Right.
immediately when you hear that music you think, yep, Predator. We're in Predator, no matter the fact that it's LA and it's a city now. You know where you are. It's great. It's one of the best scores as far as locking you into what the movie and the creature are. I think they were great not to change it.
Yeah, and that's, Alan Silvestri. He did a lot of films. He did one of my favorite scores of his is the Back to the Future score, that one is it's kind of interesting, especially like in the first Back to the Future. There's so much of the period music of like the 50s and that, but that score, especially in the like time machine scenes where there's all this like kind of like, oh man, are they gonna, is he gonna get to go back home? All this and that, like those really great intense scenes. A lot of the orchestration really helps that. And yeah, his score is great from the original because it's basically like two parts. There's like the da 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 dum, which is like when they're running through the woods, like in the first, or through the jungle in the first one, and they're like, hunting down these gorillas in the woods. And then there's like the heroes theme where it's just like a lone trumpet, the lone hero, prevails. And so they mess around with that a lot. And I think there's even scenes too where they like play around with it, that there's like, Danny Glover's in it. So there's more of like a, urban feel or like African-American feel. So they have it like a little bit jazzier and all this and that. And, so like there's a lot of it's great because Alan Silvestri has done a lot of movies. He's done a lot of some of our favorite scores from some of our favorite movies, and so they hired the real thing. It's like, there's John Williams, there's, some of these top names, Hans Zimmer, that just like they've basically done the score for pretty much every movie we like. Hans Zimmer in the Christopher Nolan films. I mean, those films are great, but man, those scores add a whole other thing. So I think, yeah, they had a real score, and it was a real good one, and it works in both. And yeah, I love that opening. You're just like, oh, we're back in the jungle, so this one is going to start with like maybe where the other one left off in the jungle, and it's like, oh no, you're just in LA during a heat wave.
Yeah, and that is the heat part. They emphasize that everybody's always sweating, everybody's clothes are soaked through. I think that's a great way of just constantly reinforcing that. Unlike reality, where there might be a heat dome that causes Northern California to have 100-degree plus temperatures for 2.5 weeks, because that's normal now.
Right.
But it is a really but there's always this kind of visual cues over and over that, I mean, they say it's hot as well, but you just always know because everybody looks like they're about to fall down out of heat exhaustion. And so we get this beautiful opening where LA has just become a war zone. It's I think it's supposed to be 1997, right? Isn't that the year that they come up with? I think it's 7.
It's 90,
and LA has just become you get this great action-packed shootout where there's just squibs and gunfight. It's almost like heat level, just people going crazy. And the car blows up, and that's when you get that jazzy bit when the car explodes. There's this slow motion. You get this really distinctive musical cue, which I was like, oh, see, that's nice. It emphasizes it. It's great. I love the opening of this movie. It's so good.
And it felt a lot like, by the way, I was like, wait. So I'm like, they're going to pick up with the old Predator or Predator 1. They're going to pick up in the jungle. No, wait, we're in LA. And then I'm like, wait. Am I watching Lethal Weapon? Like, what happened here? Like, it's clearly a Joel Silver production, right? Because a lot of the characters from Joel, like even you said, some of the actors that would be in a Joel Silver movie, like, Lethal Weapon, like they were like in this scene. So at first I'm just like, wait, is this like Lethal Weapon? Like what movie am I watching? Yeah.
Yeah, no, honestly, if Mel Gibson had popped up in like an uncredited role dressed as Murtaugh, it would not have shocked me because this does feel like, was he Riggs? Wait, which one was he?
He was
or Riggs?
He was Riggs. Oh, did I mess up? He was Riggs. I think Danny Glover was Murtaugh.
He is, I always reverse him because honestly, who cares what their names are? It's not really important.
Yeah,
but
he would have had to. By the way, he would have had to have the mullet if he was going to be in this movie.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is he would have had to look exactly the same, or it wouldn't work. That's the gag. So yeah, we get this beautiful. Immediately tells you that this is the worst of the worst, and they'll emphasize it over and over that this is like the worst place you could be as far as drugs, crime, everything's gone to shit. It's 400 degrees outside. The cops are outmatched. They're getting shot down. And then you get this wonderful thing where Danny Glover armors his car and basically drives it while hanging out the side and spins it around to get the cops out that are injured, which is great. Because it does, that's because he emphasizes multiple times it's about the team. And so you see that right away, even though he doesn't say that. You immediately understand what his evaluation is. He's not trying to be the lone hero while people get shot down. His first priority is get these people out, then we'll go after them. And then you get the whole thing where he's like, oh, I'm not going to wait for backup, whatever. But we get our first little bit of Morton Downey Jr., which is basically laying out what our LA scene is, and he is perfectly cast. If you've never seen, and younger people might not know, this is not an insult, it's just reality. You might not have ever seen the Morton Downey Jr. show. Go watch it. It is trash TV at some of its best. It's right up there with Richard Bay in terms of classic
like a Jerry
trash
Springer.
TV.
Yeah, Jerry Springer. But the first, like
Except
the original,
Morton
Downey was like the inventor.
Morton Downey was shoving women around on the stage while he was chain smoking. I mean, it was just such a time capsule type of show. But they put him in the role of a hard hitting reporter for hardcore, which I love. And here is his explanation of why LA might not be the best place to visit in 1997. And the car crash you were hearing in the background, that was basically Danny Glover's arrival on the scene. But I do like the fact that he does reference a slaughterhouse in that opening, and then our final confrontation is in the slaughterhouse. So there is these little kind of setup payoffs, but that's just a real throwaway quick thing. You might forget about it, but he does say slaughterhouse, and then our final big fight, or one of them, is in a slaughterhouse. So this sets up that LA is in bad shape. The mayor, he constantly is complaining about the mayor being out of town, doesn't care, isn't there, which Sure, it never becomes a big plot point, but it's kind of funny. But his delivery is perfect. He's playing that character, which he played in real life or was, I don't know.
Yeah.
And it really just sets up, hey, this is really bad. And then we get our big opening shootout where they are fighting the Colombians, I believe.
I think it's the Colombians,
gang.
yeah, because there's the two gangs, yep, the Jamaicans and the Colombians, yep.
And we get this wonderful, they're fighting against the cops. They're forced to retreat after Danny Glover shows up. And we get this great scene where the guy with the 2 Uzis snorts coke and just goes like this. And he's like, this opening is so great. It is such a wonderful opening to this film because it just sets up how bad everything is and that the cops are barely able to even survive against just one gang of at least 3 that we hear about in the movie, which is Jamaicans, Colombians, and I believe King Willie's Voodoo Gang are their own thing. I don't think they're Jamaican or Colombian.
Yeah, so there's different competing groups, and but those are the 2 major ones. I do love, by the way, the opening with Morton Downey Jr. I love that opening because it's the same mechanism as Robocop, and both Robocops really, right? Where we were using this like newscast to tell us what the hell is going on, like what is the reality we're in. But I love this one so much more because it almost reminds me of Oliver Stone's Natural Born Killers, where you have Robert Downey Jr., who is playing the same type of like, sleazy reporter, the Mickey and Mallory sort of over the top, shock interviewer. And I think it works really great because it kind of lets you know, like, not only is this place like horrible, it's hot, it's horrible, the mayor's checked out, but then even the media is like part of the problem. Like they're just like they're filming everything, right? So it's not like everyone's checked out or scared. He's clearly like using this to get ratings. And there
was another reporter we saw earlier, a female reporter who's doing it, and then there's a bullet goes by, and she's like, "Oh fuck this!"
Yeah,
and she
she's
just
like, "I'm not
stops in the
doing
middle
this."
of her report.
Yeah.
So again, I didn't capture that because it's kind of short and there's a lot of noise in it, but it does emphasize that everybody's fair game here. But you're right, this is kind of how news is now. It's if it bleeds, it leads, and this is literally them in the middle of it, almost obstructing what's happening at risk themselves. But it does. Yeah, just like Robocop, it lays out how bad things are. It gives you an idea of it's so bad that the mayor's not even here and that the cops can't handle it. When he says the cops, nope, they're outgunned, outmanned. And we do immediately then see that where, if not for the fact that Danny Glover had a portable arsenal in his trunk and that they had laid all these Kevlar vests on his car, it's very likely that more cops would have been dead and the ones that were injured probably would have died. I mean, the criminals are overpowered. They have guns and no limit on their clips, just like most good action films. Nobody ever really has to reload.
No one ran out of bullets.
So, no, nobody runs out of bullets. Their aim can be terrible when it needs to be. That's on both sides, by the way, because we'll get to later how Bill Paxton somehow misses the Predator, who's 10 feet away from him with about 40 shots, but we'll get to that when we get to it. So the gang is driven inside, at which point the Predator, who we've seen, and I also like the fact that there's no mystery with that. They're not, we don't see the Predator for an hour. No, the Predator is there immediately and is on the scene, and it makes sense. He's going after all these armed gangs, and so he cuts these people to pieces immediately. So I think Predator shows up at minute 8. So unlike the first film where there was a huge lead up to his appearance.
Actually, what hour was it? An hour in before we actually saw the Predator, and by that I mean when we actually really saw him, like that might have been the last 30 minutes of the movie, or maybe the last 20 minutes of the movie when we actually saw the reveal. Yeah,
because we first only see him camouflaged. I mean, Max seeing the glowing eyes is really the first time we see him still.
Right.
I mean, there's the one part where he comes out and grabs the guy, but that's all blurry and it's quick. You don't really know what you're seeing.
And we don't see Max sees him. And we don't see him unmasked. Without
it's the last 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, and that's terrifying.
No, not even. Unmasked is that's the last maybe 10 minutes.
Right. So it like keeps ramping up where you're like, what is that? I can't see it. Then like, wow, this is this like very large alien, and you don't see under the mask, and the under the mask is terrifying. Like it's like half crab man thing. Like it looks like a spider maybe. It's horrible. I mean, in a great way. Like it's awesome.
No, it is. It is. And I don't think we don't even see him without his camouflage until he gets he falls into the water. I think it's when he goes into the water and he comes out and he can't reactivate it. So we see bits of the first movie. It's definitely the mystery. They're leading up to this monster, and it's all about the terror of, well, you know, they have no concept of what it is.
And it's a horror. It's more of a horror movie. It's, you know, they refer to Schwarzenegger as the last girl. You know, like that idea in horror movies, like the last person to survive or whatever. So they often like refer to Schwarzenegger as like the last girl in the first Predator.
And he is in terms, and it is a slasher film. I mean, that's what Predator is. It's a slasher film where the slasher is an alien, but that is how it's played. It's very horrific, and when you see him, he is grotesque. The Predator, I mean, is a grotesque creature, and it's very low light, so you don't really see much of it. I mean, you see enough. You know you're seeing a monster, but it really is a slasher film with an alien monster at the end. So they often talk about it as being a great action film, and it is, but there's this low-level terror as these huge, bulking men are being destroyed by something, and they really have no chance against it until the very end, where Schwarzenegger basically manages to hit him with a giant log. I mean, literally, it is blunt force trauma is the only reason that he wins. It's not because the Predator is really out. He doesn't outpunch him, which is what a lesser movie would do, where somehow, you know, he manages to knock him out, which is, I mean, he hits him once and the little thing just kind of goes like this, and then he knocks him back about 50 feet. It's great. So, yeah, in this one, though, that's all gone. It's just like, nope, the monster's here. You know what this thing is. You know how powerful it is. Let's just get to it. Let's have this guy doing what we know he's going to do. And they just get right to it. And I think it's another fantastic decision. Dispel with the mystery and just give the people more of the thing they want to see. And it's great because he still is threatening and powerful, and he's still cutting people up. Yeah. And he's lost none of the power of it. There's nothing lost in having more of him. He actually works as having more. Sometimes that doesn't work. It works really well here.
Yeah, you know, and where the first film was like half an action, like an 80s action movie, like it could have been Commando. Like at first I was like, wait, am I watching the right movie? Is this Commando? No, but it's like an action movie, 80s action movie. Like I feel like 80s action. That means something. And then it turns into this wonderful, like kind of thriller, horror, slasher film. Where this right off the bat, I think it tells us this is going to be an action movie, but this is a 90s action movie. This is a you know, post Lethal Weapon action movie. This is a Joel Silver type of action film. And so there's going to be people like hanging out of cars, like, you know, bulletproof vests, you know, unlimited ammo. And then right up, like you said, right off the bat, there's the Predator, like right there. And so I think you're like, oh, this is going to be a very different film than the first.
And so when the Predator shows up, he cuts down all the gang but one. The gang member goes up the stairs. Danny Glover follows him, and the guy gets thrown, or he shoots him because the guy sees the Predator camouflaged. And so Danny Glover shoots him. We find out Danny Glover has a problem with heights, and Danny Glover immediately sees the Predator camouflaged, and, you know, thinks that maybe he was hallucinating, but he also is kind of sure he saw something. But you could play it up to, okay, fear of heights, the heat, you know, I was imagining something. The guy was on coke, so maybe he was hallucinating. But it's great because, again, there isn't Schwarzenegger and all the rest of them not knowing what they're facing until it's, no, this is all up front. Because like you said, the priority here is it's an action film. It's an action film with an alien monster. And they set that up really well, and so then they go back down, or Danny Glover goes back down. They find the gang cut to pieces, and we get a bit of this movie is filled with little bits of recycling that are kind of massaged a bit, but they are fundamentally the same scenes, but done in a way that I don't mind most of the time. And this is one of them. We're going to get an echo of the scene where they find the woman. She's covered in blood. And what was the guy's name? Not Parker. I don't remember what his name was. Whoever it is has been butchered. And so this is a variation on that scene. Okay, so a few things. So this sets up kind of our analogs to the first movie again, where Danny is Billy. Billy is the one in the movie who immediately recognizes that something is off. And Danny is that role here, where Danny is seeing things and doesn't necessarily jump like Billy goes straight to, well, this is no man that's hunting us or whatever. But Danny clearly is sensing that something's not right. He gets the idea that how could somebody pick this guy up? He's saying, how could there be a team of people and we never see any of them? They all managed to escape. So Danny immediately is the Billy character who is picking up at least that there's more to this, or potentially more. And then we also have Maria Conchita Alonso, if I'm getting that right, who for all intents and purposes, would be the Mac, I guess, of this team, where she's kind of the trusted secondary.
Yeah.
Danny is too, but I feel like she's the tough. Maybe she'd be the Jesse Ventura. I don't know. Whatever, whatever correlation you want to make, or the two of them just mashed together. And so this is our initial team. That it's the 3-person team. Bill Paxton. Bill Paxton will come later, and we will have a clip of his introduction, which is magnificent.
Right.
But I do like the fact that we immediately get a repeat of what happened, and this doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And and it's a basic setup of the same thing from Predator, where we see a skinned person, and the fact that it doesn't make sense with the way these gangs work. So it is basically recycling that scene. But it's fine. It works. It again it reminds you what is going on. That the characters aren't completely on board with what's happening. But I don't think it goes overboard. I don't think it's a bad case of recycling. I think it's smart to reference that because, they don't know what this thing is, and it's running around and cutting people up.
Yeah, because is that maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes in the first movie where they find what they think is the old team, the old, I guess, rescue team that have been skinned alive.
Hopper.
Yeah. Skinned alive up in the tree. So I think it's like kind of reminiscent of that. But like you're saying, we're at like maybe minute 10, maybe minute 15 at this point, and we're already sort of, through that part where the characters are now even realizing this is beyond something, that the Jamaican or Colombian cartel are doing. Like this has to be an outside group.
Yeah. 12 minutes. I actually have the timestamp because when I do my clips, I make sure I have timestamps. So 12 minutes in, and we're basically at where, as you said, it's 30 to 40 minutes in, because again, that movie was all about the mystery of it, where it has this whole portion where it does seem like it's Commando or any other standard Schwarzenegger film until a certain point. This movie, no. We're getting right to it. The Predator's here. He's doing stuff. People are aware of it. And so then we get, very similar to Robocop 2, after this scene, we get first we meet, I don't remember the actor's name. I always just call him the Fratelli brother. He's been in a million things.
Oh my God. Yeah. What's his name?
He's great.
It's Robert Davey.
Robert Davi.
Yeah. He was he was the villain in one of the, he was the Fratelli brother.
Oh, he was in the best Bond film. Yes, I said it. The best Bond film.
Best
because
Bond
Timothy
film?
Dalton was the best Bond. And I will fight on that one over and over.
I don't know. Carrie Lowell is one of probably my favorite Bond girls. So yeah, definitely. But otherwise, that movie, like, come on, no, there's better Bond movies than that. There are.
We'll discuss this at a different time.
Right. That's
I've talked many times about my adoration for License to Kill, and I will go down on that hill.
Is it a very good one? Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Dalton was the best Bond. But again, that's not this episode. We'll get back to that.
I
don't want to hear Connery, people. I don't want to hear it. Whatever. Leave your comments in the YouTube thing below, I guess. Because that's what I'm supposed to say now, right? Well, what are your thoughts? Engagement means you have to leave a comment, subscribe, and hit that notification bell or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
So we get this. So Robert Davi shows up. It's clear that Danny Glover, and I'm not going to even call him by his character name. He's just Danny Glover.
He's Danny Glover. Yeah.
I didn't even remember his name was Mike until that clip. Yeah. So Danny Glover is chewed out, and we get the idea that immediately he does not play by the rules. He doesn't like authority. He's essentially Dirty Harry.
That was, by the way, that scene where he gets chewed out by Davi. I feel like that scene was just like, I'm like, what the hell is he wearing? Like I feel like they were doing the future thing, and everybody else was kind of wearing sort of futuristic clothing, but whatever kind of like weird, like urban soldier outfit that the chief had on, I was just like, what is going on? And then I'm like, wait, that's the bad guy from the Bond film. Why is he the chief of police? I'm like, meanwhile, the chief of police is on the SWAT squad from the earlier scene.
Right. Yeah.
So I just like, and that the acting in that, like, it was just like, it was weird. Like Danny went way over the top, and I was just like, okay, well that's a little misstep there. But by the way, up until this point, watching this movie, I'm like, man, they're just like going right to it. Like we're getting right into it. This is good. And watching it back, I'm like, wow, this has all these great elements. All these things are coming together.
Well, you're right. The thing is, the movie has tremendous momentum until it really gets to the third act. But other than that, this movie is just moving and grooving the whole time.
Yeah,
like there are no dead spots really. There, I mean, there might be one or two scenes that aren't optimal, but it's not like you're sitting there for 10 minutes going, okay, we need to start doing it. No, this movie is constantly in motion. It is that, it's almost like that oppressive heat is driving the movie. Like it's fueling the whole thing. So you're right. The Davi is dressed as if he's from a different movie. He's acting like he's from a different movie.
Did you feel
as
like
if he's from a normal...
not Super Troopers, but Starship Troopers? I felt like it was reminiscent of one of the outfits.
No, he would have looked perfectly in place there, and he does feel like he's in a traditional police drama, which is not what this film is. So it is odd. I do like him as an actor, so I don't really care. He's got a beautiful singing voice. I mean, I may have other problems with him as a person, but I do think he sings beautifully. And so he is perfectly cast as this type of character. The problem is this character shouldn't be in this movie. So it's kind of just
he just felt out of place. He didn't even know, it just felt like he's like, wait, what am I doing now? Why am I wearing this outfit?
It does make you wonder, was he brought in last minute and really just didn't get what the movie was? It does feel like a strange character and performance.
Now,
luckily he's barely in it, so it doesn't really matter, but it sticks out.
Now, I might be mistaken, but wasn't he one of the FBI agents in Die Hard? Didn't he come in later? Remember later in Die Hard when the...
you might be right.
I'm making the connection to Predator, by the way, with the same director, but...
you might be right. I don't remember offhand, but that sounds right.
Because there was
the
two agents, and they were going to sharpshoot somebody or something like that. I think... We can look him up here, but
I'm gonna look him up. Why not?
Yeah, I think
I have internet. Let's see.
He's done a lot of things, but
Die Hard, right there. You are correct. Yeah. Special Agent Johnson, you hit it.
So I feel like seeing him as a cop, there was precedent for that. So I feel like it's okay, oh yeah, he's just the the grizzled cop type thing. But then I don't know why he's wearing a Starship Troopers outfit. Yeah, that just, by the way, prior to this, I'm loving everything. I'm loving all the action. I'm loving everything. That scene, I was just okay. And then it didn't seem to matter because the movie just kind of pushes right forward onto some other really great scenes.
That's what I mean, is he basically comes in, gives this, I guess, default, no, you're getting out of order type of thing, and then just checks out. He's just immediately in and out. So it doesn't matter because he doesn't become enough of a character for it to really make you get annoyed, but he's out of place. He does feel like he's dropped in from another movie.
But
today you would think that somebody had computer inserted him, that they moved him.
But that's the 90s action movie, where I feel like the 80s action movie is yeah, man, America. We're fighting against communists here, or something like that, or the Russians. Where I feel like the 90s one is we've got to change things up here a little bit, guys. The captain, the mayor's on my ass for, he's the mayor just chewed me out or whatever. And you got to straighten up or whatever. You guys got to stop. You caused all this damage, whatever. The classic Lethal Weapon setup where they caused, $1 million of damage or whatever, pursuing perpetrators. So I feel like that's what that scene was trying to be. And I'm just where are we?
Yeah, it as you said, it doesn't fit really. It's almost like you had to have it, otherwise.
Right.
There is sort of a thing where, could Danny Glover just do all this stuff and nobody bothers to check on what he's doing? But honestly, if it wasn't there, would anybody care? No. You could cut those scenes out; it wouldn't make any difference to anything, really. So, but it's a way for him to be pissed off at his superiors or his superior's superior, because he doesn't have a problem with his direct. Sergeant, I guess.
Captain,
I don't remember how the ranks work.
Yeah,
he seems to be fine with him. It's the guy above him. So, but it gets us into the next scene, which is the police station, which I adore the giant concrete blockades that are out in front of the police station. I don't know if that's true, if there is an LA station somewhere that has those. I'm assuming not, because they look cartoonishly too large. They look like things that are supposed to stop, battleship, not, a car trying to ram the thing. But then we go inside. And this is very similar to in Robocop 2 when we get that opening where we're seeing all the crimes escalating.
Right. Yeah.
In here, we get this long sequence inside the police station of all the unruly people and the criminals, and we've got hookers, and we got a guy breaking out of his custody. We've got somebody complaining, and we got, be right with you, and it's just hot and steamy and people everywhere, and it's miserable, and it's great. It sets up the whole scene for you with the station, how miserable everything is. Again, always emphasizing that this is basically the what is it? Warren Downey Jr. said Dante's hell. That's what this is, and we see that the police station is no respite from all the chaos. It's great.
Yeah. And you mentioned world building, and one of the reasons we picked this movie is that we were talking about sequels that created a whole other world or like an additional world to the first film. And that's why, just this whole scene and everyone's like sweaty, like you said, and it's just like it sets it up that like and there's like three times too many people in that space, even though it was a large space. There was like too many people in it, and it just felt like this larger than life scene. And I keep going back to two. So like at some point in this scene too, like they're just going to like change their shirts. So they like have extra shirts in their desk just because they're sweating through whatever they have on. They're just sweating through it. So even in the air conditioned police office, we assume it's police station is somewhat air conditioned. People are just sweating through their clothing. And I love that, how it just continued. Everyone was just sweating.
Yeah, I almost wish that they didn't have any of the characters mention the heat, because I think the visuals do it for you. They do have characters that periodically say, oh, it's just so hot. Mm-hmm. And honestly, you don't need that information in here. The movie communicates that through all of what's going on and how everybody is covered in sweat. And you don't see a lot of movies where the hero characters are constantly sweating through their clothes. And in this movie, it's constant. So that I could have done with, that's a nitpick though. I mean, it's a minor nitpick, but I say that because I think the movie did a great job in visually communicating it. You didn't really need that. So then we get our first introduction to Agent Keys, which is the Gary Busey character who you have on your monitor behind you in one of his better roles. That is towards the end of the film. So
yeah, I think that's his death scene. That's his death scene.
That is his next to death scene. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we get an introduction to him, and we also have the sergeant, or whatever, mm-hmm. captain, mm-hmm. basically telling Danny Glover, and of course we know how this is going to end up, that, hey, you need to cooperate because the feds are in charge, and mm-hmm. we have to back them up. But this is a great little scene that introduces Keys and reinforces, as if we really needed it at this point, that Danny Glover does not like authority. Beautiful scene, again, echoing the first movie, where Carl Weathers comes across at first as he knows Schwarzenegger, so it's a little different. They were friends, but still comes across as, oh yeah, you know what? We're just going to go in there and we're going to rescue these people. And it's no big deal. This is just a standard thing. There's no ulterior motive whatsoever. And Keys is the same thing. I'm glad that they didn't overplay him as just hostile and villainous right off the bat. He seems, as if you hadn't seen the movie before, you might think, oh no, he's just a Fed who's coming in, and they have people in place and they have to be careful. Like, nothing he says immediately goes no, and he comes across relatively friendly enough, although he does end with saying, hey, we all have a job to do, so stay in your place. But they play it pretty evenly, which I actually like. I think Busey can go way over the top, and they don't do that with him, at least at this point. He comes across and presents a reasonable scenario, and we get immediately, I think Danny Glover thinks he's full of shit, or just doesn't like feds. We don't know which. And so, responds with, oh, I'm all about cooperating. And it's a great little scene between the two of them.
Yeah. And honestly, like, you almost didn't need the previous scene where he's being chewed out by Robert Davey, or Davi. You didn't need that, because it kind of was all encompassed in there. It's like the mayor's he's been so far up my ass, I won't be able to sit down. That's such the 90s, action movie, maybe late 80s, 90s, I don't know, somewhere around that time, where it was all about every cop basically did the job, did it hard, and so it made it tough for their administrators, and the administrators kept them around because they got the job done, but they were the bane of their existence. And in any of these movies, there's always the 3/4 of the way through where they have to take their gun and badge, and then they have to do it on the streets on their own way or whatever, which a little bit of that happens in this movie. But I actually heard a rumor, and I don't know if you can confirm this, but I heard that originally the role of Gary Busey and that character was offered to Arnold Schwarzenegger. And the idea was it was supposed to be Arnold Schwarzenegger's character, who we would now see in a suit and kind of be like, so it's almost like, the original character from the movie now was more like the Carl Weathers character, sort of, working for the CIA, or in this case, the DEA.
Yeah, there were two versions that I've read about. That one was that it was initially offered to Schwarzenegger, and I think he just didn't think it was the way that character would go. The other version that they initially had played around with, and there's no reason that this well, the fact that his name is Keys would kind of make it not this. But another pitch was, and I actually kind of like this idea, that Keys would have been Dutch's brother, and that after what happened, his brother disappeared and never recovered from what happened, and so he had a personal grudge against the Predator. That's not a terrible idea. I don't know if it would have been done well, but I don't hate it as a kind of connection to the first one. I don't know that it needs that connection. I think it doesn't. So I don't care that it's not there, but it's more interesting than Schwarzenegger coming back in that role, because that doesn't make sense. After his experiences, and especially losing his whole team and the whole thing about we're not assassins, why would he go to work for the government? I mean, I guess if he wants the Predator that badly, but he killed the other one. So I don't know. That doesn't make as much sense as it being his brother and that basically he couldn't recover from everything that happened. I could sort of see that. Neither one I think is something where I'm like, oh, we should have gotten that. I think this functions fine. Keys is just the default Fed guy and an overly arrogant and, as we find out, he shouldn't have been as confident in his plan as he thought he should be, right. Which I kind of like, because it goes back to that Robocop idea of, well, the corporation wasn't quite as clever as they thought. Well, neither was the government in this film. Right. So right. I like this whole setup. I like Gary Busey in the role. Yep. It functions very well as kind of the non-alien antagonist. So I like how this was done.
You're right. And once again, you're talking about similar characters with like Ruben Blades and Maria Conchita Alonso are similar characters to like Billy and Mac from the first movie. This is kind of similar too, where maybe Keys is similar to the, Carl Weathers character, who's kind of like the CIA guy. He's like the outside guy. And so he has other motives behind, being out there. And in this case, being in LA, but, in the first movie it was like, why was Carl Weathers out in that jungle? Was it really for the, there were supposed to be hostages, that type of thing, or was it really because of the Predator?
Yeah. So like I said, the analogs I think work. Cause like I said, I've seen criticisms that this movie recycles too much of the first movie. And I don't think it does. I think it just recognizes that this is one of those times where the Predator is a creature that works well to just keep throwing in different settings with different people, because again, it's such a great idea to not redo the jungle, to put this in a city and just have it be a heat wave. And of course, with a bunch of gang warfare, that would attract him. They do say later, and there's a clip where you'll hear it, where Keys explains that the Predators are drawn to areas of heat and conflict. And it's such a natural idea to expand off of the first one, because they lay that stuff, they sprinkle that around, where she says, oh, these creatures, the one in the first film is talking about how, they show up when it's really hot.
The hottest seasons.
And this year it's very hot. And so this is, I feel like, unlike a lot of other movies where they start trying to bend the idea of the creature to other environments and it doesn't make sense, this one, it really does. They're lone hunters. They want to test themselves against whatever's around, and the gangs would be the strongest, as we've heard. And I don't know that the movie really necessarily intentionally does this, but I always kind of read this as a subtext is the reason the Predator's not hunting cops is because they're not the toughest guys in town. The gangs are. So the Predator hasn't bothered with the cops yet because they're getting slaughtered. It's the gangs that are running everything. So of course he would go, I'll go over to the gangs because they're tougher.
But there was this weird thing too in the first movie, and they play with it in the second movie too, is this idea that the Predator has some type of honor because he's a sportsman, I guess a sports alien, where he's like a hunter, and so he has some, morals, or, I only hunt prey that is worthy of being hunted, like the idea of like holding a gun or not having a gun in the original film. And of course there's a scene later in this movie too where they play around with the idea of is the victim innocent or not.
Right. Well, and that feeds into, if you want to expand it thematically and get very hoity-toity film school analysis about it, there is this idea that the Predator represents machismo. And so a macho man is not going to want, he'll fight me like a man, a fair fight, right. You want to be on even ground. And so I think that's just kind of something that you automatically map to it. You don't think about the logic of why would an alien have the human concept of honor and trophies. it doesn't matter because what you understand is that's a reflection of, oh, he's the toughest guy around. He's the big dick in the room. And that's what the Predator's supposed to be. And so I like that because...
Yeah, that's a really interesting point because if you think about it, like Jason Voorhees and Freddy, they don't like take off, drop the knife because their victim doesn't have one. They don't have this like kind of, and if we're looking at it purely as like a slasher, like the origins are a slasher movie, like you don't usually have the scary monster or the, the stalker sort of make sure that the tables are even or the playing field's even. So that is a weird thing that that for some reason the Predator was like fights fair. And it's like, if because even in the first movie, he realizes, Schwarzenegger's character doesn't have weapons, so he takes off his armor, he takes off his mask.
Well, it's a neat way to make the audience somewhat root for your villain, because the thing is, like, Freddy is a child molesting murderer, right? That's what he does. Jason is a mindless killing machine. Even though, if you know Jason's backstory, you somewhat understand why he doesn't like camp counselors. They did let him drown. Michael Myers is the same thing. He's just a faceless, almost. I mean, they tried to make him into something later, but his initial idea was just random acts of violence. And so there is no sympathy for anything but the people who are the victims, the people running away. Whereas in this, you look at the Predator, you're like, yeah, all right. I mean, he's murdering people, but he doesn't just gleefully kill anybody. He's not he won't kill a child. Like, it's almost like they don't have to say that, but you know that, in fact, we see in this movie that he goes up to a kid. Not one of my favorite scenes in the film, that whole little exchange, but
this is in that third part we're going to discuss.
But even without that scene, you understand as the audience that the Predator wouldn't kill a child. Right? He wouldn't, because there's no honor in it, because we understand his code of honor, because it's a human code of honor, even though he's an alien. Like, it's just inferred in his actions. So I think that allows you to like the Predator as a creature more and not necessarily want to see him die. You don't want to see him win, but you really don't want to see him get, too battered around. You kind of like the fact that he's taking on, especially in this gangs, like, fuck it, it's gangs. Go ahead, kill them. They're criminals. Why not? And so, unlike the first movie, again, you're sort of rooting for it. It plays into that idea of, oh no, you want to see the Predator kill people because these are bad people, until we get to the end of the Danny Glover. Then that's the point where you stop.
Right.
But up to that point, yeah, let him murder people. They're just criminals. Whatever. Capital punishment. Americans do it. Why shouldn't the Predator? Go for it.
Yeah, I just also, it's weird then. So he's like there on vacation. Like he's just like, he's like on vacation in LA, like hunting. He went on a hunting vacation.
We never know what the Predators do on their home planet. For all we know, they're accountants most of the time, and this is their safari.
Yep. They're punching numbers into a terminal.
That happens here is people are stuck in an office all day, and then they pay $2,000 to go to Africa and shoot elephants because they want to feel like tough guys. Yeah. For all we know, the macho thing is universal, truly universal. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. We never got an idea of what their regular lives are on their planet. So who knows? This could just be safari for them. I mean, that's pretty much what I think they play it to be. So we go from this scene where we meet Keys and we understand what he's about pretty much as the audience. I think we all know that there's more going on there. And then we get our introduction to good old Bill Paxton, a gem of a human being who livens anything that he's in. Yeah. And this is just the movie knows how to introduce concepts and people, and we get all of it. So this is the entire, his first real dialogue with the Maria Conchita Alonso character, right up to Danny Glover sitting him down for his talk about what it means to be a cop in the war. I love how the music comes up right at the end to emphasize, like, again, the score is done so, again, the opposite of Robocop 2. Not to make it like we're dumping on Robocop 2. We had a lot of fun with that movie, but this is exactly what you lose when music isn't, and the score and the soundtrack are not used to emphasize, where they're not memorable, where they're not used correctly. This is exactly a movie to watch this right after Robocop 2 just re-emphasizes how important the music is to a film, especially when music is so associated, which Robocop 1 had that too. The score is part of that movie. Predator, the score was part of it, and they were smart to go, nope, we're not going to try to redo it. We're not going to try to 90s it or modernize it. No, we'll stick with what works because we know these beats work and people will recognize them. And it's such a great thing that they don't overdo it. They use it when it's important. They use the right parts at the right times. But also this is a great, I mean, the thing with his comment about is she on the rag. This is such a action male macho action film that even the idea, again, we've now had the mentions of penises and the horror of having them put into places you don't want or torn off or grabbed, and 3 times at least in these clips. So you understand what the point of this movie is. It is a macho action film, but great. Bill Paxton, fantastic. He's just great, and he can't do a bad performance for me in anything, really.
Yeah, it reminded me of his character in True Lies, where he plays the maybe the adulterer, who knows, that type of thing. And, in that Schwarzenegger, fantasizes just, bashing his head in or whatever. But he plays like, a used car salesman type. And this is a flavor of that. This is a more nuanced performance, but I was like, oh, he plays this character so well. And, they call on him to do it quite a bit. But yeah, just going back to the music, I mean, that sort of rattle, kind of the jungle rattle, I referred to it in the first movie. It always kind of, it's a great dovetail, what we would call musically. So it dovetails that scene to go into the next scene. And for me, it was always in the jungle scenes, and kind of was when we were panning away from some dialogue, looking out at the jungle. And I think it does a great job in this, because it's not kind of like LA's the jungle, now, and this is the heat and, the humidity. I think it's all wrapped up in it. And then it also has something to do with the Predator too. I feel like it's a little bit of a motive for the Predator. We're going to have a scene with the Predator, or the Predator's coming back. Wonderfully done. And that's why I said, like, these composers like Alan Silvestri and a lot of these other like kind of traditional composers that did a lot of the film scoring for these movies, just knew how to transition from a scene, knew how to accent a piece of dialogue, a beat. And so and that was really on point. And like you said, we missed that from Robocop 2, which, like we said, after we talked like 3 hours about Robocop 2, we were like, was there a score? Can you remember? We only remembered the one scene with the very adult child who had his kind of death, and we thought the music was a little sappy in that scene. But that's about as far as we went. But here right away, we've got these like quick cuts and all this music that's helping kind of dovetail one scene to another.
Yeah, I always felt like the jungle rattle was the Jaws theme for Predator.
Yeah.
It was the indicator that there's a threat, that's something you have to be careful, because it always felt like it was the tension theme that was going on. And it does immediately evoke the idea of the jungle, and it is a good... This is what I mean. The movie is mostly very smart about its callbacks and its references and its ways of evoking the first movie. It slips here and there, but in general, I think it does a good job of saying, no, this is still a Predator movie. It's a different version, but the Predator is still the Predator, and he is. I mean, the Predator is a character until we get to the third act, where we get one-liners from the Predator, which is not my favorite thing about this film. It really isn't, but... as far as his actions up until that point, until when it gets a little muddy, he is exactly the character, and now he's enhanced, because we go from that to a very intense sex scene, which I have no explanation for. I don't know what's going on in there. There's a lot of noise involved and a lot of movement, which would seem to be, in this type of heat, would cause some friction burns.
Well, they have air conditioning. It seems like it's in this high-rise type building. So, they probably
it looked like a beautiful,
right. It's like a penthouse.
Apartment.
So
I would live. This is like a bachelor pad,
right.
Peak 90s. I think this is a peak 90s bachelor pad. I would have loved to live in this place when I was younger and single. Are you kidding? It's great. So we get this sex scene with one of the Colombians, I believe, or is it Jamaican? Yep. No, Colombians.
No, it's Colombians, because then the Jamaicans kind of...
The Jamaicans show up.
Coitus interruptus.
Yes. And so Willie's men show up, and we get this beautiful scene where they're talking about voodoo magic, and it's great. And again, this is a 90s voodoo gang, top to bottom. I love this gang. They're great. They're just so memorable and great.
I had a Seagal moment there. I was like, oh, I haven't seen Marked for Death in a long time. I'm like, I got to go watch Because I remember Out for Justice. I think that's the first Seagal movie. I remember watching it a few years ago and being like, it's a little cheesy, but not too bad, not too bad. I wonder how well Marked for Death, and then is it Out to Kill? I wonder how well
Out
those
to
have
Kill.
aged.
Out to Kill holds up. I can tell you, Out to Kill holds up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I mean, it holds up as what it is, right? I mean, I'm not saying that this is a great film that people have slept on. I'm saying it's the best of Seagal, which is
the best of Seagal.
A specific container.
His first three movies were like, you're like, okay, this guy's doing, he's doing something.
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
Yeah. As the weight increases, I feel the quality goes down. There's a
weight and the ego ballooned.
Yeah,
the quality deflated. It's just there was an inverse relationship.
Yeah, there's like a formula there, like how much belly fat equals the quality of the movie. Yeah.
It's watch the first three and stop, and you'll have a good time.
There you go.
And just imagine that it only got better from there. It doesn't. But in here, we get the Voodoo Gang, and they're getting ready to, they stab this guy, and they're getting ready to do whatever voodoo ceremony they are, when, of course, our buddy, Mr. Predator Dreadlock, shows up and starts wiping them out. We get the spear. We get the awesome net that drills into the walls and cuts you with the razor wire.
Right.
We get his little launching dagger thing, whatever it is that gets wedged in the wall. So we see that he has, and this makes sense.
Were these in the first movie, though? Were these in the first movie?
No, none of it.
Yeah, so it felt like an action figure.
Is the shoulder cannon.
The shoulder cannon. It felt like an action figure. Like, we need to sell more props for the action figure. Like, it just felt like that. But of course, he would have other weapons to trap people. Like, if he would have more than just what he had in the first film. Yeah.
I'm sure they were planning on selling figures. There is a reason why all the Predators, when you see them at the end, all look differently. Now, not only is that neat, but it allows you to sell 50 versions of the figure. I mean, that's why at one point they had like a scuba diving Batman. I don't remember the movies ever having a scuba diving Batman, but I know there was a figure of it because I had it when I was a kid. So yes, there is definitely that, but it does make sense that hunting in a different situation and with different enemies who had there's far more of them with more guns, more firepower. Yeah, you're going to start to use tools to be able in your own weapons, and why wouldn't it? And they're neat. They're futuristic, like the spear opens up, it closes down. Yeah. It fits within the movie. It doesn't feel like he's just using a random spear. It feels like technology.
Right. Or he doesn't have like a Mac 10 or something like that. And you're like, wait, what's going on? Like,
right. Exactly. Yeah. So I like the fact that it's not just the shoulder cannon, that we're seeing something new, but something that makes sense. And it all feels like it. And he is wearing basically netting on his body. So the weapons feel like they're of his design. They don't feel weird and just inserted. They feel like natural, organic additions to the character. So, of course, he has no problem dispensing all of them, wipes them all out. But, again, as an echo back to the first film, we have one survivor who happens to be the woman who was in the middle of a intense amore session, or whatever you want to call that. And we don't see specifically that he spares her, but you have to assume he knew she was there. But she was, of course, a civilian or, unarmed. But it could be she was just hiding. We really don't know. Yeah. And so we get everybody showing up.
Oh, I think you see she like runs behind something or something like that. Or,
yeah, she's behind a pillar.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the idea, again, of, there's a witness who saw something, but what she's saying doesn't make sense. She's not speaking in Spanish this time. Right. Oh, no, she is. That's right, because...
it's such a callback.
Alonso.
Yeah, it's such a callback to the first film. Yeah,
it is. And again, we see Danny kind of looking around and being
this doesn't add up. This doesn't add up.
This is not normal. So Key shows up, says, hey, get out. Danny notices that there's something that's caught in the ceiling AC unit. So basically, when they're leaving, he says, all right, I'm going to meet you back here. We're going to see what that thing is, but don't go in alone. We got to go in together. So then we immediately get this scene, which is the clip where now Danny Glover's back in hot water again with the, let's say, lieutenant, whatever he is. Robert Davi, once again, doing a completely different role in a completely different movie. But it does lead to a wonderful scene where Danny Glover is going to confront Keyes about the fact that Danny has been killed, because this is post Danny going in. He recovers this little piece of metal, gets killed by the Predator, which again reminds me a lot of like the Billy scene. It's not quite the same, but it's the one guy who seems to know something's going on and one-on-one and gets slaughtered. And then we get this scene where Danny Glover is being chewed out and about Danny dying. All right, so multiple things. Robert Davi, basically, I love the fact that Davi's gone after this. This is his last scene in the movie.
Yeah, we never see him again.
Never see him again. None of this has any impact on anything.
Yeah.
And he literally, the way he ends his little speech sounds like, okay, we've ended the mandatory scene where he's like, that's it, dismissed. I mean, it is almost him saying, okay, we've gotten this out of the way. My role in this movie is over. Pay me, I'm leaving. And he just whoosh, takes off.
Right.
Then we get the essential, now it's personal, boss. No, this time it's personal thing.
Yeah.
And, we came up on the street. I'm going to find out. And he confronts Keyes. And we get a variation on Mac's whole, I don't give a shit who you are back in the world. You give away our position one more time, and I'll bleed you out here.
Which also, by the way, Gary Busey in Point Break has this same scene with Ted McGinley Jr. where he punches him. Look, I'm like, this is such like, I don't know what was going on in the 90s. Everyone had a boss they didn't like, and no one could follow the rules. I don't know what was going on.
You're a loose cannon. You're out of control.
Was this before HR existed, I guess? Like, people just basically, like, every employee did what they want, and bosses were just, like, upset about it. Like, that was the 90s, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but it's something because, like you said, every movie had it, and I do love the fact, and in the video you'll see it where Danny Glover backs off and does this motion with his hands like he's gonna smack Gary. You heard it in the clip. There's a smacking sound.
Yeah,
he basically backs off, and goes like that to the air. It's such a great. I dearly hope that wasn't in the script and Danny Glover just did it to emphasize how little respect and care he had about what was going on, because it is a wonderful little just physical thing that is like, bitch, don't come near me or you're dead. It's great. And so,
did you notice too the music? Once again, that was the dun-dun-dun-dun-dun,
that's
which
the
is
military theme.
The military theme. So
let's get ready.
And the other kind of heat theme we were talking about earlier that was sort of dovetailing that scene. That's more the Predator theme because it's like less rhythmic and it's a little bit more like, ooh, what's kind of going on. So in the first movie, they did a great job of that. And they're doing it here once again, like showing like when it's your main character kind of moving and doing action, you have this really rhythmic, very, sort of accurate rhythm. And then with, the Predator, it's like a little bit more like, wait, what's going on? The rhythms are a little less on beat. And it's a little more like amorphic.
Well, primarily because the Predator 2 is, I didn't mean to say Predator 2. Sorry, that was just an accident.
T-O-O.
But the Predator there's no threat to him. And so everything is more laid back. There is this idea that his music is a little looser because there's never a point where he is not injured in any meaningful way until in the third act. He doesn't actually get hurt in any real way. Yeah. Until the slaughterhouse scene is where he actually gets shot a bunch of times.
In both films, though, too, because it's not until later that he actually gets mortally wounded, where he has to go and like, that's the whole like, if it bleeds, we can kill it. That whole one-liner.
And one thing, so after this, we have a scene where basically the team, which is Danny Glover, MCA, instead of having to say her name the whole time. So MCA and Bill Paxton meet up, and he says, okay, I'm going to go talk to King Willie because King Willie and I have the same problem. This guy is killing all of our people. So if I offer him help, then maybe, he'll give me some information, because at this point, Danny is now dead. Danny, the one who was seeing that there was more going on. But as far as we can tell, Danny Glover still doesn't really know. And Keyes is correct when he says you don't know what you're dealing with. Well, at this point, Danny Glover doesn't. He knows somebody's doing this, and it's clearly somebody with ability and power, but he doesn't know it's an alien. Like that, this has not happened yet.
And but it's clearly not one of the gangs. It's not either of the gangs, that have done probably horrible things. They've probably seen horrible murder scenes where they've cut people up and stuff, but not to this degree.
Yeah, because even in the earlier scenes when they say, oh, this must have been the Jamaicans or the Colombians, nobody says, well, no, this is too brutal. They don't say that. They just say, well, then why did they leave the drugs? Why did they not do this? There's certain things that give away that it doesn't make sense, but none of them are, no, they wouldn't skin people. No, clearly they would skin people. They just wouldn't then leave their boss hanging upside down. That's the difference.
Right.
So again, there's little clues that it's not quite what they're used to, but at the same time, it's not the brutality that's throwing them off. It's little things that don't make like business sense, which again is a subtle background reminder that yes, things are really bad here because They don't blink at skinned bodies hanging from the
Right.
ceiling. What they don't understand is why the guy they were torturing is still here. Why wouldn't they have taken the body with them?
Well, even in that first scene with Danny, where he was talking about how would they physically get that guy up there, it would have taken a team of people to string somebody up that high. You know, and they play with that in the first movie too. They're like, there must be this rogue other platoon of soldiers that strung these guys up. So we've got to be careful out here because there must be another platoon that we missed out here in the jungle.
Yeah, and again, Billy is the one who says, yeah, but they were firing in all directions. There's no other tracks. But Schwarzenegger's first thinking is, oh, they were ambushed. Somebody jumped them in the jungle because these guys are really good. If they got ambushed, then somebody got the drop on them. And Billy's the one who's like, I'm not seeing signs of that. That doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, I do like the parallels. I think they're done the correct way for the most part. So then we get what is probably one of the best
This
whole
is, by the
segments
way,
of the movie.
this is where I start to have questions about this film. The King Willie scene, I'm like, okay.
King Willie, the King Willie scene is the very essence of two different ways a scene can be both amazingly weirdly bad and excellent. Because the meeting with King Willie is hilarious. I have the clip. The accent is a masterpiece. It is so bizarre and incorrect and ill-fitting and wavering that it is entrancing. There's a wonderful word that I learned from the West Wing, ensorcelled. This accent is an ensorcelling thing. Because you just sit there and you almost become dazed. Yeah. And you just kind of, and you wish you could hear this person do a whole movie in this accent because he might be an alien too. Maybe that's why the Predator's fixating on him, because he's also an alien.
Well, and notice he also has, so there's the weird thing that the Predator has dreads and so do the black characters in the movie. There's this Siskel, or it was Siskel or Ebert, one of them, they wrote during the time, that they thought the actual Predator costume was subtle racism, that it was trying to evoke like a black character or something like that. And I don't know, I feel like that's very thin, but yeah, there was this weird, like you say, like maybe King Willie is like somehow in league with the Predator or knows of them, or yeah.
All I'm saying is I could believe he was an alien based on this performance. It's great. And then after that is one of the, it's terrible. But then after that, we have one of the best effects sequences that the whole movie has, where the Predator kills King Willie. We have a great transition from a scream to a severed, like the part after the meeting is among the best of any of the, of even the first movie, as far as the effects work. I've watched videos of people who do effects talking about how they did those footsteps is really impressive. And the way that the scene where you see him in the reflection as his camouflage. Right. Like, it's very well directed after the King Willie meeting.
Yeah, today it's old hat because we're like, oh, we can, we see that in the best in AAA video games. I mean, we see, we see water reflection, with ray tracing and all that. But yeah, in the, early 90s, I mean, that's a challenge.
Now, I must give credit to Danny Glover, who somehow kept his composure. And acted seriously against this.
Right. And he's like, hey, man, makes sense.
No,
I feel like I want to take that clip. I want to take that clip and use it for things like, hey, man, makes sense.
It really is. And if you're watching the video, you'll see it. It really is a standout performance because this is the only scene we have of King Willie. He's killed very shortly after.
But you hear a lot. You've heard a lot about him, and you heard what how feared he is, and like even by the cartel is like a kind of in fear of him. He's this mythical figure, so he had to be larger than life. So. Did he have to be a borderline hate crime? I don't know, but it's a little over the top. The Babylon, why are you mentioning Babylon? That's the best part.
But you know what? This is the thing. We were talking about this before we started recording about this idea that you can be good or you can be bad, but you can't be anything in between.
Right.
And
he's
not forgettable.
No, this is not a halfway thing where I'm like, they didn't go far enough. That's
No.
100% true.
No, and it really is. And this is at 45 minutes. This is dead center of the film.
See, and by the way,
this-
up to this point, I'm like enjoying everything that's happening. I'm like, oh, the flow is good. We have a couple scenes with Morton Downey Jr. And then, there's a little back and forth. I'm like, oh, this is the classic, like, he's got to do it his own way, that type of thing. Bill Paxton brings some really, great comedic relief, as well as some, just 90s misogyny. But so you're like, this all works. This all fits together.
Right. Yeah. It is up until, I would say, I was going to say the graveyard scene, but the subway scene is good. So it's probably post-subway scene. But the graveyard scene is your first indicator that, well, we're getting on some rocky ground. We're going to be, but you did mention the Morton Downey Jr. Morton Downey Jr. scene. And so after King Willie is killed, we do get another beautiful Morton Downey Jr. Hardcore segment.
And that's not reporting. Like, that's the thing. Like, I love how, like, they're like, that is sensationalized, just entertainment shock, journalism, I guess. Yeah, it feels dirty saying that word with it, but yeah, and that's just great. That's over the top, and it's reminiscent of Robocop, where it's like the idea that, in Robocop, the commentators are a little bit more like flippant, like, oh, those environmentalists, they always do worry about the environment, right? But in here, it's just like, man, this guy's just like making a buck off of all the insanity in the war zone that is LA.
But it's great because it fits with this movie in a way where it is over the top and exaggerated. And basically, I think that what they're doing is they're doing a current affair. I think this is what it's supposed to be, which I think is Bill O'Reilly started on that, if I remember. That was his first show before he got his own thing. So you can see the template, and it does make sense. It does add this kind of comedic element to things. But after that is where we get this scene where Danny Glover goes to visit Billy's grave. And they play the music where Mac is talking to Jesse Ventura when he's laid out.
The hero theme, the lone trumpet, it's yes.
It's a great use of the music. It's a shame that the scene is nowhere near as good as that, because this is where the train starts rocking on the tracks a bit, because the scene of him visiting Danny is fine. But then we see that the Predator is there because, and this is one thing I think the movie somewhat fails at, but it works and it doesn't, which is to establish that Danny Glover is the super cop. Because if there's a point where they're like, no, he's after you. You are the lion. That's what you'll hear Keyes talk about. You're the lion. And don't get me wrong, Danny Glover is shooting everybody in sight. He did drive a car where he was leaning out the side to rescue people. He's doing heroic things, but he's not Schwarzenegger. He's not a gigantic Hulk of a man. So I don't know that insubordination and reckless driving make you a threat for the Predator, but I guess in LA it does, which
I think it's just the whole terrifying thought. Like, every other slasher movie, like Michael Myers is like, attacking young women, you know what I mean? I think that has to do with he wasn't babysat properly when he was a child, right? Yeah. But like, so instead, the Predator's not going after like weak or traditionally weak people. He wants the alpha. He wants the lion. He wants the big prize. And I don't want to give anything away about what he does with these prizes, but he wants the trophy.
And like I said, I don't really mind it. I just think they jump from, it's just so happens these cops are running into him, to suddenly, no, now he's fixated on Danny Glover.
Right.
And it sort of works, but it also could have used maybe a little more setup. I don't mind.
There was no scene where all of a sudden now it became personal for the Predator, or like the Predator realized now it's time to go after, Danny Glover. Like there wasn't that strong connection. So all of a sudden now he's just at the cemetery.
There should have been, or maybe it would have been good if there was a scene where he ran into the Predator and wounded him, and so he realized, the first person in LA who's wounded me. Well, now I have to get you.
Absolutely.
But whatever. Like I said, it's not like it hurt anything that came before. The movie was chugging along until
by the way, with this scene, so far, everything that happens in this scene, anything you've mentioned so far, I don't have any problems with. I think the music is beautiful. Yeah. He's meeting or paying tribute to Ruben Blades' character, and the Predator's there. Don't have a problem with any of that.
Yeah. And that's all okay. Then we get a child.
However, what you're about to mention.
Then we have a small child And I always forget this scene because it's so stupid. I always forget about the fact that the kid is even there, but then you hear this background noise of something. Oh, mommy, I'm going to run around and play or whatever. And you're like, what is this?
Oh.
And then the kid goes up to the predator, who is just standing there, camouflaged, hands and says, "Would you like some candy?" And then he internalizes that vocal so that he can be like, "Want some candy? Want some candy?" Mm-hmm. And then that's just over with. The kid survives, of course. The predator is gone. And then
by the way,
is
that
Danny
the same
Glover.
kid? Is that the same kid from like Dream Warriors or something, like one of the other Nightmare on Elm Street movies? I feel like there's like
I didn't
the
recognize
son.
him because I think I had my head like this when it was happening, so I don't know that I actually saw the kid all that well. I was too busy.
You
going,
were embarrassed
I
for
forgot.
the production at that point.
I remembered this scene happened, and it was like, oh.
See,
right,
by the way, once again though, loving the movie up to this point and just being like, there's some weird things or whatever. There's some '90s things. There's some racist things. There's some misogynistic things. But I'm like, this is just like a really nice world. It's really well put together. However, then I was like, oh, okay, there were some issues with this movie.
And then we see that he's hung Danny's necklace on a tree. Also, that part I don't mind. It's a sign. It's like, hey, I was here.
Yeah.
Okay. But then we get this dramatic thing where Danny Glover is whipping his gun around. And that's one place where they maybe overuse the music, where it's very, very over the top.
Yeah.
And then he says, Danny's necklace. Okay, we're watching the movie. We know he was touching it the whole movie. He's going like this, like he's playing an instrument. So we know what this thing is. We don't need it's an ADR line. Probably a studio head said, hey, you need to remind people. I mean, it just feels like it was inserted later because it's not, you don't see him say.
Yeah. And that exec came into the movie like an hour in or whatever, like
what is that?
wasn't paying attention.
I don't know what that is. Oh, you were watching it where the guy looked like he was, trying to play the flute on his chest. Yeah. That's his necklace. Thanks.
Yeah.
So we get that. Again, not the best scene, but a mix of things. Still some good and bad. That's okay. It's fine. And
I
then
like
we
the
cut
concept,
to
though. I like the concept because that's a throwback to the first movie where the Predator is analyzing Billy's laugh, right? Where he analyzes, records it, and then plays it back in kind of a horror, in a really horrific way in the first film. So I was like, okay, well, we're calling back to that, this idea that, the Predator is able to not only use visual camouflage, but also use sort of speech and sound to catch his prey. So cool concept.
Well,
but
I think you didn't need the kid for it. You could have had where Danny Glover said something and the Predator recorded it to use later.
Right. Like I'm too old for this shit. I'm too old for this shit.
Maybe not that. But and the necklace hanging, I don't mind. I think it's just the thing where he's swinging the gun around and it's whipping the camera. It just feels out of place and very MTV editing. Yeah. So it's not that the scene is a train wreck. There's just some bad decisions in it. But overall, it's fine.
The scene could have been cut out. The scene could have been cut out. It could have been,
or it could have just stopped with him visiting the grave and saying, "I'm going to get him." Like that's fine. I don't have a problem with it because I do like that music. So it's a good use of the music and it's a nice scene.
Absolutely.
And it does it reinforces his thing where it's like, well, now it's personal. Yeah, okay. This is a reminder. This is what I'm doing. I'm fine with that. It's just it went on too long. Then we get the subway scene, which does make you kind of immediately forget the other one because the subway scene is great. And so the subway scene is fantastic. The only problem is if you're prone to seizures or you have epilepsy or anything, you probably shouldn't watch it because, wow, the strobe lighting is not subtle. It is all strobe light after a certain point. But we start off. Go ahead.
It's weird, though, because I think they were trying to do this, like, make it scary. So, like, up until this point, I feel like the Predator is not really scary. And so this scene felt like they were trying to turn it now back into maybe a horror film where your vision is being obscured, so the anxiety kind of builds and you're like, where is the Predator, where is it on the train? And they're trying to do that, but there's just a lot of flashing light though at the end of the day.
So there's two parts to this scene. So we get this opening that's almost comedic where you see MCA and Bill Paxton are on the train. And they're there, and we see some toughs, some 90s toughs, some punk guys that are harassing a woman, And then they go to a dweeb that is sitting down with a briefcase, and they're like, oh, they pull a knife on him. So the guy takes out a gun, and he's like, I'll shoot. And then one of the punks pulls out a gun, and then suddenly a bunch of other people pull out guns, and then the whole train is just guns.
Yeah, which I loved. I actually loved this camp. I thought that was great. That called me back to the first RoboCop, the kind of really campy sort of everybody has a gun, like, and yeah, in LA, in the way it was tracking, LA, everyone would have had a gun in at that time, by 97.
It made me think of LA Story, where they're like, oh, holy shit, it's open season on the LA freeway, and everybody's just shooting. I mean, this is a 90s LA thing where it was just like LA is crime city.
Right.
And so, I don't mind it, but then, they then shift immediately to, like you said, there's the strobe lights, and the Predator just randomly crashes. I mean, I do like the scene where he's climbing on the top. That felt like Aliens to me, where he's climbing, but I don't know why he's there. He just decided to go after the other two cops that were with Danny Glover. Whatever.
He was just at the, what's the traffic like though? Because he was just at the cemetery. So I don't know how long of a drive is it from the actual cemetery to the reported LA subway system. I mean, that would,
Well, I suppose it's kind of like if you have a motorcycle in traffic, if you're going across rooftops, I guess you make better time in LA. So that's really the key. If people are stuck in traffic, go across rooftops. You'll be much better. You have to get good at jumping. But
is that assuming he's traveling that way on foot, like through the building?
The only reason I make the assumption is we do see him go up to escape to the roof when he's with Danny Glover.
That's right.
And in the original movie, he was traveling in the treetops. So if you just kind of extend that out, the treetops in LA are rooftops. So I don't know how else he does it. I mean,
so we would have to ask somebody who lives in LA what the rooftop commute time is from
feel free to comment in the comments below. If we've got this wrong,
we got a lot of things wrong.
This whole thing is wrong. This lighting situation I have is wrong. But so he's in the subway, crashes through the roof, and that's when we then suddenly get the strobe effect. It's an immediate 180 to the comedic everybody's got guns thing, and so I think you're right. The idea was, let's make it horrific. And there is a horror element to it. I just think it goes on a little too long. Like, there's just a lot of it, which, again, it's not a joke that certain people probably can't watch this part of the movie because I could see it inducing seizures. It is so glaring and just constant that I know people who get headaches from that. So it probably would, even if you don't have a seizure, you'll get a headache from it. So I guess warning, lots of strobe lighting. It's effective. I don't mind it, but I think at some point there could have been the thing where the emergency light comes on and it's low light, and he's still scary. I mean, he's still chopping people up and coming forward. And so what happens is essentially we have our cops split. MCA takes the people to try to get off the train, and Bill Paxton decides to confront the Predator. Now, the first time I watched this, I thought he would survive because he just seems, even though he's a complete asshole, he does seem like the likable guy who maybe he gets cut up and he comes out and he's bleeding or whatever.
He starts off as an asshole, and they spend that whole first hour kind of he becomes part of the team. And even at that point, him and Cantrell character, they're starting to get along, and they're starting to have this like copacetic sort of relationship where it's like, okay, he's not going to be a total misogynistic asshole, and she's going to soften up a little bit. Like, so like they spent all that time kind of developing that character to kind of just have him get mashed up in the subway.
I mean, and it's a good scene because it is a major character dying, so it does establish the stakes, which I think after Danny, you thought maybe Danny would be the only one who died. That's typical in movies like this. Like, one main character dies, the others somewhat survive. Although the first movie throws all that shit out because everybody but Schwarzenegger and the woman died. So it's not like the template isn't there for, no, more than one major character can die. But a movie like this doesn't feel as serious for a lot of it. So you could be forgiven for thinking, okay, Danny died. Somehow Bill Paxton will make it out. He'll manage to distract him and throw himself out the window and the train will keep going. But no, annihilated. He shoots him at least 20 times at point blank range. Now they build up Bill Paxton as a great cop. So I'm assuming if they'd made it where he never shot his gun and he got nervous, like National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon 1, where he's twitching, okay, maybe. But he's firing. We see the camera angle. He's firing right at him. How did he miss? That part is one of the ones where you go, hold on.
Well, maybe there's
the gun
some
could have jammed.
predator armor that we don't know about. I don't know.
Sure. Apparently it doesn't work against shotguns, but we'll get to that. So apparently he's got armor against 9mm. Fine.
Yes. Yeah.
So whatever.
Smaller rounds, smaller caliber.
Smaller rounds. Smaller caliber, no problem. That skin density bounces right off.
Mm-hmm.
So Bill Paxton gets wiped out. A bunch of other people who are armed. I do like the fact that they do, at points, you have Danny Glover starting to sort of put things together. The graveyard scene, he looks at trophies in the window and he kind of looks at it for a minute. And it's like he's starting to piece it together, which I like better than him just realizing it as, oh, light bulb goes on. He's a hunter and he wants trophies. No, they kind of layer it in, which I think is nice.
Or Keyes could have just basically told him everything, because we're coming up onto the scene where we kind of like reveal what the hell Keyes is doing. But like it could have just been all from that, where like everything, where because Danny's a good detective, he's already kind of sort of putting the pieces together.
And there are these little things like the necklace. Why did he have the necklace? Why would he keep the necklace? And serial killers take trophies. So even within police work, there would be things that might start lining up. But I like the fact that they don't make, he doesn't say it to the window. He says, he's collecting trophies, because that's what a stupid movie would do, right? I mean, that's instead you just kind of see him looking at it, and he's like, you could see the gears turning. I like that. There is a lot of good work in this, as far even in the parts that are lesser. It's still I think
that's
a good movie.
like I said, even with Danny Glover, he's a great actor, and Ruben Blades is a great actor. Maria Conchita Alonso was in many films after this, even more like kind of serious films. So they got really, and Bill Paxton's great too. I mean, because these are actors that can act by speaking or just their facial expressions, their eyes. That's what I meant. Like it was almost bigger budget than the first film in a way, because they weren't just getting these like dudes who could be in an action movie. They were casting like, actors who can, kind of portray roles, not just through the script, but also through, just physical action and expression.
And we haven't mentioned this yet, which I should have said this right off the top, but the idea of it being Danny Glover as the lead, I really like, because they could have just gone with another muscle-bound, even though I made the comment that why would the Predator immediately fixate on him. At the same time, Danny Glover at no point seems like he's not in control and is not the dominant force in the room. He's great.
I remember that was
the idea
a thing.
That they went with him.
I remember that was a thing. I remember people were like, why isn't Schwarzenegger in this one? And why is it, and I mean, it was the early 90s. So they're like, why is it Danny Glover? And it might've been like, why is it a black guy? But I think he already was known to be an action star because of the Lethal Weapon films. So I think it wasn't so much that, like, why is it a black guy? But like, oh, it's going to be Murdoch. So then like, what is this movie going to be? Is this going to be the thriller horror movie of the first film? Or is this going to be like Lethal Weapon Part, 3 or whichever one they were on at that point? I think maybe only 2 had come out at that point, but you know what I mean? So like, I think people were just like today when we're like, wait, who did they cast in that role? Oh, that's that actor's going to be horrible in that role. And sometimes we're right. Sometimes we're like, it's going to be a different type of movie. And other times we're, like pleasantly surprised.
Well, I've brought up many times my stupid comment of, oh, Hugh Jackman is Wolverine. There's a fucking dumb idea.
Right.
And sure enough, might as well just punch myself in the face, because the moron was me in the room when I said that. He was great. So yeah,
somebody tried to get me to watch Tenet, and I would not watch it because Robert Pattinson was in it. And I was like, I'm not going to watch that. I don't need to see the Twilight guy. And sure enough, I finally got around to watching that film, that wonderful Christopher Nolan film. And I was like, dude, he was amazing in that. He was the great, like, kind of buddy character. And I was like, fantastic acting. So that was a case where I'm like, wait, this guy, the Twilight guy, is going to be in a serious Christopher Nolan movie? Like, how's that going to work? And
well, people said the same thing for the Batman. And I think the Batman is top 3, if not top 2 of Batman films I've seen. I mean, it was spectacular, and he was great in it. So yeah, he was great. But for the
it was
time,
different. He was more like emo Batman. I liked his
he was,
take on
but that was great.
I liked
it
too.
Awesome car.
Yeah.
But you could see where people, I mean, I understand that reaction. that it would seem, because it is a big difference from Schwarzenegger in terms, but what you do get, and let's just be objective about it, is you get a better actor. I mean, I love Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
But he's not a thespian.
Danny Glover is like Grand Canyon is a movie he's in, which is just fantastic.
He's been in a bunch of things that are really, really, I mean, he's done theater work. He's a serious actor.
Yep.
And I mean, you'd have to be to do the King Willie scene and not just say, no, I quit.
Makes sense, man. Makes sense, man.
Makes sense, man.
Act better. I feel like when he's saying that, he's like, act better, man. Act better.
Yeah. Is that a serious thing that they just left in?
Right.
They said to the guy, what?
Like,
what are you doing? Makes sense, man. And they just were like, no, that fits. We'll leave it in.
They're like, good. We'll keep that. Thanks, Danny.
Yeah, that's leaving it in. So we have the subway scene, which also includes a wonderful little bit where the Predator catches up with MCA. And after having skinned half a train worth of people, we find out that for all his murderous intent, there's one character in this movie who's standing up for old style family values, because when he sees that she's pregnant, he says, nope, pro-life, and lets her go. So
I feel like he is the big game hunter. He is the big game hunter. The guy who goes and kills the elephant. I feel like it's the same type of guy. Yeah, he's like pro-life and all that.
Yeah, same thing. It is almost comedic.
Yeah.
But again, this is one of those things where you sit there and go, well, he's not all bad. He was not going to kill a pregnant woman.
It's this weird thing where it's like Michael Myers is a machine, like you said. Like a lot of these other, horror villains or monsters, they just kill indiscriminately. And there's this other agenda, and that makes it like kind of intriguing and, like you said, likable, but then maybe even more horrifying, because you're just like, this is like a game. He's just like playing with his food, like. Yeah. Well,
what it does is the terror of like the alien, the xenomorph, is that it is just raw instinct. There is no reasoning with it. There is no. It doesn't care. It's not gonna. You can do whatever you want. It's gonna just chew right through you, and it doesn't matter. Whereas the Predator is the other side of that, where it's like, well, this is essentially a Hannibal Lecter type of character, where I don't need to know everything of the mentality. I don't need to know all the rules. I understand enough because there's a basic framework. And what that tells you more than anything is this is not a creature that acts. I mean, we never, up until the point where, there's only a few instances where he even acts out of anger. Most of the time, he's very calculated. I know how to deal with this. I have the tools. I got the talent. We'll take care of it. And there isn't a moment where it loses control until really he gets his hand cut off, which is going to be coming soon. And then he starts to kind of get a little angry. And then he starts spouting the one-liners a little bit too much for my taste. But the intelligent, lethal Predator is as scary as the alien, because you can't reason with the alien, but this thing's logic is all its own, and it's 8 feet tall and will just knock you right out and has blades longer than your arm. And so that is an equal type of scary, except it is what's going on in the brain. And they do keep enough of it alien that, you understand the basics, but you also really don't know what's going through this thing's head. And so you can't really predict it, except, it won't kill pregnant women. So, okay, it's got some values.
I think it goes back to, the villains in the superheroes and in the comics. There's always like the villain who uses his mind and is like the Lex Luthor type character. And then there's the villain who is just a beast of a person. I mean, like going back to X-Men and Wolverine, you have Magneto versus, some of the other villains that are just pure there to just like fight the main characters. So I feel like Predator is both, right? There's like this like sentient kind of plan mission going on, but he's also pretty badass and pretty dangerous.
Yeah, so after the subway scene, we now have Danny Glover is tracking him, and this is where we see him going, bouncing around the city. And eventually, where they end up is in the slaughterhouse district. And we've heard at points that Bill Paxton says at one point that when he was surveilling Keys, he lost him in the slaughterhouse area. And so when we wind up back here, then there's a scene where so the Predator's going across the rooftops, because that's the treetops for LA. We've established that as fact, capital F fact. And so he's going across the treetops of LA. And Danny Glover is following him in a car, which is somewhat comedic to me, but I also kind of like the fact that Predator keeps looking down and just sees this guy in this beat up, Buick coming after him or whatever. And he's just like, I see you, motherfucker. I know you're up there. And he's just driving in a car. And, the unreality of being able to track anything through LA without running into a roadblock or traffic.
Right. Or like hitting a person or something like.
Yeah, ridiculous. So he finally gets to a point where he is coming into a parking lot at the slaughterhouse, and Key's men T-bone him in a way that would almost surely kill him, because that's a heavy impact. And it's just like,
and he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. I checked. He was not wearing a seatbelt. Like, he's going through the windshield. No. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And the fact that that's how they stopped him, as opposed to just pulling in front of him and making him slam on the brakes.
Or like raising your hand, like slow down or something like that. Or
something. But no, we get this violent crash where they then drag him out and bring him in to meet up with Keyes. And I do like the fact that we see Keyes is kind of getting gear on, and Adam Baldwin comes up and says, hey, the cop's back. And he's like, oh, fuck, really? This guy again? And then we get basically the exposition scene where Keyes just unloads everything. And that's the clip where we're going to find out the whole backstory, why they're here, and also their brilliant plan that is foolproof on how they're going to catch themselves. Oh, he does refer to him as a predator, which I both like because it's title check, but it's done organically. It doesn't feel like a dun-dun-dun-dun-dun line. So
and they don't work in two, like also or something like that.
No, if only. He's like, well.
It seems to be a predator as well. Also,
there was a predator as well. A predator also. He's not the only predator in this. Yeah, so they at least had that restraint. So let's give them credit.
Predator. That would have been frightening from Gary Busey.
Okay, so lots in here.
Oh, so much.
So much. First off, I don't know why Danny Glover suddenly is an idiot in this scene where he doesn't know what things mean. Infrared, yes. Even I know infrared means heat. Like, I understand that. And he's like, oh, he can see our heat. He has to explain multiple things. Otherworldly life form, a fucking alien. When did Danny Glover, I mean, I know he was just in a car accident, so maybe he was kind of a little out of it, but I'm pretty sure he's smarter than that.
I think it was supposed to be written that this is like this really intelligent scientist who's speaking in all this like scientific terminology. So like Danny is kind of there to like interpret for the audience, like to put it in plain speak or something like that. But like nothing about Gary Busey gives me any type of like higher level degrees, accrued. Sure enough, well, I'll go look on the Wikipedia and be like, he probably has a PhD in something or whatever. But
and he might, but not in this scene, not this character.
No, not this character.
But I do like on the screen, it says OWLF, and honestly, I've never noticed the letters before my last viewing, and I'm like, oh, otherworldly life form. Yep. That's really stupid, but I adore it. It's great that it's on the screen.
Why would it be on the screen? Yeah.
Yeah, and we get a little bit of Alien in here too, where he's like, where Ash says, I admire its symmetry or whatever he says,
and then we're gonna
capture it.
This whole scene, see, we should do. I'm sure somewhere on the internet there is a list of how many times Aliens has been used in other films in popular culture. I mean, like, it's pervasive. You can go everywhere from like, what was the movie Armageddon, where like, the Jerry Bruckheimer film where they're like kind of doing something similar to the Space Marines, that type of thing. So this is like just a ripoff, I feel like, of Aliens, like the scene where they go down in, below the furnaces. And, I just, but I was down for it all. I was like, this is great. So the weird thing about this, though, it was referencing not only the first film, Predator film, but it was also a callback to another science fiction film, like the Aliens films. So I'm just like, wow, man. I'm like, they're borrowing from the first film, and now they're just borrowing from other films.
I mean, almost to the point where the actual the clip. I should have pulled a clip, because when he says you admire the son of a bitch, Ripley says you admire it to Ash's head.
You're not going to kill this. You want to take him back. You want to take him back. Yeah.
Right.
That's it's the same scene with Gorman where he's like, you're gonna. Ripley's yelling at him like, you were gonna manipulate different freezers on the way home to smuggle this back in so that it could be the evil corporation. Yeah.
Oh, Burke. Yeah, Burke is still a line that I still use that name to describe a corporate scumbag. I'm like, it's a Burke over there.
Yeah. That movie ruined his career. I think he was all in Mad About You. He would have had a nice career after that. But he's gonna have a great,
do a bunch of feel good movies, and they're like, oh, shitbag. Yeah. I do like the fact, like, the plan as they lay it out makes a ton of sense and would work, except they hinge everything on this certainty that it can only see in one spectrum. Now, look, I'm not a tactical genius. I'm not a military specialist. I don't advise on special weapons and nothing. I'm a dumbass art student, right? Even I would sit there and go, wait, he's wearing a helmet. Are we sure that the helmet doesn't have different modes? Because I've played enough video games to know that headsets have different modes.
See, the thing is, Gary Busey and the rest of the science team, they had seen the first movie, so they knew that he could only see in one spectrum, because they saw in the first movie when he takes the helmet off, he doesn't quite see as well. So they had actually seen the first film. So that's the explanation for that. So
I also feel like it is an unintentional symmetry to Robocop 2, where they have a terrible plan that they don't think through, and so they make a giant killing machine that's addicted to nuke, and they don't think that might work out badly.
Yeah, let's put a cult leader addict in a robot that we can't stop.
In a super robot body. Yeah, it sounds like a great idea.
Put a giant gun on it that even can kill Robocop. Sounds good. Yeah, I can't see any shortcomings there. But by the way, I love this scene. I'm down for it. I love this idea. I love the callback to Aliens, and I love that we finally get revealed what Gary Busey and his team's doing. And I think this is a nice. Actually, I like this in the film because at this point you're like, where are we going with this? Because it's kind of like everybody's kind of dead now. So I'm like, oh, is the movie going to be over in 10 minutes? Are we going to have our showdown? Is it going to be over? And this kind of, breathes some new life into the movie, and just another angle that there's actually this team that once again is, kind of like Carl Weathers in the CIA. There's, they're trying to find out what this is. There's some, kind of, they want to keep a sample, take it home, that type of thing. Or in this, they want to harness the nuclear weapon or whatever the weapon they had, from the first film.
Also, a nice little bit of unintentional symmetry to Robocop 2, which starts off with a nuclear explosion in the Amazon, and he references the fact that the Predator detonated himself in the rainforest, which was a mushroom cloud. So again, I don't know that this was planned, but it's a beautiful little bit of mirroring. So yeah, I have no problem with the scene. I'm not trying to bring real world logic into Predator 2.
But and those things, by the way, those things I can forgive. I can forgive just logic that's maybe we're having a good time, right? It's, the accents, the King Willie accent, less forgivable, less forgivable.
Well, I got to tell you, if that accent wasn't in there, I don't know that I'd like King Willie as much. I have to say, I do adore that accent because it is so bad.
Yeah, how else would he have played it? I don't know. I guess he could have, Yeah.
Yeah, because I doubt you could find any actors who had a realistic accent. I just don't think they exist. So somebody would have to make it up. I don't think there are any actors who have the type of accent they were going for.
It was weird because I think so Stephen Hopkins he's Jamaican-born, British-Australian director. So I think he's somewhat Jamaican as well. So I don't know. What I kind of wonder is it a Jamaican accent through a British and Australian accent?
What about the actor? What's the actor's background? Is there any information on that actor, or has he only done this one movie? I wonder. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on.
I would think his phone was ringing off the hook after this performance, Joe. So I
would have to imagine.
This can't be his only film.
This is the most authentic Jamaican accent we've ever heard in our lives.
Yeah, they gave him the keys to the city. Yeah.
King Willie was a Bahamian-born individual. I don't know what a Bahamian accent is.
Where's Bohemia?
He was in a lot of movies, though. Holy shit. He was in Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me. Really? He was in Wild at Heart. He was in Coming to America. Okay, this guy's done stuff.
Holy was he crap. In Coming to America?
He is, the character's name was the Colonel. So he was one of the soldiers. So I don't know if he even talked in that movie.
Yeah.
But this guy has extensive acting going back to 1961 up through 2014. He died in 2007. Oh, because they released it in 2014. Okay. Yeah, so he was acting up until he died. This is not a nobody. So, wow.
Yeah.
That makes it even stranger. This was not a one-time only actor that knew the director or had pictures of him and his wife doing something. This was a real actor.
Right, yeah. There had to be blackmail involved in some way.
Well, you would think, based on an accent, that's amazing.
I don't know. You know what? Maybe the guy was just collecting a paycheck. He's like, you want a Jamaican accent? All right, here we go. Maybe this is how he landed the job in Coming to America. Actually, Coming to America would have been before this film. So maybe that's how he got this gig.
Maybe David Lynch saw this and said,
I loved
that's
your
my
work.
Guy. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
If
this
there are
would, in
any,
a David Lynch film, this would be great because this would
it
be
would.
after like 20 minutes of just ordinary dialogue, and then you would have this guy
and he
show
would have,
up.
this guy would pop out of the corner and he
Right,
would have
right.
soot all over him and be disheveled and he'd be like, "Oh, Babylon, man," and he would just go on.
And we've been
on.
like, David Lynch, genius.
David, you're a genius. You can do no wrong. David, unbelievable. Yet again, pulls a bravura performance out of a nobody. Yeah. By the way, if there are any Jamaicans who can authenticate this accent, please comment below.
Please come.
Right.
Tell us what we got wrong. Tell
Tell us all the things we've gotten wrong based on this movie. Please, I hope there's got to be somebody whose whole life revolves around this movie. Please tell us all the things that we didn't understand and didn't get. Mm-hmm. So now we get the big face-off scene between Key's men and the Predator. Now, I did make a note because this movie does have some really good direction in it. There's at least 3 crane shots where you see the camera, and this is prior to drones. This is no computer assist, CGI, and that stuff, where the camera's moving from a very high perspective down and around in one steady shot. And there's at least 3 of them. There's one with Danny early on. There's one here. I don't remember what the second one was, but it is impressive that, again, this movie could have been a paycheck movie. Fine, whatever. It's the Predator in L.A. Who cares? We'll just do. I mean, the King Willie scene would. If you only saw the King Willie scene, you'd go, "Oh yeah, nobody cared."
Well, because they're like, it's going to make money regardless. It's Predator 2, and it's in L.A. and it's got some big actors in it. Like it'll make its money back. Yeah.
And the concept, when you hear it, is great. I mean, again, we love this movie.
Well,
I think we
remember
both really love this movie.
Remember Aliens 3? Everybody wanted Aliens 3 to be in a city. Like I remember that. It was like, okay, Aliens 2 was
On
like
Earth,
the horror, and then the second one was in space and was more actiony. Like, could the third one be on Earth and maybe go back to the horror kind of thing? Like,
Well, I am pretty sure there was an Alien 3 teaser that was said it was going to be on Earth, and then they changed it because then they made it the prison planet as opposed to Earth. I believe there is a teaser trailer that exists that says, on Earth, everyone can hear you scream, which is, of course, inverting the first line.
In space, no one can hear you scream. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You would eventually want to have it on Earth, except that then it would be like The Thing, and they would just be everywhere. So, we lose. So anyway, now we get the big confrontation. And we get a little bit more of Aliens ripoff here, where there's a point where the alien is looking around and notices, I mean, if nothing else, it sees particles in the air. So it's not stupid. Again, this thing is intelligent. And it figures out, this doesn't seem right. So it starts shifting modes. I like the fact that there's more than one before it finally gets the one that works.
Right.
It's like, no.
Cycles through 'em.
No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
And then it sees not them, but their light beams, the actual ultraviolet beams. And then it basically gets over them. They all get into a circle because Danny Glover gets on the radio and says, "Hey, man, it's going behind you. It's flanking you." Like, he recognizes right away. No, it knows you're there. And then we get the guy going, "It's right above you," which is just one step off of, they're in the room.
Yeah,
You're not reading it right, Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
They're in that's in the room. So he's like, "Well, give me a fix on it." And then it drops down and wipes them out. And we get my favorite weapon that exists in this entire thing, which is the disc of death. I love that frisbee of death that it pulls out.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a really cool weapon, and it gets used in a really fun way. And even in the slaughterhouse with like the hanging meat, and it just kind of slices through stuff. That was a fun addition, and that of course wasn't in the first film.
No, the only thing, all the tools in this movie are new. If you've never seen the original and only seen this one, none of this stuff existed, which is actually possible. I don't say that as a joke. This was the movie I remember always being on. The first one wasn't on as much, I'm sure, because it cost more to license. So I always saw the second one. So if you've never seen the first one, it's a much more stripped down version of the Predator than this one, where he does have a whole arsenal. And we even we'll get later a much better look at how he heals himself. So yeah, he's in the scene. He fires a missile that seems to blow Gary Busey up. And this is where we get what you might think is the final confrontation, because now he and Danny Glover are kind of fighting back and forth. Danny Glover is getting beaten up, and Danny Glover takes out a shotgun and shoots him 12 times. I mean, multiple shotgun wounds at relatively close range, where he is bleeding. He's got perforations all over the place. And then just as the Predator kind of gets him and is about to kill him after delivering some terrible one-liners where he says, "You're one ugly," and the Predator says, "Motherfucker," which, boy, could I do without all of that. But whatever. That was where it crossed the line to, okay, I don't need you to say the same line.
Was that just like clickbait where like they could use that for the trailer bait or like trailer film so they could, use that, but with the swearing they couldn't use it. I don't know. Remember like Leviathan, we're going back to like 90s like action horror movies like Leviathan, like open wide motherfucker. Like it's just like that was a thing. Like even in Jaws, I mean, say like there's
Sure.
that's like a whole trope, right? Is like when there's that final showdown, it's going to be where's the one-liner?
It is, but I don't think we need to see the Predator talking up close that much. I think that sort of takes away from the character a bit. This is my biggest problem is this stuff with the movie. I mean, the third act is as Rocky. This is the worst of it. Is when the Predator keeps doing one-liners. That pulls me right out of the movie. It just snaps me out of it.
I'm just reminded of Ridley Scott talking about Prometheus and talking about the ending of that. And I always felt like the ending, we were kind of shortchanged where there wasn't kind of like a fight between the sort of alien and the lead character at the end. And he said there is a version out there where he had more of sort of a physical confrontation between them, but he said it would just take away from... It would just make the alien or the engineer, I guess you call that character, it would just make him look too weak, that he even had to kind of tussle with, the human character. So I feel like that's what happens is like when you have the Predator doing one-liners, it just turns into like it diminishes the scariness, the authority of it compromises the authority of the Predator.
Yeah, because in the first movie, the only things we really have other characters hear him say is like, he says the turnaround thing, but he says it to nobody, and it is creepy.
Yeah.
And then he laughs as Billy when he has the thing triggered because Schwarzenegger can't figure out what's going on for a minute, and then he kind of goes, oh, that's a bomb. And that's great. When he's laughing, that is terrifying because...
Absolutely.
It's really the only, and his face isn't moving much, but we just see him kind of laughing and putting his head back because he thinks he's got him. And that's great. But this one, he talks.
And so they were, I think they were borrowing from the first film. They're like, what else can we have this, what else can we have him say? But yeah.
I also think they wanted to show off that they could articulate the face more. And that's fine.
Yeah.
I get it, but it's.
Hey, at least he didn't say, do you want some candy? Creature. At least he didn't.
Yeah. But whatever. It's still, we get this, Keys then shows back up, half blown up, and manages to distract the Predator long enough for Danny Glover to escape. And then there's this whole fight sequence in an apartment building where Danny Glover is terrified of heights and manages to take the disc and cut off the Predator's hand at about, mid forearm or so, which is great because when the Predator gets shot, you know he's not dead. I mean, for this creature, that is not a fatal wound. You just know that. Oh, mostly because the movie has 15 minutes left, so you know he's not dead. Plus, it just wouldn't be the way you'd kill the Predator. But when his arm gets cut off, that is a serious moment where this creature has been grievously wounded to the point where I wasn't sure if he'd grow the hand back when I first saw it. So I went, is he going to grow it back?
Well, isn't that where the bomb control is too? So doesn't that...
Yes, because he starts to activate it. He starts to activate
so that
it,
actually neutralized that. So you knew you weren't going to have an ending where basically there was going to be an explosion and it's not going to end the same way the other movie did. At least you don't think it's going to end the same way. So...
However, I will give the Predator a lot of credit that he has the blades on one side and the bomb on the other. That way, if the arm gets taken off, you have one or the other. You don't.
Well, that's practical sense. I mean, if you're going to hunt people for sport, you need to think about logistics like that. Listen, the Predator is the embodiment of the two P's: pro-life and practical. That's what he is. So we know that he's always prepared. He's got a little prepper.
He's
got a little prepper mixed in there too. I mean, this is a real
the three P's. Because he does have his healing kit.
Right.
And this is what so after that, he goes into the bathroom of an old couple, which is funny. I do love the fact that the woman's like Gary or Oscar or whatever. I think somebody's in the bathroom as he's, and this is great where we see the tech that he's got, where he spreads out this, and he had done a healing thing in the first movie, but it's very brief. He basically just pulls a bullet out. Yeah. It's very short.
And then he screams when he puts something on his wound, he screams. So that's the first time we hear his roar. And then the characters hear that in the jungle, and it's really disconcerting. Yeah.
Which in the first movie, that is a very impressive sound effect. It's great the way it's used. It is terrifying. It's very, like clears the whole jungle out type of thing. So in this one, he's got a little satellite dish, and he basically breaks tile, and he's smashing things, and then he does some kind of superheating conductive whatever to it, and it becomes a healing gel, which another thing that who cares? Whatever. There's an alien logic to it.
Yeah.
So he scoops his little jello, his blue glowing jello, and he cauterizes his arm and yells. He starts filling in the bullet holes, and the woman gets a broom.
Right.
There's this.
She's ready to go. She's ready to go.
It's a police squad moment where you see the outside, and then a broom comes into frame, and then the Predator just breaks the whole door down. And I don't mind this at all. This is great. It is funny, but it also makes sense. I mean, he's not going to just open the door. He comes through the wall, goes through the next wall, and he's basically running. And so then we have there's another chase scene where Danny Glover goes after him, and where they finally end up is they're going down elevator shaft, and they finally go down far enough that they land inside. It just so happens that they end up going inside the alien ship. And
which is in the basement of this building,
of
or it's like in the parking garage of this building, or the sewer below the building.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
It was free parking. It was free parking. So yeah, Predator was like perfect.
Yeah, it was a nice empty space.
Yeah.
So they parked it. It fit like a glove. It was right in that tunnel. Perfect. So I love the inside of the Predator ship.
Absolutely.
It's got this nice patterning. The walls are all lit up. Like it looks like an alien ship. It also looks like it fits the Predator. It's beautifully designed.
And there's a fog floor. The fog, it's kind of nice. So you can't kind of see where the floor is. Yeah. Feels very obscured.
Right. Yeah. It feels very well designed for the creature. So Danny Glover wanders in there, and he looks over, and there's a trophy case, and inside the trophy case is an alien skull. And this was put in there as just a funny gag, and that then launched a whole series of things on its own. Comic books, there were then movies, and some of the comics are excellent. Don't judge the concept by the movies. Read some of the really good comics, because the movies are terrible. They're not good in so many different ways. But he gets inside the ship, sees the skulls, which of course confirms the trophy idea.
Right, yeah.
And so then the Predator comes out, and he has slung the disc of death like a man purse. Is what they call it now, or whatever. Like a little messenger bag hanging off his side. So I love the fact that he was like, oh, I'm going to keep this, and takes that, and then starts to duel with the Predator for a little bit, where the Predator's trying to use the blade, and he's like arcing it off, which is great. I do like the kind of toe-to-toe thing. It's not just punching.
And they
it's
do
combat.
and they do show that like when one of those blades lands on the disc that Danny Glover has, like he's like thrown back. So it's not like a true, like, he's actually standing his ground against the Predator, like, which I think is good, because it didn't diminish, once again, like, how the Predator is probably about like 10 feet tall. Is that what we're thinking? Like, I'm just thinking
something. I mean,
like
he's
scale.
8 to 10 feet, I would say easily. Yeah. I think the actor who played him is 7'9" or something like that. So he's big.
Makes sense.
But I do like the fact that the only reason he survives the blades is because he has metal that's the same. So the disc is how he's parrying it off. He doesn't have a pipe or, some way that he just kind of defaults it off, because any human material would be just destroyed. So the fact that he's got the disc allows him to parry it. And then there's a point where now the only part is he gets him in the gut, which seems like it should be a much more severe wound, but whatever. It brings Glover to his knees. And this I like, because this is kind of smart. He basically looks like he's about to die. So the Predator comes over to deliver the killing blow, at which point Danny Glover brings the blade up and gores him basically from, I don't know, crotch to neck or so, is basically driving the blade up. And we get a couple scenes where he keeps driving it up, driving it up. And, emphasis.
Yes.
And then the Predator falls back and dies.
Well,
and
because
so
that's the kill shot. So we have to have, like, it can't just be like, they like nicked him or whatever like that. And it's, it's a paper cut or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a mortal wound.
Yeah. It's just that, we get a lot of shots of Danny Glover going, it's fine.
It's for the ladies, fine. Joe. It's for the ladies.
Yeah, you got to have a little something for everybody. We've had lots of misogyny. Let's just have a little bit of, sweaty glory man shots. That's fine. That's great. It's for anybody in the audience who wants to enjoy it. That's fantastic. So I do like that after the Predator collapses, Danny Glover goes up to check him at the neck with the disc.
Yeah.
And realizes, no, he's actually dead. Because that makes sense. A lot of, the typical thing in the movie is, bad guy fell down.
Oh, he's going to get back up.
And then the thing gets up. So Danny Glover's a cop. He understands that you shoot somebody, they're not necessarily instantly dead. So he goes up and he checks him and he's dead. At which point then a bunch of other Predators materialize inside the ship. And we get this great moment where Glover drops the disc and goes, all right,
Yeah.
who's next?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it's such a great moment because it's both utterly just defeatist and pointless, and yet it's so in character. I love the idea that he says that, even though you can tell he's like, I'm dead.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it's all over.
He's like, all right, who's next?
And so we see all these different Predator designs, different helmets, different like skin patterning.
Yeah.
Which I love. I think it's great that we see all the variety, that they all look the same. I mean, they basically look the same, but they have personalities and distinct looks, which I think is fantastic for just a little bit at the end.
Yeah, I love this idea that it's like, oh no, this is like a whole group of people, and like I don't know, this is a weekend where the guys are getting crazy in the galaxy and doing some hunting together. And so I love this idea that there's all different types of them, and I love it too that it's just like he just defeated this thing that basically killed everybody he knows, and now here there's 12 more of them, or 8 more of them all standing there. The one thing I did not like was the CGI at this point, because the CGI at this point was really bad, and
It's rough.
there's a few other points in the movie where we're dealing with the chameleon effect. And it kind of takes me out of the movie a little bit, which I think they did such a wonderful job in the first film of limiting the chameleon stuff so that when we were seeing the Predator, we were seeing him as a practical effect, or as a costume, which I think made him more terrifying. So just to see them all like kind of CGI, it just, I don't know. I have a hard time believing even at the time it looked good, but I this was like what, early 90s. So we talked about this with Robocop too. I mean, for me, watching it now 30 years later, it takes me out. It takes me out of the scene, but I don't know. I don't want to start getting into where we go and like re-affect every old movie till it's up to CGI standards. But that was a bummer for me, but I love the concept. I love the idea that this is not just one predator on one ship. It's, a group of predators, and somehow this is like a whole society.
Yeah, and what I'm glad about is that this movie was done when it was, because today, and they in fact did this with some of the later Predator movies where he's purely CGI. Mm-hmm. So yes, the matting and that type of stuff, it's and also they're doing fog and they're trying to blend them to fog, and you can see the lines so clearly where they're, the fog. It's not good. It's very glaring. It's very noticeable, but all the practical stuff, still, like the makeup work,
Great.
Excellent. All that is fantastic. And today, a lot of that would probably be CGI purely. So it might look better, but it would also look faker. So I'm glad at least we have that. That part still holds up, but yeah, the ending does show off the limitations of the time and the effects pretty glaringly.
But like you said, to that point, in a more current movie, they would have maybe done the scene completely CGI. And that's, for me, that's The Matrix Reloaded. In those scenes where they decided to just do everything CGI, and, these incredible mind-bending scenes from the first film where it was all sort of practical, and some effects, now it was just really kind of poor computer graphics. And that killed Matrix Reloaded for me, but there's so many great scenes in that anyways, but we're not here to talk about that. But I always think about that when people are like, what movie to you suffered from CGI? And there was that transition where they went from practical to half practical, half, stop motion, green screen, blue screen. And then there was a period when they went 100% CGI, and that was a dark time as well. So
it was, and this is much like music. Yeah. When it's done for emphasis and to finish something that may not have been finished, or to underscore something, then CG is great. I mean, still one of the best, if not the best demonstration of how CGI should be applied is Jurassic Park. Still, because up close, animatronics. So it's real. It has weight. It has effect. For the scenes where it's not practical, you can't tell. Yeah. Because they shot it right. They used it where it needed to be and no more than that. And it is, outside of one or two scenes which are out in the daylight where you can kind of tell that they're CG dinosaurs, all the night stuff, seamless. Seamless.
What doesn't make sense to me is because the way it was working, those weren't like CGI predators. So they had to have predators in costumes, right?
Yeah.
So why couldn't they just have had all the predators on the set on the same day, just standing there. Like, I mean, now you have Danny Glover, so you have your lead actor in that scene too, right? So like, when is he available? And what does it take, like 2 days for them to put everybody in costume and makeup and all that? So maybe it's just like, I feel like the CGI was a financial decision, and it wasn't something because like, there's no way we can have 12 predators standing in a room. That's impossible. You know, like sometimes there's impossible shots where you're like, we just can't have somebody doing that. It's like too dangerous or something like that. This seemed like it could have just been done with a practical effect.
I actually have the video. I want to look at something because I'm curious about one element now that you say that. And I didn't pay attention to it at the time, but okay, here's where he's in the room. So there is, I'm just watching it. No, okay, so I would agree with everything you said, except that if you watch the movie, he is in a scene with like 7 other predators. They could have done it. He's in there where they're not being CG. They're standing there. There's no effect. So no, they made this, and I think what it is, honestly, watching it, because I thought you didn't need to do this. They wanted to have the thing where they all morph back into the camouflage. Why? What did that add? They could have just literally walked out of the room. They're still intimidating, and they could have just left the one leader there, and they could have just walked out into the fog and just put more fog. It's like they're fading into the fog. It would have been just as effective. The camouflage doesn't suddenly make the scene scarier. It's just that, yes, they wanted to show the effect off, except they showed it off badly. So it takes.
I guess you're
away
right,
from
though.
the scene.
That is kind of frightening, though, that all of a sudden now, like 12 predators just like disappeared. So you're just like, where are those guys going? Like, is it, like, you know, like, are they just gonna all head out to the city now for a night out on the town, like in camo? But
well, that would be Predators at Play. There's your third film.
Predators in Play. There you go. There's Predator
Predators
3.
Gone
The
Wild.
Predator 3 we all wanted.
Yeah, that's the one we really wanted. It was drunk predators just slaughtering random people. That are
Predators
walking around.
Gone Wild. Predators
Gone Wild. Yeah. So, and then we get the final shot, which is then also echoed far later in the wonderful Prey movie, where we see this gun that the leader gives to Danny Glover as basically like his trophy because he beat one. I mean, Arnold's blew himself up and there were no others, so no trophy for him except for, radiation burns. But this because Danny Glover defeated him and there were others there to witness it, I guess, and he didn't blow himself up. He was able actually to kill him because, again, the first one killed himself. So I don't know if that really counts for Arnold. I don't know if that's really a kill or if that's I give myself up, like a torpedo myself to avoid a deathmatch situation. So he gets a gun. And then they replicate the bomb going off where he's running away from the engines of the ship.
But now it's just the engine. Yeah, the engine. So, yeah.
And then we get a mirroring of the very end where he comes out and he's covered in ash and he looks up and there's a helicopter for no reason because the guy comes out and he says, "Oh, we were so close," and then gets in. And I feel like that's just because they wanted to replay the music and have a chopper. And instead he's just looking up at the chopper as the cops arrive and then it just cuts to black. And
I think it's Jane up in the chopper, right? So you're just like, all right, Jane, go do Firefly now.
Yeah, exactly. Go do whatever. You weren't doing much in this film except looking really angry. So keep doing that, but put on a silly hat, put on a beanie or whatever those hats are called. Get out of here. Yeah, and then we cut to black and we basically get credits with the wonderful Predator and the same end score. I mean, it's the same music again, so that's great. And that's the movie. So this thing's a blast.
Yeah.
I mean, our nitpicks aside, the movie's a blast. It's an absolute great time.
So I think what took me out of it, I think, to be honestly, like I said, like the first hour, I'm like, oh man, like I slept, like I saw this movie as a kid and I was like, there's something about it I didn't like or whatever, but it's a great movie. I think it's just some of the things, like some of the, the predators talking. There's some, some weird scenes with, there's some extra stuff in there. The King Willie stuff kind of was a little bizarre. You know what also took me out, to be honest, from my 2024 perspective, was some of the effects. The fact that some of the effects didn't age well. And that one of the things we talk about all the Spielberg films, and like I mean, there's only one Steven Spielberg, but one of the things we can talk about with a lot of those films is that the effects, though they're limited and you can tell they couldn't do things because of just limitations, a lot of times those effects still, I mean, the trench run just still looks good. It just still looks good. And that's what, 60 years ago? I don't know. I feel so old now, but it was a long time ago. So I guess we can't hold every movie to that standard, but yeah, like bad special effects. I mean, I guess it's the same way in monster movies though too, when it's like we're like, oh my God, that's so cheesy, or the physical effect is kind of, you know, I mean, The Thing has wonderful practical effects, and that's a wonderful movie. Sometimes they feel a little, dated, but it's
Until you get to the very last part where it comes out of the
it's-
floor and it's clearly stop motion.
yeah,
So
right. But
even a classic like that, it's not flawless. So,
No.
And
Yeah.
before anybody goes in the comments, the trench run was Star Wars, which is Lucas. We know it's still, the point holds. There's a difference between the trench run and Jar Jar Binks. That's the point we're making. Do not put that in the comments below. Keep that shit to yourself.
We got that right. We know.
Yeah, whatever. Spielberg did the trench run. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
We know what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yes, I mean,
But that's what
you're
we
right.
mean. Yeah.
Yeah, the effects have their, but you're right. Everything else, you could probably cut the
Mm-hmm.
graveyard scene out. You could probably trim down the slaughterhouse fight to get rid of the one-liners, and the movie would be a lot better. Losing
Yeah.
that 5 to 10 minutes would tighten it way up.
Yeah.
I would not cut the King Willie scene because I
Yeah.
frankly adore that scene.
Yeah, but then
it
the
is-
scene after it though is kind of tricky with some of the effects, and it just
Yes.
feels
But-
hyper gory, and
Let's not pretend that King Willie actor and that scene was not horrible. It is horrible,
Yeah.
but it is the type of horrible that I enjoy. It is the awfulness that's good, whereas the effects stuff is distracting. That's
Yeah.
the difference. King
You're right.
Willie is hilarious.
You're right.
The effects at the end are distracting. Unfortunately, you can't get rid of him in that end scene. You need those scenes, but you could trim down some of the other stuff, and you could tighten the movie up pretty significantly by just getting rid of a couple little things. You don't need, like you said, Robert Davi scene. Excise it. Gone. Don't need it. Gone. You could even cut the part where he says, you don't even need the scene where he says the only reason you have a job. You could just cut to where the guy's like, hey, you can't go off on your own. Would you really miss the Davi scenes? No. You wouldn't miss them at all because they don't feel like they're the same movie. So there is, and I would bet, I don't know this for a fact, but I will go find out. I'll bet there's a fan edit that does tighten this movie up because there's fan edits for everything. So there probably is a slightly shorter version of this that's a lot better. But even so, even with the flaws, this movie is an absolute riot. It is one of the best ways, if you're going to do a sequel to a classic, instead of just redoing it top to bottom, another guy in a jungle, just a different jungle somewhere, do something wildly different and stick with it, which they did. They never, at no point did they give up on the concept. The concept was all the way through, and it's a blast of a movie.
And
It's a
they
great
spent
movie
money
to
on
watch.
it. They spent money on it, and they made it a bigger production. They put some money into it. They weren't just like, let's put some other guy, like you said, like that resonated when you said that. Like they didn't just put some other guy in the jungle and had something, I don't know, maybe it was a different jungle somewhere, like South America or where, or Cambodia or something, like, and then have like a Vietnam theme in it or something like that. Like they, you know what I mean? Like they put it in a completely different world. And, to your credit, Joe, when you were talking up this movie, I was kind of like, I'm like, I don't remember it being that great, but the world building and the fact that this feels like a real place, and it feels very much of the 90s, but then it also feels like a future that somebody like realized and saying, okay, this is how the media will be then. This is how the heat will be an issue, and so that felt really, really, really well done. I just think it was like a few lines, some of the effects, and maybe Gary Busey was miscast. Dare I say, maybe a different actor in Gary Busey's role, maybe a more senior actor who could have kind of given it a little more gravitas. Like, talking about the Carpenter films we were looking at, Halloween. Just even the kind of the silliness that's happening in that, but the actor O'Hurley who brings sort of this like credibility to just the insanity that it's some kind of pagan ritual, that is happening. So it could have been something like that, and it could have that could have then changed that whole dynamic. But then they redid Aliens 2 in that scene. But I like that whole scene. I think it's a nice action sequence. It's just with some really great crane shots, like you said. But
Yeah, it is 90% of the way to being a really excellent sequel. It falls short in a few places, but again, certain parts of it seem very prescient. The hyper over, use of the media to just get people crazy and emphasize, you're supposed to be angry and you're supposed to be outraged. That's definitely current. The heat dome, already been mentioned.
Yeah.
That's real.
Yeah.
The thing that really sets it in its time is the fashion. Honestly, it's the fashion and some of the jokes. The misogyny is definitely a dated thing, but the actual world itself,
and then the tropes, the action tropes, of like the captain's coming down on me, I gotta clean up my act, or like that was there. But that was in the first Predator too. It was a action movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger and like a bunch of like dudes with muscles, and they were just like doing this like paramilitary type maneuver, and then it turns into this other horror film.
But again, those scenes I think could be cut out and the movie would hold up. So when it's like that, I don't really care, because if you can easily get rid of it and it doesn't affect the narrative, who cares? And but you're right. There are these little things and they add up to just enough where you're like, it could have been great as a really wild variation on the theme. But it also does prove, and this was one of the points I made early on, was the Predator is uniquely suited to be just redone in many different ways. That's why I think they've redone it so many times, even when some of those movies have been awful. And they finally got to Prey, and Prey was excellent. Even though, there were times where the CG was a little overdone. The digital bear was a bit much, but they also did a lot of practical, and they dialed the story back to simplicity, and it works really well as a modern version of, it's essentially the same story. It's not really all that different from either from the first one, but it's great. And it works really well. So you can just keep trying it. And when it works, it works. And when it doesn't, forget about it. There is no Aliens versus Predator Requiem. No, that never existed.
Well, but here's my question. So why wasn't there, and I know there's the, Alien versus Predator, like, situation, it's almost a separate franchise, but why wasn't there a true Predator 3? Like there was an Alien 3, right? Or Aliens 3. Why wasn't there a true Predator 3? With either Schwarzenegger or Glover or just a third new actor, why in a different setting, different scene somewhere? I mean, I know there's the Alien versus Predator.
Did the movie? No, the movie made money, so I don't have an explanation for that. I don't.
It did.
This
it was
movie
like
made almost double its budget. So I have no explanation.
Which is why probably then the Alien versus Predator, that all sort of was allowed to. I think that's probably one of the motivations for those films to be made, because they're like, Aliens was successful, Predator was successful, let's put them together. I mean, the comics, obviously, and fan fiction have something to do with that, but it just surprises me that there's not this third movie out there. I mean, there's a Robocop 3, there's an Aliens 3. Do you know what I mean? Like, why wasn't there a Predator 3?
Yeah, I can't find anything that indicates why. So my guess is maybe there were things behind the scenes where maybe some of the people maybe the studios changed, maybe there was some change in leadership and they felt like they didn't know where to go with it. There have been movies. I mean, look, Fury Road was in development for over a decade.
Right.
So things do happen. So it may have been that the people who most believed in the concept were gone or replaced or died or who knows what. Or there probably were pitches for a Predator 3 that either were deemed too expensive, they couldn't figure out how to make it work. So think about it. There was a big gap between Temple of Doom and The Last Crusade. Last Crusade, oh yeah.
There was. So there's this idea that, the first movie comes out, the second one, I think, Temple of Doom is not the best one, but I think it was still somewhat successful, or probably pretty successful.
I think so, yeah.
So, but I think it was, so those are like 80s films, and then Last Crusade is, what is that, 90s something? I don't know the exact date. So there was like a period of time between that third film. So I don't know. Is it just something like the first film is like, if it's a hit, people are like, great, let's make more money. And then the second film has to do something to be able to get a third? I don't know.
Well, it may also be, again, we have become used to endless sequels, and maybe at that time that wasn't the thing where they went, okay, we made two. We've done two different versions of this. Let's just move on to something new. There's a concept.
Right.
Let's not just keep redoing the same thing.
Yeah, like let's come up with a new idea because audiences are hungry for new things, and yeah.
And honestly, the what was it, Predators? That was the one where they were on the Predators planet.
Adrian Brody was in that or something. That's
a clever.
Yeah.
So maybe
was that Predator 3?
That was the concept.
Was that Predator 3 then, or
that's what I mean? Is maybe it was pitched a long time ago and it kept getting, somebody wanted to do it. The money fell through, the stars fell through, who knows what. They couldn't figure out the right way, the right writer to do it or the right approach for it. Those development hell is a real thing where movies get stuck. And I mean, they've been trying to make a live action Akira for at least 15 years now. And I hope they never, ever, ever fucking do. But that does happen where, oh, this is a great concept. We know how to make the movie. We can't make the movie. Why? I don't know, but we can't seem to make it happen. So, and maybe we're better off. Maybe at the time that Predator 3 would have originally been made, it might have been it might have been Robocop 3. So maybe we're better off that we didn't get anything new for a while, and it let people kind of, there is a value. We've talked about this. There's a value in when you're doing a creative work, stepping away from it for a while and not looking at it. And then coming back and saying, oh, okay, something you start, maybe it doesn't seem right or you're rushing it, step away, come back and see what it looks like. So maybe that was it.
And is it the typecasting thing too? Like you don't want to be the Predator guy that does the Predator movies, or you know what I mean? Like you want to write other scripts, you want to do other things. So you just want to be typecast as you can only do an action movie, you can only do a hero movie. I don't know.
Yeah. It's like I said, I would be interested. I did a quick search. I didn't do anything thorough, but I kind of, now that you say that, I'm curious. I'll look around, see if I can find anything. But there could be a lot of reasons to it. But my hunch is, because I didn't know if this movie made money, and it clearly did. It made almost double its budget, which is what they would consider successful. So the fact that it made money does make me think that they probably intended for there to be a third one, and there was probably either a development problem or something shifted. There's many stories of things where there's a surefire sequel coming, and then the studio head leaves. Right. Or somebody new comes in and says, yeah, I hate The Predator. I never liked that movie. I don't care if it made money. I don't want to do it. Or the opposite, where the Wild Wild West producer was like, no matter what, there has to be a giant spider in it somehow.
Right.
It's like, why?
By the way,
because I like spiders.
Isn't that another movie Hopkins directed? Who's involved in Wild Wild West?
Did I accidentally pick another movie
that
that guy did?
I think so, because I think he did.
Oh no!
Somebody did. Somebody related to this. So he did.
No, that was Barry Sonnenfeld, because it was the Men in Black guy. That was why they thought that was going to be a surefire hit. Sonnenfeld did that one.
Yeah.
The Men in Black guy did it, and the Addams Family guy. He did Men in Black.
Oh.
Addams Family, and then I think it was Wild Wild West.
But
and that was why they were.
Jim Thompson, the writer, one of the co-writers of Predator 2, wrote not only Predator 2, and then Wild Wild West in 1999. Wow. He also did Executive Decision with Kurt Russell.
Speaking of getting rid of Seagal early.
Yes.
Good idea.
Right.
Throw him off the fucking plane. Good call.
I remember that was
such movie's gone.
That was such a shocking, like, oh man, like they killed Seagal.
That was
in the first scene.
That's the best part of that movie, is that you think Seagal's going to be around and he gets sucked out of the plane at minute 20, maybe? I don't even know if he makes it that far in. He's gone.
And then we just get to hang with Kurt Russell, which is great. We just get to hang with him.
That's fine with me. Yeah, much better. So, well, we have now talked about Robocop and Predator 2.
And so Seagal. A little bit of Seagal in there, too.
A little bit of Seagal. We kind of ranged all over the place. But I think, I would say, as a kind of final summation of both films, I think both films are wonderful sequels. Neither of them gets within a mile of the quality of the first one. They just do not. But I also don't know that they really intended to. I feel like both these movies were made with the understanding that to be able to get the quality of the first movie, you'd have to get everybody back. And if you can't, then let's do something different, and we'll try to get it to be at least a worthy follow-up. I think Predator 2 gets closer to being a where I legitimately would watch both movies back to back and be entertained the whole way and understand there's a quality difference. But whereas RoboCop 1 to 2, you are definitely going down a few rungs on the ladder, and you just have to know that. But as long as you're okay with that, then you're going to have a good time. So I think they're both fun. I think they make a great double feature with their originals. I also think they make a great double feature the way we've just talked about them, one after the other. They're great sequels to watch. They're a lot of fun. And I guess that's all we have to say about it. So as a reminder, Doug's album, Music for Billionaires, is available anywhere that you could buy any type of music that you'd like to spend money on. So we make no judgments on the quality of your music choices.
Yeah.
Just buy the album. Just spend the money. Come on.
Yeah.
It's hard work being a creator and making money. Just spend it. Buy it. Who cares where you buy it? Guy on the street with a trench coat, iTunes. Napster never sold.
I would prefer iTunes because I feel like the guy in the trunk or in the trench coat probably has like a bootleg copy, and I can't vouch for the mix quality if it, who knows what's going on in that trench coat.
He's overdubbed it with his opinions on the flat earth theory. So over every track, he's like, I know for a fact that there's the hollow core of the earth, the reptilians are in there, and they've created a flat disc, and you people are all suckers. And then the track cuts in, and he's like, by the way, tinfoil hats, they work.
Yeah, that might explain some of the feedback I've been getting on Amazon, actually, about some of my theories on dead internet theory. I was like, I don't think I talked about it on the album.
That I'm sure we're getting underneath of this. Yes, I'm sure.
What did we get wrong?
What did we get wrong? How are we stupid? What movies have we never watched in our lives? Do people even know what Steven Spielberg movies are? No, we don't. Who cares? So, on that note, thank you for sticking around for this rambling, incoherent 5 hours, I'm sure by the time I'm done editing, of talking about two movies that most people probably haven't seen. And here's another thing. A lot of people probably haven't watched these in a long time. Go back and watch them because they are a lot of fun.
I did. I enjoyed myself, and I went back. And like I said, there's some things that don't age well, but if anything, it just reminded me of the time when I first saw these in the early 90s. And so it was a nostalgia trip. But it was also, there's a lot of good stuff in both of these films.
There is. And just as a final emphasis, to avoid anything down here, we're not saying that either of them is as good as the first one. We're just saying they're a lot of fun. And unlike a lot of sequels that are just terrible and almost unwatchable,
and sometimes
they are a lot of fun.
They ruin the first movie where you're like, I don't even want to watch the first movie now. It's ruined.
Well, listen, Robocop 3 is an example of one of the worst sequels I've ever seen. It's that bad. This is not that. RoboCop 2 is not RoboCop 3, and Predator 2 is not a terrible sequel. It's just, if anything, remakes and sequels should attempt to do something new. They don't always get it all right, but the fact that there was an effort to not just remake the first one again. They didn't make Gus Van Sant's Psycho, one of the biggest wastes of time of my entire life. Oh, let's just shoot the same movie again because I'm an asshole and I want to waste whatever. I'm not gonna
but with Anne Hesh and some questionable Norman Bates casting. Yeah.
When the first decision was terrible, nothing that follows it can possibly be good. So remaking Hitchcock shot for shot is not a good idea unless you're Hitchcock. So on that inspirational note, thanks for watching. Please feel free to comment on whatever you want. I promise I won't care. And until next time, go watch these movies. They're fun. They're easy to find. They're cheap to rent. And I think they're on certain services for free. So it's not like they're hard to get. There's beautiful 4Ks, I believe, of both. So if you dig them as much as we do, you can get them in a pristine format. But number one thing is go in, have a good time, enjoy what they are. And I don't know what our next set of movies will be. They might be as fun as this. They might be more serious. But Doug, as always, it's been a blast. Absolutely. I love talking about this stuff. Another great time. And that's it, everybody. Now I'm going to shut up. Bye. we'll get going. All right. Ready to go? All right, here we go. 3. The fuck?
You're going to flick me off. I was
Why
like,
don't I do
all
this
right,
more often?
we're starting hot tonight. We're starting hot.
Fuck it. This is your promo reel right here. Put this shit out. Yeah, watch us.